What's up, night owls? Welcome back to Demon Sleep. Real quick, drop a comment and tell me where you're tuning in from tonight. I personally read every single one of them, and honestly, it makes my day seeing you all from around the world. If these dark tailies help you drift off or just escape reality for a bit, smash that like button and subscribe. But only if you think we've earned it. No pressure. Alright, lights off, rain on, blankets up. Let's dive into tonight's nightmare fuel. Story 1. The MOTHMAN of Point Pleasant. The Silver Bridge fell at 5:04 p.m. on December 15, 1967. 46 people went into the Ohio River. It was the Monday before Christmas. Traffic was heavy. People were doing their Christmas shopping. The last documented Mothman sighting in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, was December 15, 1967. The same day, the same hour. No one has explained this. To understand how we arrived here, we need to go back. Roger Scarberry told the Mason County sheriff that it had wings like a man and eyes that didn't belong to anything he'd ever seen. And the sheriff, to his credit, wrote every word of it down. The written record exists. The document is there, filed in Mason County, West Virginia, bearing the date November 16, 1966, and the case number assigned to what the duty officer, with the particular pragmatism of a man who has heard strange things before and will hear stranger things before his career ends, recorded as a creature sighting. The report is terse and factual, and uses the vocabulary of official documentation, which is to say it describes what was said by the witnesses without editorializing. And if this restraint communicates anything beyond professionalism, it communicates the specific dignity of a public servant who has decided that his job is to record the truth, and that the truth, on this particular November evening, is that 4 people came into his office reporting something large and winged and red-eyed and fast, faster than anything with wings has any right to be, and he wrote it down. That is where the official record begins. It is not, by any reasonable accounting of what was occurring in and around Point Pleasant in the autumn and winter of 1966 and 1967, where the story begins. The Ohio River Valley has been inhabited for approximately 12,000 years. It was inhabited before the cultures whose names we can now place, before the Shawnee, before the mound builders whose constructions still rise from the landscape of West Virginia in silent and massive testimony to civilizations we cannot fully reconstruct. Before all of these, the valley was occupied by people whose relationship to its particular geography left marks in the earth, but not in any written record. What those earlier inhabitants believed about the valley, what they understood to be present in the landscape, what drew them to build their structures in the specific configurations they chose. These things are not recoverable from the archaeological record with any certainty. What is recoverable is this: they built here, and they built structures that suggest the landscape was not neutral to them, that it had qualities requiring acknowledgement, requiring perhaps appeasement. Dr. Patricia Vance, Folklore Studies, West Virginia University, 2019. What I find significant about the Point Pleasant sightings, from a folkloric perspective, is not the sightings themselves but the location. The TNT area, the former World War II munitions storage site north of the city, sits on land that has been considered by multiple successive cultures to be a place of specific and uncomfortable quality, something about the ground there. The native traditions of the region describe this area in ways that the later American settlers described it in ways that the residents of Point Pleasant in 1966 described it, with the specific vocabulary of a place that is not entirely what it appears to be. What the valley is, at its most basic level, is old. Old in a way that the human settlement of it, 12,000 years, which is itself an expanse of time that the human mind cannot genuinely process, does not begin to address, old in the geological sense. The folded and lifted and compressed rock of the Appalachian ridges carries in its strata the record of impacts and upheavals and long extinctions that predate the arrival of anything recognizably alive. This land has been through things, multiple things, across spans of time that make 12,000 years of human presence feel like an afternoon. Something in the land remembers. What visited Point Pleasant in the 13 months between November 1966 and December 1967 had been in the area longer than Point Pleasant, longer perhaps than the valley's name. Roger Scarberry was 30 years old, and if you'd asked him on the morning of November 15, 1966, whether he believed in monsters, he would have given you the look. The particular look that working-class men in small West Virginia cities in 1966 give people who ask questions like that, and told you to go ask someone who had time for that kind of thing. He worked at the Star manufacturing plant. He was a regular at the Tuesday night bowling league at the Point Pleasant bowling alley on Vine Street, where he averaged 157 and was not satisfied with this and was working on it. He drove a used Chevy that needed new rear brakes and that he kept meaning to get to. He had been married to Linda for 3 years, and they were, here is the king word for it, the honest word, happy. The uncomplicated, real daily happiness of two young people who had figured out how to occupy the same space without destroying each other, which is the entire project of early marriage, and which most people either master slowly or never master at all. And Roger and Linda had, more or less, managed it by 27. He liked the drive out to the TNT area. This is the important detail. He was not someone who ventured out there on a dare, not someone with a taste for the eerie or the abandoned. He liked it because the roads out there were empty in the evenings, and you could open up the Chevy a little and hear the engine do something it couldn't do on Vine Street with its stoplights and its 2 o'clock school zone speed limits. The old World War II munition storage site north of the city, 1,000 acres of overgrown bunkers and scrubby woods, sealed since the war ended, was the kind of place that empty roads run through, and Roger liked empty roads. He and Linda were out there that Tuesday evening with another couple, Steve and Mary Mallette. The 4 of them had been to the Tiny's drive-in on Route 62, and now they were driving the back way home the way you drive the back way home when you're 29 and 30, and the evening is still going, and nobody's ready for it to be over. Steve was in the back seat. He said, "Slow down a second." Roger slowed. The headlights caught it at the edge of the road near one of the old generator buildings. Something standing, taller than the top of the car, gray, with its back to them or maybe with no clear front or back, it was hard to say. And then it spread whatever it had instead of arms, and 2 enormous wings opened in the headlights, and 2 eyes turned toward the car, and the eyes were red. Not the reflective red of an animal's eyes caught by headlights, red like something behind them. Roger floored the accelerator. He did not think about flooring it. The Chevy jumped forward, and he was already driving before the conscious decision to drive had formed. 100 miles an hour on the Route 62 back road, through the TNT area, away from the thing by the generator building. And the thing followed. Not on the road, in the air, keeping pace with a car doing 100 miles an hour without, and all 4 people in that car would tell you this, separately, to anyone who asked, for the rest of their lives without seeming to try. Linda Scarberry was not a woman who scared easily. She had grown up in Mason County, which is relevant because Mason County in 1966 was a place that made people practically minded, or it didn't keep them. The Ohio River floods. The work is hard. The winters have opinions. The particular Appalachian toughness that outsiders sometimes mistake for blankness or hostility is neither of those things. It is the practical efficiency of people who have learned that drama is expensive, and that what gets you through is paying attention and keeping your head. Linda paid attention. She had worked at the county clerk's office for 2 years, and before that at the phone company for 3, and she was, by the assessment of everyone who knew her. One of those people who make other people feel that things are manageable by virtue of their own conviction that things are manageable. She told her account of the November 15th sighting to at least 7 people in the weeks that followed, to the sheriff's deputies who came to the house, to the journalist from the Point Pleasant Register, to the researchers who showed up later, to neighbors, to her mother, to Roger's mother. She told it consistently, the same details in the same order: the red eyes, the wings, the speed, the thing following the car all the way to the edge of the city limits before it turned and went back. She said, "I know what I saw, I know what it was not. It was not a bird. Birds don't look at you. Whatever this was, it looked at us. It looked at us." That detail, that specific quality of the attention, was consistent across every account from every witness in the 13 months of Point Pleasant sightings. Not one witness described a creature that was indifferent. Every witness described a creature that noticed them, that directed something at them. Not aggression, not exactly. The word that kept appearing independently in account after account was watching. It was watching, which is a different thing from seeing. Animals see. What the Mothman was doing, according to everyone who encountered it in those 13 months, was watching. Roger drove them to the county courthouse parking lot at close to midnight. He did not drive home. He was not prepared at that point to go home, to pull the Chevy into the familiar driveway, to walk into the house he knew, while whatever was in the TNT area was still out there being whatever it was. The courthouse parking lot had streetlights. The courthouse parking lot was as public and institutional a place as you could be in Point Pleasant at midnight. They sat in the car. After a while, Roger got out and looked at the hood of the Chevy. There were marks on it. Long, parallel marks in the paint, starting near the windshield and running back toward the engine. He stared at them. He had not seen what made them. He had been driving 100 miles an hour on Route 62. He did not know what had been close enough to the hood to make those marks. He went back to the courthouse and knocked on the door and asked to speak to someone in authority. And someone in authority came and listened to what he had to say. And Roger Scarberry, factory worker, Tuesday night bowler, man who did not believe in monsters, told him everything. The Mason County Sheriff's Department fielded 14 reported sightings in the first week after Rogers. 14 in 1 week, in a county of 25,000 people. Sheriff George Johnson was a careful man. He had been doing this job for 11 years and he had heard things. Not this specific thing, but things. The kinds of things that come with being a county sheriff in a place where the landscape is largely dark, and the distances are large, and people are mostly honest and sometimes frightened. He knew how to listen for the difference between a real report and a panic report. He knew the acoustic difference between a person who had seen something and a person who had convinced themselves they had seen something because their neighbor told them they had seen something. These were real reports. He told the Register, "I'm not saying what it is. I'm saying that many of the people who have come to this office in the past week are people I know personally and whose word I would take on any other matter, and I am not prepared to call them liars." He did not call them liars. He drove out to the TNT area himself in the 3rd week of November during the day, which is different from driving out there at night, and he walked around the old generator buildings and the bunker areas with the specific attention of a man who is trying to see what is there and finding, mostly, what had always been there, the weedy overgrowth of an abandoned military site, the concrete bunkers sealed since 1945, the bare November trees. He found a large dead dog. He did not make much of this in his official report. Dogs die. Rural areas have feral dog populations and feral dog populations die. He noted the dog's size large and its condition, not obviously killed by another animal, no wounds, simply dead, in the way that animals die when their hearts stop without external cause. He filed the note and moved on. He did not know, and could not have known, that dead dogs were being found throughout the TNT area, and the surrounding fields in this period, that other people were finding them, that the finding of large, apparently healthy animals dead without visible cause in and around the site was a pattern that would not be written about until much later, and that when it was written about, the writers would describe it without the ability to explain it. He went home. He had a bad feeling about the TNT area that he did not put in any report, because a bad feeling is not evidence of anything. He drove past the Silver Bridge on the way home. He always drove past the Silver Bridge on the way home. It was November 1966, and the bridge had been there since 1928, and there was no reason to think about it except as the bridge, the same bridge it had always been, taking you over the Ohio. He drove across it. He did not think about it. He thought about the dog, and the 14 reports, and Roger Scarberry's face in his office at midnight, which was the face of a man who had seen something real. Mary Heyer was the Point Pleasant correspondent for the Athens Messenger, and she had been covering Mason County for long enough that she knew everyone and everyone knew her, which is the only way to cover a small place well. She was not a sensation seeker. She was a local journalist, which means she covered the school board and the county commission and the local sports and the occasional accident and the obituaries, and she was good at all of it, and she brought to it the specific quality that makes local journalism valuable when it is good. She cared about the people she was writing about. She started covering the Mothman sightings in November 1966 because they were happening in her county, and people were talking about them, and that was her job. What she did not expect was that they would not stop. In January 1967, she received a phone call that she later described as the most disturbing event of the entire period, which, given that she had been interviewing Mothman witnesses for 2 months, is a significant statement. The caller did not identify themselves. The voice was, she said, flat, uninflected, not mechanical, not alien, flat in the way that a voice is flat when the person speaking has no relationship with the words they are saying. The caller told her to stop writing about the sightings. She asked who was calling. The line went dead. The next morning she drove to work and noticed a man standing outside the offices of the Messenger, watching the door. A tall man in a black overcoat, standing perfectly still in January in West Virginia, which is to say standing in cold that most people do not stand still in. He was there when she arrived. He was there when she went to lunch. He was not there when she came back from lunch. She did not recognize him. She asked the people in the neighboring businesses if they knew him. Nobody knew him. She called Roger Scarberry. Roger Scarberry told her that he had seen the same man, or a man exactly like this description, standing outside the Star manufacturing plant 3 days ago. She wrote this down. She wrote everything down because she was a journalist, and that was what journalists did. And she kept writing, and she kept publishing, and she did not stop. And 13 months later, she would be one of the reporters standing on the bank of the Ohio River, watching the rescue divers go into the water. And here is the part nobody talks about, the part left out of every news report, every official account, every interview, because the people who knew, the ones who were actually there, made a decision. They decided some things were better left unsaid. They were wrong, and tonight you're going to hear why. He told himself it was mass hysteria. Point Pleasant had been telling him something different since November. Small towns don't lie the way cities do. They tell you exactly what they're afraid of. The phone started. Not Mary Heyer's phone, everyone's phone. Point Pleasant had a population of roughly 5,000 people, and they all knew each other in the way that 5,000 people know each other when they have lived in the same place for generations, which is to say not always well and not always warmly, but completely. People in small towns know each other's business the way your hands know the keyboard without looking, automatically, without effort, without being able to fully explain how. And the phone started ringing. At odd hours, 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, People would pick up and there would be breathing on the other end, or a high-pitched noise, or occasionally a voice, flat, uninflected, asking questions that didn't quite parse. Asking where you'd been, asking what you'd seen, not threatening, just asking. People who received the calls found it difficult to describe what was wrong with them. Nothing was overtly wrong. The voice was a voice. It asked questions, but the people who received the calls found themselves, the next day, not quite right, unable to account for an hour, experiencing headaches that came on suddenly and left suddenly, finding themselves standing in rooms of their houses without remembering walking there. They didn't call the sheriff about this. They didn't call the newspaper. They mentioned it to each other, in the specific way that people in small towns mention disturbing things, quietly, indirectly, to people they trust, with the shared understanding that some things aren't meant for the official record. The McCoy family on 4th Street stopped sleeping in December. Not because they couldn't sleep, because they were afraid to. They had seen something in the backyard. 3 of them had seen it on 3 separate nights at 3 in the morning, standing at the fence line, looking at the house. They were not sure what looking meant for this thing. It didn't have eyes in the right place. The oldest daughter, who was 16, drew a picture of what she had seen. She showed it to her friend at school. Her friend said, "That's what Roger Scarberry saw." The daughter had never heard of Roger Scarberry. She put the picture away. She did not show anyone else. Newell Partridge was watching television when his German Shepherd started howling. He was a building contractor who lived about 90 miles from Point Pleasant, which matters because he had not heard about the sightings, had not read Mary Hyer's coverage in the Messenger, had no context for what happened next. He was watching TV and his dog started howling and he went to the door. His dog was facing the barn, rigid, making the particular sound that a dog makes when it has encountered something its entire nervous system refuses to accept as normal. Newell had owned German Shepherds for 20 years. He had never heard his dog make that sound. He went inside. He got his flashlight. He pointed it at the barn. 2 red circles of light reflected back at him from the dark near the barn. Not a pair, 2 circles close together with a specific quality that he described later as like bicycle reflectors, but they weren't bicycle reflectors. The light coming back from them was too bright for what his flashlight should have produced. Too red, too steady. He called the dog back inside. He locked the door. In the morning, his dog was gone. He searched the property for 3 days. The dog was never found. He called the Mason County Sheriff's Office. He told them what he had seen. A deputy came out and looked at the barn area and found impressions in the soft ground near the tree line. Large circular impressions, not consistent with any animal native to the region. The deputy photographed them. The photographs went into a file that contained, by this point, photographs and measurements and written accounts from 12 different properties in a 40-mile radius of the TNT area. Newell Partridge later learned that on the same night his dog disappeared. The same night, within the same 2-hour window, Roger Scarberry had been driving past the TNT area and seen the thing standing at the edge of the road. He had one question. He asked it to the deputy who had come to photograph his yard. And the deputy had no answer for it, and nobody who has ever looked at the file has had an answer for it. He asked, "What happens to the ones it watches?" The deputy wrote it down. He wrote it down because he didn't know what else to do with it. What you just heard was only the beginning. The sightings continued through the winter. February brought 7 reports. March brought 11. The witnesses were not teenagers looking for excitement, and not people with a history of unusual claims. They were factory workers and farmers and housewives, and a deputy fire marshal and 2 volunteer firemen, and a retired school teacher who was 81 years old and had, by her own account, seen many things in her life, and had no reason to make up a new one. She lived on the edge of the TNT area. She told Mary Hire, "It comes to the field. I've seen it 3 times. I don't go to the field anymore." She was asked if she was frightened. She said, "Not frightened exactly. Worried. There's a difference. Frightened is for things that might hurt you. What I feel is worried. Like something is happening that I don't understand the end of." Mary Hire wrote this down and put it in the messenger, and a great many people in Point Pleasant read it and understood exactly what the old woman meant, because they had been feeling the same thing for 4 months and had not had the word for it. Worried. Not frightened. Worried. Like something is happening that has an end they cannot see yet. In March 1967, a woman named Connie Carpenter reported that while driving past the TNT area in the early afternoon, daylight, she emphasized to every person she told, broad daylight, something dropped out of the sky and landed in the road in front of her car. She stopped. It stood up. It was enormous, gray. It did not look at her the way a person looks at someone. It looked at her the way something looks at something. She drove around it. She drove to the hospital. Her eyes were burned. Not badly, mild photokeratitis, the kind of thing you get from looking at a welding arc or at reflected sunlight on snow. The examining physician asked what she had been looking at. She told him. He wrote solar exposure on the form. He gave her eye drops. Her eyes healed. She did not drive the road past the TNT area again. She noticed it on a Monday. 3 days later, it had a name in the state police files. The name they gave it was the one Mary Hire had printed in the messenger. November 16th, 1966, Mason County Sheriff's Office, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Deputy Millard Halstead takes the report from Roger and Linda Scarberry and Steve and Mary Mallette at 12:17 a.m. The report is filed under unusual occurrence. 4 witnesses. Adult employed, no prior reports of unusual claims. The described entity, gray, 6 to 7 feet tall, winged, with eyes described as glowing red. Speed of pursuit, in excess of 100 mph. Duration of sighting, approximately 3 minutes. The report is signed by all 4 witnesses. Deputy Halstead notes in his addendum, witnesses appeared genuinely frightened. No evidence of intoxication. Damage to vehicle hood consistent with witness description. The report is filed. The sheriff's office begins to receive additional reports the following day. The Mason County files for the period November 1966 through December 1967 contain, by final count, 87 official reports. This is not the total number of sightings. Researchers who canvassed the area in the years following the Silver Bridge collapse identified over 100 witnesses who reported encounters, but did not file official reports. The reasons were consistent: fear of ridicule, fear of employer reaction, fear of being considered unstable. Witness Ralph Thomas, retired plant worker, Point Pleasant, interviewed 1971. "I saw it in April of 1967, coming home from second shift at the plant. It was on the bridge over Crooked Creek on the 62, standing on the rail, not sitting, standing on the rail, facing the road. I slowed down and it turned and looked at me, and I will tell you, I have thought about that look every single day since April 1967, and I will think about it every day until I die, because it wasn't a curious look and it wasn't a threatening look. It was the look of something that already knew everything it needed to know about me, and the fact that it already knew was somehow worse than if it had been angry." Ralph Thomas did not report his sighting to any authority. He told his wife the same night and no one else for 4 years. He was interviewed by researcher John Keel in 1971. He has not discussed the sighting publicly since. The official files note, but do not analyze, one pattern that emerges when all 87 reports are laid in chronological order. The sightings are not random in their geography. They cluster. All 87 documented reports place the entity within a 3-mile radius of two locations: the TNT area north of Point Pleasant and the Silver Bridge. Every sighting is near one or the other. Not one sighting is reported from any other location. May 1967, Ohio Valley. A man named Tom Urry is driving north on Route 62 near the TNT area at approximately 7:30 a.m. when a large gray shape rises from a field to his right and begins following the car. He is a shoe salesman. He is driving to Gallipolis for a sales call. He has been on this road dozens of times. He later tells the investigator, "It had a wingspan I would estimate at 15 feet, maybe more. It was keeping up with me at 60 miles per hour without flapping, just gliding, just there. He accelerated. It kept pace. He reached 70 mph. It kept pace. He reached 75 mph, and the thing banked away and disappeared over the tree line. He pulled over. He sat in the car for approximately 10 minutes. He drove to Gallipolis and made his sales call. He called the Mason County Sheriff's Department from a payphone afterward." Witness Tom Urry, sales representative, Gallipolis, Ohio, interviewed 1967. "I know how this sounds. I know what you think when someone says they saw something with a 15-foot wingspan following their car on Route 62. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm telling you what I saw. I've thought a lot about why it followed me and then stopped. Why it just let me go. And the answer I keep coming back to is that it wasn't following me. It was going somewhere. And Route 62 was on the way. I was just in the road. I was just in the road and it passed me." Tom Urry gave one interview in 1967 and declined all subsequent interview requests. He remained in the shoe sales business until his retirement in 1991. He did not drive Route 62 again. The investigator who took Tom Urry's call in May 1967 was a man named John Keel. Keel was a journalist and researcher who had arrived in Point Pleasant in January of that year after reading Mary Hyer's early coverage. He was not a credulous man. He had spent years investigating unusual phenomena with the specific interest of someone trying to understand rather than confirm. He had been to Point Pleasant 3 times by May. He had interviewed 47 witnesses. He had gone to the TNT area at night, more than once, with a camera and a flashlight and the particular courage of a man who believes that the only way to understand something is to put yourself in front of it. He did not see the entity. He saw on his second night in the TNT area a cluster of lights hovering above the old bunkers. Not aircraft lights. The configuration was wrong, the altitude was wrong, the movement was wrong. He watched them for 11 minutes. They moved in formation and then dispersed without accelerating, simply ceased to be visible. He wrote this in his notes. He filed it under confirmed anomalous. He stayed in Point Pleasant. He kept interviewing. He drove across the Silver Bridge every time he crossed the Ohio, which was often. He noticed later that he had never once looked at the bridge while crossing it. He had always looked at the water. The entity the media named Mothman had precedence. Not in the American Southeast specifically, though the Shawnee traditions of the Ohio Valley describe a creature called the Pyasa, a large, predatory, winged figure with red eyes, depicted in pictographs on the bluffs above the Mississippi River at what is now Alton, Illinois, approximately 300 miles from Point Pleasant. The Pyasa pictographs are ancient. The oldest estimates place them at 2,000 years. They were still being repainted and maintained by the Alini people when French explorers arrived in the 1670s. The Alini described the Pyasa as a creature that killed and carried off humans, that lived in a cave above the river, that had been there before the tribe's memory of arrival in the region. The eyes in the Pyasa pictographs are red. Across the Atlantic, and the literature of unusual winged creatures with red eyes extends across every major civilization's record. The Tengu of Japanese tradition, the storm birds of Mesopotamian myth, the fulguro of medieval European accounts, all sharing the characteristics the Point Pleasant witnesses described with such consistency. Large, dark-feathered or dark-bodied, with eyes that did not reflect light the way animal eyes reflect light, but instead appeared to generate it. Dr. Franklin Murphy, Cryptozoology and Folklore, Marshall University, 1970. The specific detail that strikes me, across every tradition and every modern account, is the eyes. Witnesses don't just say red. They say red in a way that requires clarification, red like nothing else they've seen, red that does something to them to look at. Connie Carpenter's photokeratitis is the only medical corroboration we have of this, but the description of the eye's quality is so consistent across independent accounts that either it's a real physical property of whatever the witnesses encountered, or it's a mass psychological event of extraordinary specificity. The latter would actually be the more frightening conclusion. There is, in the Cherokee tradition, not directly associated with the Ohio Valley, but connected to it through the broader Appalachian cultural complex, a class of beings called the Uktena, described as serpentine but occasionally winged, with a crystal in their foreheads that burned with an unbearable light. The Uktena were not considered evil. They were considered warnings. Their appearance in Cherokee tradition preceded catastrophe. Not caused it, preceded it. There is a distinction. Whether the distinction matters depends entirely on whether you believe the thing that appeared in Point Pleasant in 1966 was causing what happened on December 15, 1967, or simply knew it was coming. What I am about to tell you is documented. It is on record. It exists in files that are technically public but practically inaccessible. I found them. I read every page. You need to hear what is inside, because what happened once is still happening. The file ends there. What it cannot record is what happened inside Roger Scarberry's chest when he read, 13 months after his original sighting, that the Silver Bridge had fallen, the specific weight of knowing that what he had seen in the headlights that November night had been watching something he would never have thought to watch. By September 1967, Point Pleasant was tired. Not of the sightings continued, reliable as seasons, but of the way the sightings had changed the air of the town, the way they had made the ordinary feel like it required interpretation, the way you drove home from the plant at night on Route 62 and you were conscious of the sky in a way you had never been conscious of the sky before, the way you looked at it without meaning to, the way you found yourself watching the tree line. Roger Scarberry had stopped bowling on Tuesdays. He had not articulated this to Linda. He had simply stopped going. He told himself he was tired, that Tuesday evenings were better spent at home, that the league could get along without him. He didn't tell himself the real reason, which was that the drive home from the bowling alley went past the TNT area at roughly the time he had been driving past the TNT area on November 15, 1966, and he was not going to make that drive at that time again. He was careful about this. He did not frame it as fear. He framed it as common sense. Don't drive that road at that time. That's all. That's not fear. That's just not being an idiot. Linda didn't say anything about the bowling. She had stopped asking certain questions in the way that partners in a long marriage stop asking certain questions. Not because the questions don't have answers, but because the answers don't have solutions, and asking forces everyone to sit with a problem that can't be fixed. She had her own things she didn't mention. She had stopped sleeping with the window open, which she had done every summer since she was a child, because open windows in summer in West Virginia were part of what summer in West Virginia was. She had stopped because twice in August she had woken at 3 a.m. to the specific feeling of being watched, and once she had looked at the window and seen something large and dark occluding the window from outside, not in it, not close to it, but large enough and close enough to the house to block the light of the street lamp through the window glass. She told herself it was a tree branch. It was not tree branch shaped. She told herself It is not rational to close all the windows in August because of a tree branch. She closed all the windows. She did not tell Roger. In October, she ran into Steve Mallet's wife Mary at the IGA on Main Street, and they stood in the bread aisle for half an hour talking, not about the bread. And by the time Mary said goodbye, Linda understood that the Mallets had also made a series of quiet, unspoken adjustments to their lives. Small adjustments, the kind you make when something has changed the texture of the ordinary without giving you anything concrete to point at. She drove home. She drove the long way around the T&T area. She always drove the long way now. She did not think of this as a change. She thought of it as just how she drove. November came and went without a sighting. This was new. Through the entire 13 months, November and December had been the most active period, the anniversary of Roger's sighting coming around. Something in the November dark that seemed to generate more reports than the summer months. But November 1967 passed with nothing. No calls to the sheriff's office. No calls to Mary Hyre. Roger mentioned this to Linda. He said, "Nothing in November." She said, "Good." He said, "Maybe it's over." She said, "Maybe." Neither of them quite believed it, but the weeks went by and nothing happened, and they began to believe it. Not completely. You don't completely let go of something like that, but you let it recede. You let the ordinary settle back over the period of strangeness like snow covers ground, not hiding it, but making it less immediate, less sharp. December arrived. They put up a Christmas tree. Linda made her mother's cookie recipe, the one with the orange zest that was the smell of Christmas in their house, which was how Christmas smells in Point Pleasant, like orange zest, and whatever cold comes in under the door. Roger hung lights on the porch. The first week of December was uneventful, and then the second week was uneventful, and Roger started really thinking, not just politely thinking, that maybe it was finished. Whatever it had been, whatever those 13 months had been, maybe the town had come out the other side. Mary Hyre filed her last Mothman column the first week of December. She noted, almost as a footnote, that there had been no reported sightings in November. She wrote, "Perhaps Point Pleasant has seen the last of whatever visited it this past year. Perhaps, like all unusual things, it has moved on." She filed the column on December 8th. On the morning of December 15th, a Monday, Linda packed the car with the gifts for Roger's mother's house. Roger went to work. He got off at 4 in the afternoon. He was going to drive home, pick up Linda and the gifts, and they were going to drive to his mother's. It was a Monday. It was December. It was Christmas. He was on Route 62 at 5:04 p.m. He heard the sound, a sound he would later describe as the specific sound of something very large and very nearby giving way. And he saw, in his rearview mirror, the silver bridge drop. It did not fall dramatically. It did not collapse in the way of movie bridges. It gave. The middle dropped, and then the sections went, and the cars that had been on it went, and the Ohio River received 46 people in the space of a few seconds, and the bridge that had stood since 1928 was gone. Roger pulled to the side of Route 62 and got out of his car. He stood on the bank of the Ohio River. He looked at the water. He thought about the thing he had seen in his headlights 13 months ago. He thought about the way it had looked at the car. He thought it wasn't looking at us. He thought it was looking at the bridge. 46 people. 31 vehicles. The silver bridge went into the Ohio River at 5:04 p.m. on December 15, 1967, during rush hour, in the week before Christmas, when traffic was heavy because people were doing their shopping and visiting their families, and carrying on the ordinary December business of being alive in a small American city. 46 people were in the river. 9 were never recovered. Mary Hyre was one of the first journalists on the scene. She stood on the bank for 4 hours. She watched the rescue operations. She watched the divers go in. She watched what came back up. She had been covering Mason County for 15 years. She had covered accidents and storms and the ordinary tragedies of a small city. She had covered Mothman for 13 months. She said later to John Keel, who was also on the bank within hours, "I thought about everyone I'd talked to, all the witnesses, all the people who had told me they were worried, not frightened, worried, like something was happening that they couldn't see the end of." She said they could see the end of it now. Roger and Linda were at the plant. Linda had come to meet him when they heard. They drove to the river. Roger stood at the bank the way that people stand at the bank of a catastrophe, which is not the way they stand anywhere else. The body doing nothing, the mind doing everything, the specific stillness of someone who is trying to understand what the world has just done. He had driven across that bridge 100 times. He had driven across it on the way to the sheriff's department, the night he had reported his sighting, 14 months ago. He had driven across it since. He had never once looked at it. You don't look at bridges, you drive across them. He stood at the bank and looked at the place where it wasn't anymore. A woman found him there, a woman he didn't know, from somewhere else in the county, who had lost someone in the collapse, whose husband or brother or father was in the river. She stood next to him and said nothing. He stood next to her and said nothing. After a while she said, "They say the bridge had a flaw in it, a single link, a bad weld years ago, something tiny that nobody saw." Roger said nothing. She said, "All that time we were driving over it, all that time." She walked away. Roger stood at the bank. He thought about November 15, 1966, the headlights, the shape at the roadside, the wings spreading, the eyes. He thought about the way the thing had followed the car. He thought about the direction it had come from. It had come from the direction of the bridge. He had always assumed it had come from the TNT area. Everyone had assumed it came from the TNT area. The sightings clustered around the TNT area. That was where it lived, or where it was based, or where it came from. But on November 15, 1966, when the Scarberry car came down the road and the headlights caught it, it had been at the roadside between the TNT area and the bridge. Moving toward the bridge, not away from it. He had never thought about which way it was facing. He thought about it now, standing on the bank of the Ohio River, with 46 people in the water and the bridge gone and the Christmas shopping not finished and the December dark coming in. He thought it wasn't watching the road. What you just heard was only the beginning. The investigation into the Silver Bridge collapse took 18 months. The National Transportation Safety Board concluded that the bridge had failed due to a stress corrosion crack in an I-bar link, a single flaw in a single structural component, propagating over years under the stress of regular use in West Virginia winters, until on the afternoon of December 15, 1967, it reached the point beyond which it could not hold. A small thing, a crack in a single link. The bridge had been carrying tens of thousands of crossings per year since 1928, 39 years of crossings, of loaded trucks and family cars and Christmas shoppers and school buses and county sheriff's deputies driving home from the TNT area. 39 years of the crack getting slowly, invisibly, incrementally worse. The flaw had been there, the investigators determined, since the bridge was built. Since 1928. Nobody had known. Nobody could have known. The inspection methods of the period were not capable of detecting the specific type of internal corrosion that had occurred in the I-bar link. The bridge had passed every inspection it had ever received, because the inspections were not looking for what was wrong with it, and what was wrong with it was not visible from the outside. Roger read the NTSB report when it came out. He read it at the kitchen table, in the house that was the same house, with the Chevy in the driveway that now had new rear brakes, which he had finally gotten around to. He read the report carefully, the way a man reads a document he wants to understand. He understood it. He folded it and put it in the drawer in the kitchen, where they kept the important papers. Linda asked him what it said. He said the bridge was broken, something small, it broke. She said, did they say how long it was broken? He said, since the beginning. She was quiet. He said, 39 years. She said nothing for a while. He said, 39 years of people driving over it. He got up. He made coffee, which was the thing he did when he needed his hands to be doing something so his mind could work. The thing that was working in his mind was the thing he had thought about on the bank of the Ohio River in December, while the divers were in the water. Which direction had it been facing? Which way had it been going? It had been going toward the bridge. Not from the bridge, toward it. And the thought that came, cold and specific, that he had been not thinking for 6 months and could not think anymore. What if it hadn't been watching the bridge? What if it had been standing vigil? I have spent 2 years trying to understand the correct question to ask about Point Pleasant, and I have arrived at last at what I believe it to be. The question is not, what was the Mothman? The question is, what does it mean that it left when the bridge fell? I have held this question the way one holds a stone that has been warmed by sun, aware of it always, turning it over when the more manageable questions have been exhausted, when the easier interpretations have been tried and found inadequate. The easier interpretations are comfortable. Mass hysteria, shared delusion, the particular susceptibility of small communities to collective anxiety taking visible form. These have merit. I do not dismiss them. They are reasonable responses to unreasonable events. But they do not account for the leaving. 112 documented witnesses over 13 months in a town of 5,000 people. Not a single sighting from January 1968 onward. Not one. In the entire history of subsequent investigation, and there has been subsequent investigation, because Point Pleasant does not let this rest, cannot let it rest, has built it into the civic identity in ways both commercial and sincere. In all of that investigation, not one credible post-collapse sighting. It left. The day the bridge fell, it left. I am a reasonable person. I begin from reasonable premises and apply reasonable methods, but I keep arriving at the same unreasonable destination. The entity that occupied the TNT area and the bridge approach for 13 months departed on December 15, 1967, at or around 5:04 p.m. At or around the moment, 46 people entered the Ohio River. What does this mean? I have tried every interpretation that does not require me to conclude that it knew. I cannot make any of them hold. And if it knew, if whatever watched from the TNT area and the bridge rail and the McCoy family's fence line and Newell Partridge's barn knew what was coming to that bridge on that December afternoon, then the question that follows is the one I cannot stop asking, cannot silence, cannot reason my way out of in the small hours of the morning when reason is thin and the question is not. Did it come to warn? Or did it come to watch? And is there a difference? I know what the skeptic says. I know it, yes, I know it. I have said it myself in the earlier months of this investigation, when I still believed that the application of sufficient rigor would produce a sufficient answer. The skeptic says, the sighting stopped because the bridge collapse provided an ending, because human minds need closure and the collapse provided it, because the collective anxiety that produced the sightings found its resolution in the tragedy and was discharged. Because you cannot sustain a community-wide psychological event indefinitely. It requires an endpoint, a release valve, and the bridge gave Point Pleasant its release valve. And the sightings ended not because the entity left, but because the entity had never been there, had been the product of shared fear given form. And the fear found another form in December, and the Mothman form was no longer needed. This is persuasive. I have tried to be persuaded by it. But here is the thing that the skeptic's argument cannot quite reach. Here is the detail that sits in the analysis like a stone in a shoe, felt at every step, impossible to ignore. The sightings did not gradually decline after December 15th. They did not taper. There was no period of reduced frequency, no transitional months, no last few scattered reports. They stopped. On December 15th, 1967, the last documented sighting occurred. On December 16th, nothing. For months after, nothing. For years after, nothing. If the ending was psychological, if the collapse provided the release valve, you would expect a gradual dissipation. The trailing edge of any psychological phenomenon is gradual. The ending of the Mothman sightings was not gradual. It was like a switch, on and then off, with the bridge in between. If you are still with me, if you have not yet turned away from what I have been describing, from what I cannot stop describing, write in the comments. The walls remember. Tell me you are still with me in the dark of this. Tell me the question keeps you as it keeps me. Tell me you understand that the most disturbing thing about Point Pleasant is not that something came, but that something left, and that it left at exactly the moment something else ended. And that nobody can tell you why. But do not for one moment believe that you are simply listening to a story. What I am telling you is real. It has always been real. And the reason I know this, the reason I cannot stop, is that it is still happening. Right now, as I speak these words to you in the dark. The Mothman has been seen again. Not in Point Pleasant, not in the 13-month specificity of the 1966-67 sightings, but reported. 2016, Chicago. Multiple witnesses over several months. Large, dark, winged, with red eyes. Not from the fringes, from ordinary people. Bus drivers and security guards and nurses who filed reports with a local paranormal investigation group because they had nowhere else to file them. 2017, Chicago again. More reports. The Chicago sightings cluster in their geography around two locations. A lake and a bridge. I do not know what to do with this. I have spent 2 years on Point Pleasant, and I do not know what to do with the information that the same description, wings, height, red eyes, the specific and reported quality of the watching, is occurring in another American city in proximity to another bridge. I am a reasonable person. I begin from reasonable premises. I keep arriving at the same destination. Something comes before the disaster. It does not cause it. It cannot cause it. A stress fracture in a 1928 I-bar link is not caused by a gray-winged figure watching from the rail. But something comes before, and watches, and then leaves when the thing it was watching for arrives. And if that is true, if that is the shape of this thing, then the question I have been not asking, the one I have been orbiting for 2 years the way you orbit something you know you have to eventually face directly. What is it watching for now? What is it standing next to right now, in some city somewhere, in the dark near some piece of infrastructure that looks, to every inspection, exactly as sound as it is supposed to look? And so my mind, what remained of it, turned at last to the question I had been circling, not what had been seen, but what precisely had come to witness what none of us knew to watch for. There is a category of encounter that the folklore literature describes, with a cautiousness that suggests the researchers who compiled these descriptions were uncertain whether they were working in sociology or something else entirely, as the harbinger encounter. The harbinger, the one that comes before. Not the cause, not the agent, the witness, the thing that arrives in proximity to a coming catastrophe and departs with it, leaving behind only the bewilderment of those who were present and the question that cannot be answered from the available evidence. Why was it there? What did it know? What is it in the architecture of reality that permits a creature to be present in advance of an event that, by every human understanding of causality, had not yet occurred? The Mothman of Point Pleasant is not the first harbinger in the historical record. The Black Bird of Chernobyl, an enormous winged figure with red eyes reported by plant workers and local residents in the week before the April 26, 1986 reactor explosion, follows the same pattern. The reports cluster in the week before. The reports stop after. Workers who described the entity described finding it near the reactor buildings, watching, not threatening, watching. The Cornish owlman, seen near the church towers of Mon and Smith in 1976, a period that coincided with several local drowning deaths, though the correlation is disputed. The Garuda-like figure reported in Freiburg im Breisgau, Germany, in 1944, by residents of the district most heavily bombed the following week. Dr. Akira Matsumoto, Comparative Mythology, Kyoto University, 2018. What strikes me about the cross-cultural consistency of the Harbinger figure is not the physical description, large, winged, dark-eyed, a watcher, but the experiential report. In every culture, the witnesses describe not fear, but a specific quality they struggle to name. In Japanese, I would use the word mono no aware, the pathos of things, a sadness, a weight. Not because the creature is sad, but because the witness, in its presence, suddenly feels the sadness of things, the weight of what cannot be changed, as if the creature brings with it, simply by being there, the knowledge of the fragility of everything you can see from where you're standing. The weight of what cannot be changed. 46 people on a bridge on a Monday before Christmas, driving home from work, doing their shopping, living their ordinary lives over a crack in a single link that had been there since 1928, and that no inspection had been looking for because no inspection knew to look. The entity that watched from the rail and from the TNT area for 13 months was not there because it caused the fracture. It was there because the fracture had already existed, had always existed. And something that is not human and does not experience time the way human beings experience time, that does not need to wait for the event to occur to know that it will occur, was there to witness the culmination of what the fracture had always been moving toward. We were the ones who didn't know. The bridge did not fail on December 15, 1967. The bridge had been failing since 1928. We were just the ones who didn't know. I shall attempt, with what remains of my clinical composure, to describe the thing that was seen in Point Pleasant. Not as Roger Scarberry saw it, the sudden, headlit, adrenaline-saturated perception of a man doing 100 miles an hour trying to put distance between himself and something that could not be outrun. Not as Newell Partridge saw it, the flashlight circles, the briefly held impression, before the self-protective decision to go inside and lock the door. Not in the fragment perception of any individual witness. As the composite record demands it be described. Gray, this detail is universal. Not the gray of animals, not the gray of painted metal, but a gray that multiple witnesses independently described as being somehow not quite in the light correctly, as if the color was not reflecting illumination so much as absorbing it, as if the gray were a quality of the thing's existence rather than a property of its surface. Large, the estimates range from 6 to 8 feet in height when standing. The wingspan, by the most frequently cited account, exceeded 15 feet. These dimensions are not consistent with any known species. They are consistent with what Tom Urry described flying alongside a car at 75 miles per hour without effort, without the energy expenditure visible in any creature that achieves flight through the mechanics of wing and air available to terrestrial biology. The eyes. The eyes are where every description eventually arrives, and where every description eventually fails. Red, this is agreed upon. The specific quality of the red is where language falters. Not reflective red, not the tapetum lucidum of the animal eye caught by light. Something self-generating. Something that produced the redness rather than returning it. Connie Carpenter's burned corneas are the only physical evidence we have of this property. 8 other witnesses, unprompted, described a sensation in the eyes after sustained looking at the entity, a burning, a dazzlement, an afterimage that lasted hours. What was behind those eyes, what attended to the world through them, cannot be determined from any witness account, cannot be determined from any framework of understanding available to the people who stood in the dark of Point Pleasant in 1966 and 1967 and looked at the thing that was looking at the bridge. Cannot be determined, only witnessed, and the witnesses, across all their accounts, agree on one thing beyond the physical description. Whatever was behind those eyes, whatever attended to Point Pleasant through that red gaze for 13 months, was not surprised by anything that happened. It had always known. The knowing was the worst part. There are things that know. This is the proposition that the rationalist position cannot accommodate, and that the accumulated evidence of the Point Pleasant case refuses to release. There are things that know, that operate in relationship to time and causality, in ways that the human mind cannot map, that exist in proximity to the coming of catastrophe, with the specific quality of those who knew the catastrophe was coming and came to be present for it. Not to prevent it. The evidence is quite clear on this. No witness reported the entity doing anything that might constitute intervention. It watched. It followed cars on Route 62, keeping pace with machines going highway speed without attacking them or harming the occupants. It stood on the fence lines of rural properties and looked at the houses. It stood on the bridge rail and looked at the water. It watched, and then it left. John Keel, who spent more time in Point Pleasant than any other researcher, who interviewed more witnesses, who crossed the Silver Bridge more times than he could count in the year before it fell, who was on the bank within hours of the collapse, John Keel, who was a careful man and a skeptic by training and a journalist by profession, wrote, in the book he published in 1975, one sentence that I keep returning to. He wrote, "I have come to the conclusion that we are not dealing with a creature from space or a demon from another dimension. We are dealing with something that has always been here, something that is part of the landscape in a way we have not developed the instruments to measure, something that has been here longer than the bridge, longer than Point Pleasant, longer than the Ohio River Valley's 12,000 years of human habitation, and something that will be here after us. Longer than Point Pleasant, longer than the bridge. Here when the first human looked at this valley and decided it was a place to be. I do not know what the entity saw from the bridge rail in the 13 months it watched. I know it saw the bridge. I know it saw the people crossing it. I know it saw the morning of December 15th, 1967, with whatever sense it uses to perceive the structure of time that humans do not possess and cannot simulate, the way we see the weather coming. And I know it was there, at 5:04 p.m. And then it was not. And we are still, 57 years later, standing on the bank looking at the water and asking the question we cannot answer. Did it grieve? What you just heard was only the beginning. The Ohio River Valley is 12,000 years old in the sense of human habitation. The rock it sits on is 400 million years old. The processes that shaped the rock, the geological upheavals, the Ordovician Sea that covered all of this before the Appalachians rose, the mass extinction events that ended worlds and produced the fossil record that is now compressed into the strata visible in every cut bank and road construction site in the region. These processes span scales of time that the number 400 million does not adequately communicate. The thing in the TNT area was not 12,000 years old. It may not have been 400 million years old. It may be older than that. It may be as old as the landscape's capacity to hold anything at all, which is to say as old as the rock that holds it, which is to say old in a way that 12,000 years of human presence and 400 million years of geological history are both equally recent. Something that old does not need to understand human infrastructure to know when a piece of it is failing. Something that old knows the fracture patterns of materials that are failing the way we know the sound of a storm approaching. Not by calculation, not by inspection, not by any method that requires knowledge of engineering or metallurgy. By being present, by existing in the same landscape long enough that the landscape communicates with you. The bridge communicated something to whatever stood on its rail in 1967. We did not hear it. We were crossing it. What has been described thus far represents only the outermost fragment of the truth, the portion that human language can approximate. What lies beneath that layer, what the deepest accounts suggest, is something for which no preparation is adequate. Nothing that follows can be unheard. You were warned. I drove to Point Pleasant. I know how this sounds. I know the specific quality of the person who drives to a place because they cannot let it go. The researcher's compulsive revisitation. The pilgrim's need to stand in the exact spot. The futile and human insistence that presence in the location will yield something that the documentary record cannot. I drove because I could not stop myself from driving. Route 62 still exists. The TNT area still exists. It is now a wildlife refuge, which is perhaps the appropriate use of a piece of land that was always, in the accounts of those who spent time there, more wildlife than anything else. I drove past it at dusk in November, the same month as Roger's sighting, the same November light, the same bare West Virginia trees, the same quality of dark coming in from the east in that specific aggressive November way. I stopped the car. I sat in the dark. I thought about Roger doing 100 miles an hour on this road. I thought about the thing keeping pace without trying. I thought about all the ways I have tried to explain this, all the frameworks I have applied, cognitive and folkloric and historical and atmospheric. And I thought about the way every framework holds until the moment you ask it to account for the departure. The departure, the leaving, December 15, 1967 at 5:04 p.m. The sighting stopped. Something that was present for 13 months was simply no longer present. I sat in the car on Route 62 in November dusk, and I tried to feel what Roger felt, not the animal terror of that first encounter, not the 100 miles an hour adrenaline, but the specific, more enduring thing that lived in Roger for the rest of the year, in Linda's closed windows and the long way around the TNT area and the abandoned Tuesday bowling. The feeling of having been noticed, not by someone who meant harm, not by something benign, by something that was simply, cosmically, absolutely indifferent to the difference. I sat in the car for a long time. When I drove away, I drove across the replacement bridge, the one built in 1969 to replace the Silver Bridge, the one that stands now, the one that every car in Point Pleasant crosses the way every car crossed the old bridge. Without looking at it. The guilt, not my guilt, I was not there. I am a researcher, an inheritor of a record made by people whose proximity to the event was real, and whose names appear in files I have read in rooms that smell of old paper. The guilt of the town. Point Pleasant has carried a guilt for 57 years that it cannot fully articulate because the guilt does not have a logical object. It is not guilty of causing the bridge to fall. The bridge fell because of a metallurgical failure that no inspection of the period could have detected. It is not guilty of ignoring warning signs. The entity that watched from the TNT area gave no warning in any communicable human sense. It is not guilty of anything. And yet, the accounts I have read, the interviews conducted in the months and years after the collapse, contain a quality that I recognize as guilt's distinctive vocabulary. Not remorse, which requires an action. Guilt at simply having been there, at having driven the bridge, at having looked away, at having had a whole year's worth of something strange in your midst and not understanding that it was pointing at something, was positioned near something, was a symptom you were calling a disease. Mary Hyre carried it. She covered the collapse and she covered the aftermath, and she never again covered Mothman. Not because she stopped believing the sightings had been real, but because she could not write about them after December 1967 without the bridge in the sentence. And she could not write about the bridge without the specific and unresolvable question: had they all been watching the wrong thing? For 13 months they had watched the sky. The bridge had been failing. Not because the Mothman caused it, God, no. But while they watched the sky, while they tracked sightings and interviewed witnesses and drove the long way around the TNT area, while Point Pleasant was fully occupied with the extraordinary, the ordinary thing that was actually killing them was happening in the structure of a bridge link, invisible, undetected, progressing at the rate of metal fatigue in wet air, completely indifferent to the drama overhead. They had been distracted. The entity had not distracted them. It had simply been there, been exactly what it was, and they had given it all their attention because it was visible and large and impossible, and the thing that was going to kill them was none of those things. Roger Scarberry knew this. He never said it directly in any interview I have read, but you can hear it in the pauses. Here is the thing I have been building toward. The confession is not dramatic. It does not involve secret knowledge or hidden documents or a revelation that changes the shape of the case. The confession is simpler and more disturbing than any of those things. I believe it knew. I believe the entity that occupied the Point Pleasant area from November 1966 to December 1967 knew that the Silver Bridge was going to fall, not by calculation, not through any process that resembles knowing in the human sense, not by studying engineering diagrams or inspecting wells, but knew in the way that old things know about material fatigue, about structural failure, about the specific and predictable conversation that physics has with everything that holds weight across time. I believe it came to witness. I believe this not because it is the comfortable conclusion. It is not the comfortable conclusion. There is no comfortable conclusion available in the Point Pleasant case, but because it is the conclusion that fits all of the evidence. The distribution of sightings around the bridge approach, the specific quality of the watching that every witness described, the departure, precise and absolute, on December 15th. And I believe this implies something that I cannot make comfortable no matter how I approach it. It implies that the entity does not intervene. It comes, it watches, it witnesses, whatever it is and wherever it comes from and however old it is, and whatever relationship it has to the fractures in the things that humans build over rivers and trust with their daily transit. It does not stop them from failing. It attends the failure. It bears witness. And then it goes. And we are left on the bank of the Ohio River in December, looking at the place where the bridge was, with 46 people in the water, and the absolute, awful, human knowledge that we had a whole year's worth of warning that we did not know how to read. The sentence I have been avoiding is this: it does not come to warn us. It comes because it already knows there is nothing to warn us about. Because nothing we could have done would have changed the physics of that I-bar link. This is the most terrible thing I know about Point Pleasant. Enough of the theoretical, enough of the academic distance. What was found at that river deserves to be described as it was, in full, in light, with nothing hidden. The river took 46 people in approximately 90 seconds. This is the bare physical fact of the Silver Bridge collapse, and it deserves to be stated in its plainness, because the plainness of it is the most devastating thing about it. 90 seconds, not a long ordeal, not a gradual catastrophe in which response was possible and warning was theoretically achievable. 90 seconds from the failure of the I-bar link to the submersion of the last vehicle. The Ohio River in December is 38 degrees. Hypothermia becomes incapacitating in cold water in approximately 7 minutes for an average adult. Death follows in approximately 30. The rescue teams were on the water within 15 minutes. They pulled 18 people out alive. The cars that went in, 31 of them, loaded with Christmas shopping, with the ordinary cargo of December errands, settled in 15 to 30 feet of water in the main channel. The mud of the Ohio River bottom received them and held them with the specific indifferent grip of river mud, which gives nothing back willingly. Some vehicles were recovered within days. 9 of the 46 bodies were never recovered. They are still there. In the Ohio River, in the mud below where the Silver Bridge stood, which is now marked by a small plaque and a parking area from which you can look at the replacement bridge, and the river and try to understand what it means that 46 people went into the water on a Monday in December, because a single link in a structure they trusted failed at a specific moment in a specific afternoon, when traffic was heavy because of Christmas. The Christmas shopping was still in the cars. This detail is in the recovery reports and in the news photographs, and in the memory of every person who worked the river in December 1967. The wrapped packages, the department store bags, the gifts that would not be delivered. The river bottom holds them. The river bottom holds everything. What the entity from the TNT area was, in its fullness, cannot be known from the outside, but it can be felt. Every witness who spent more than a moment in its presence describes the same internal experience, and Barker would recognize it. He spent his career finding the point where horror and beauty converge, where the terrible becomes magnificent not despite its terror but through it. The witnesses of Point Pleasant were not fascinated by the entity the way people are fascinated by things they find interesting. They were fascinated in the deeper, older sense, held, compelled, unable to fully look away. They were in the presence of something that had its own relationship to existence, its own perspective, its own reason for being in the Ohio River Valley in the autumn and winter of 1966 and 1967. That was not their reason, not any human reason, not anything that could be translated into the vocabulary of purpose and intent and desire that humans use for the things they encounter. It was doing something. Not hunting, not threatening, not performing, something for which there is no precise word in English, though several ancient languages have approximate terms, the Greek theoria, the act of contemplative witness, the specific act of being fully present to observe without participating. The watcher, not the agent, the one who comes to see. The red eyes that burned Connie Carpenter's corneas and left afterimages in a dozen other witnesses are the most physically arresting element of the description. Red eyes that generate rather than reflect. Eyes that are, in some measurable sense, looking at you with more intensity than the human visual system was designed to sustain. Being looked at by something that is fully present to the act of looking. That is paying the specific and total attention of something that has no distractions, no history, no anxiety, no future to worry about, no agenda to advance. Something that is there entirely in the act of seeing. This is what the witnesses describe and cannot name. This is what left when the bridge fell. Whatever it was witnessing, whatever it had come to see, had come to be present for, had stationed itself in proximity to for 13 months of West Virginia evenings, was complete on December 15, 1967. The account was closed. The witness went elsewhere. And in the cold river, 46 people and their undelivered Christmas presents. Roger Scarberry lived in Point Pleasant for the rest of his life. He stayed when other witnesses moved away, when the sightings became tourist attractions, and the tourism made the place feel like a parody of itself. The Mothman Museum and the 12-foot statue on Main Street, and the annual Mothman Festival that draws thousands of visitors who want the experience of the thing without the actual thing. Roger stayed. He drove Route 62. He drove across the replacement bridge. He never talked about the sightings to tourists, never participated in any of the commercial aspects, never gave an interview after the mid-1970s. He was not bitter about what had happened to Point Pleasant's memory. He was simply done talking about it. He died in 2012. Before he stopped giving interviews in the mid-1970s, he gave one final account to a researcher who has asked not to be named. The account was brief. The researcher asked him one question that he had never been asked before, or that no previous interviewer had written down. The question was, "What do you think it wanted?" Roger was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I don't think it wanted anything. I think wanting is the wrong word." The researcher asked, "What is the right word?" Roger said, "I think it was the way things are sometimes when you're at a funeral and you don't know the person well, but you go anyway because it seems important to be there. You're not there for a reason. You're not there because you can change anything. You're there because someone should be there. Someone should see." He said, "I think it came because someone should see." The researcher asked, "See what?" Roger said, "Everything that was coming." This is the part that was edited out, cut from every version you have ever encountered, because someone decided you could not handle the truth of what was found in that place. They were trying to be kind. I am not going to be kind. You asked for the truth. Here it is. The truth is what Roger Scarberry understood standing on the bank of the Ohio River in December 1967, watching the rescue divers go down. The thing in the headlights on November 15, 1966, was not standing at the side of the road by accident. It was doing what it had always done. It was being present. For us, what you just heard was only the beginning. Point Pleasant rebuilt. This is what towns do. This is the specific and tenacious quality of places that have been there a long time. They have been through things before. They know that things end and that what comes after is more life, more ordinary life, conducted over the ground of the terrible thing, incorporating it without being consumed by it. The replacement bridge opened in 1969. People crossed it. The TNT area became a wildlife refuge. People walked in it looking for birds. Mary Hyre continued to cover Mason County until her death in 1970, which came before any of the subsequent research into the sightings. She died not knowing the full scope of what those 13 months had been, not knowing about the Chicago sightings or the Chernobyl accounts, or the research that would eventually map a global pattern of harbinger encounters correlated with structural disasters. She knew what she knew, that for 13 months, Point Pleasant had been in the presence of something, and that when something ended it left. She wrote in her last column before her death, not about Mothman. She had not written about Mothman since December 1967. She wrote about the town, about what it is to live in a place that has been through something that most places haven't. She wrote, "There is a particular kind of quiet that comes after the kind of year Point Pleasant has had. Not peace, peace comes after resolution, and we have had no resolution. This is the quiet of people who have been left with a question and have decided at last to set it down, not to answer it, just to live with it. To walk past it every day on the way to work and not pick it up, because picking it up costs too much and yields too little, and because the river is still there, and the people are still here, and there are still things that need doing." She set it down. She kept living. The question remained. It is still there. In the river mud, in the NTSB file, in the police report that Deputy Halstead filed at 12:17 a.m. on November 16, 1966, signed by 4 witnesses under unusual occurrence. It is still there. December 16th, 1967, Mason County, West Virginia. The morning after the collapse, Sheriff George Johnson is coordinating with state police and the Army Corps of Engineers on the recovery operation. His department has fielded 212 calls in the last 18 hours. He has been awake for 22 hours. His office files, which contain the 87 Mothman reports accumulated over the preceding 13 months, are in a cabinet in the same room where he is working. He does not look at them. He has not looked at them since November 1967. He will not look at them after today. When a researcher requests access to the files 3 years later, he will approve the request without comment and will not be present for the review. The recovery operation finds the first vehicles on December 17. The last body is recovered on February 27, 1968. 9 are never found. The NTSB begins its investigation immediately. Their final report, published 18 months later, identifies the failure point. I-bar link C13N in the North I-bar chain. Stress corrosion cracking. Present in the link since manufacture. Undetectable by the inspection methods of the period. December 15 th 1967. 4:52 p.m. 12 minutes before the collapse. Witness Clara Pennington, homemaker, Point Pleasant, interviewed 1969. I was crossing the bridge, going to Gallipolis to pick up my husband from his brothers. I was halfway across when I got this feeling. I can't say what kind of feeling, except that it was the feeling of needing to go back, of having forgotten something. Now I hadn't forgotten anything. I had everything I needed and there was no reason to turn around. But the feeling was very strong, so I turned around. I pulled onto the turnout on the West Virginia side and I turned around and went back. I was in my driveway when it fell. I heard it from my driveway. I turned the car around and went back to the river. I stayed at the river until 2 in the morning. She paused. I don't know why I turned around. I have never in my life acted on a feeling like that. I don't know why I did. I have thought about it every day since December 1967. Clara Pennington never crossed the replacement bridge. She used the alternate Route 35 crossing for the rest of her life. She did not explain why. She died in 1998. Her daughter reports that she kept a photograph of the Silver Bridge on her mantelpiece, facing the wall. The thing that Clara Pennington cannot explain. And there are 5 other documented accounts from people who turned back from the bridge in the 45 minutes before its collapse, has never been officially addressed. No authority has asked what made them turn around. No authority has commented on the fact that they all turned around before the collapse. Nobody has explained it. The file does not contain an explanation. The Harbinger pattern has been documented since Point Pleasant. 1 Chicago, Illinois. A series of large, dark, winged figure sightings begins in April. The entity is reported near Millennium Park, near the lakefront, and near the Foster Avenue beach area. Witnesses describe the same characteristics. Gray, enormous, with eyes that are distinctly red. Multiple witnesses describe the quality of the watching, not aggressive, not communicating, simply present and attending. In August 2017, the Chicago sightings cluster near the North Avenue Bridge over the Chicago River. No incident has occurred at that bridge. This is either evidence against the pattern or evidence that the pattern is more complex than a simple precursor to disaster model. Researchers who track unusual aerial phenomena documented 55 separate Chicago sightings in 2016-2017. Mothman researchers, yes, they exist, and they are not all credulous people. Some of them are engineers and epidemiologists, and people with the specific professional habit of evidence, identified the Chicago sightings as the most substantial cluster since Point Pleasant. September 2019, Silver Bridge Memorial, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. A woman named Janet Bliss, visiting the memorial for the first time, takes a photograph of the Ohio River from the memorial site. When she reviews her photographs that evening, there is something in the image. On the far bank of the river, in the tree line, large, dark, 2 points of reflection at what would be eye level. She posts the photograph online. The photograph is analyzed by multiple people, including 2 former military intelligence photo analysts. Their assessment: The image shows an object in the tree line of approximately 6 to 8 feet in height. It is not a known animal. The photograph cannot be definitively identified as anything. It also cannot be definitively dismissed. It is in the archive of the Mothman Museum in Point Pleasant, which is the only institution currently collecting this material. The photograph is from September 2019, the date closest to today in the documented record. The last person to give a complete account of the Silver Bridge collapse, who also had documented Mothman experience, was a man named Marcellus Wamsley. He was 44 years old in December 1967. He had reported a sighting in the TNT area in March of that year, a brief encounter near the bunkers, the entity standing in the roadway, and then simply not being there when Wamsley turned his headlights back toward where it had been. He had filed a report with Mary Hyer's newspaper. He had not spoken about it further. He was on the Silver Bridge when it fell. He survived. He was in the first vehicle recovered from the river. He was unconscious but alive when they pulled his car out. He regained consciousness at the hospital the following morning. He gave his account to a researcher named Donnie Surgeon in 1973 and did not speak of the event again before his death in 1991. He said, "I knew the second the lane shuttered. You know, because your body knows what a road is supposed to feel like and when something is different. I had about 3 seconds. 3 seconds where I was still on the bridge and I knew something had happened and I had 3 seconds." He was asked, "What did you do?" He said, "I thought about March. I thought about what I'd seen in the TNT area in March. I thought about the eyes. I thought, it knew this was coming. It was there because it knew this was coming. And the last clear thought I had before the car went in was that I wished it had told me." He said, "But I don't think it could. I think telling wasn't what it was for. I think it was there the way anything is there for a catastrophe that can't be stopped. Just to be there. Just to know that it happened." He said, "That was what I thought in the 3 seconds. And then the car was in the river." His last recorded words on the Silver Bridge: "I never blamed it. How do you blame something for knowing?" Current status: the Mothman Museum is at 400 Main Street in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. It is open Tuesday through Sunday. It contains Roger Scarberry's original affidavit, reproductions of the Mason County police reports, photographs from the sighting period and the collapse, the accumulated documentation of 57 years of investigation. The TNT area is the McClintock Wildlife Management Area. The bunkers are still there. The roads through the area are open to visitors. People go there to look for birds. People also go there at night to look for other things. The Silver Bridge Memorial is at the river, plaques with 46 names, a viewing area, a parking lot. John Keel died in 2009. His archive is at the Fortean Times in London. Portions of it have been digitized. His private correspondence, including his notes from the Point Pleasant period, contains material that has not been published. Mary Hyer's files were donated to the Mason County Public Library System after her death in 1970. They are accessible by appointment. Roger Scarberry's signed affidavit, the document filed by Deputy Millard Halstead at 12:17 a.m. on November 16, 1966, is in the Mason County records. It is the original document. It is currently housed in a mylar sleeve in a temperature-controlled cabinet. All of this is real. All of it is there. Dr. Andrew Colvin, documentary filmmaker and researcher, interviewed 2022. What keeps people coming back to Point Pleasant is not the monster. It's the timing. Every other aspect of this case can be explained away: mass hysteria, misidentified animals, the social psychology of small communities under stress. The timing cannot be explained away. The sighting stopped on December 15, 1967 at 5:04 p.m., not on December 16. Not the day before, not gradually, at 5:04 4 p.m. on December 15th. If someone can explain that to me in a way that doesn't require the entity to have known, I will accept it. Nobody has. The document that should not exist but does is Clara Pennington's account of turning her car around on the Silver Bridge in the 45 minutes before the collapse. It is in the Mothman Museum archive. It has been verified. It has never been explained. She felt something. She turned around. She lived. 12 minutes later, the bridge fell. The file contains no explanation for why she turned around. The file contains no explanation for any of this. The file is there. The river is there. The 46 names are on the plaques. And somewhere in Chicago, in some other city, near some bridge or dam or structure that has been carrying its load for long enough that something is beginning to give in a way that no current inspection is looking for somewhere. Something is watching. Point Pleasant is a quiet city now. Not changed in the way of cities that have been famous, not transformed, not overrun, not unrecognizable. It is the same population roughly, the same factories, the same streets, the bowling alley replaced by something else, and then something else after that. The way things are replaced in small cities over 50 years. The Ohio River is the Ohio River. The Mothman Festival comes in September. People come from all over. They buy the souvenirs. They take photographs with the 12-foot statue on Main Street, a steel sculpture, black, spread-winged, with red eyes made of some material that catches light, and they post the photographs. They walk to the river. Most of them look at the river for a while. They are quiet when they look at the river. You can see it in their faces, the specific quality of standing at a place where something ended. The specific quality of a spot where you do the arithmetic, 46 people, a Monday, the week before Christmas. They put the arithmetic together, and they are quiet. And then they go back to Main Street and buy the t-shirts and drive home. But some of them, the ones who stayed until evening, the ones who walked the TNT area in the afternoon and stood outside the bunkers, and listen to the particular silence of a piece of land that has held something and let it go, some of them, driving home across a bridge in the dark, look at the bridge. For just a moment, they look at the bridge the way they didn't look at it before they came to Point Pleasant. The replacement bridge is still there. It has been inspected. It passed. The river is still there. It always will be. The Ohio River Valley has been there for 12,000 years of human habitation, and the river has been there much longer than that. And the rock beneath the river has been there longer than anything alive in the region can remember or imagine. And something in the TNT area, something in the landscape of the valley, something that has been there in the most fundamental sense of there, something that has a relationship to the valley's time that makes 12,000 years of human presence look like an afternoon visit, was there in 1966 and 1967, and is there now. Not necessarily watching Point Pleasant, not necessarily watching any specific place where the current infrastructure has developed a crack that has not yet been found, but there, present, in the valley or the city or the bridge approach or wherever the next inevitable failure is accumulating its potential, invisibly, correctly, in the physics of materials that hold weight across time. We will not know it is there until someone driving home from second shift catches something in their headlights and tries to outrun it and cannot. We will not understand what it was doing there until the structure it was watching fails and we are standing on the bank. We cannot be told, not because the warning is being withheld, because the warning is not something that can be given in a form we would recognize as a warning. We don't have the instrument for it. We look at the sky and we see an impossible thing and we report it, and we argue about what it is, and we drive the long way around for 13 months, and then we cross the bridge on a Monday in December because the bridge is there. And we trust it because it has always been there. and we have always crossed it, and it has always held. Until it doesn't. The entity does not intervene. It attends, and in its attendance, in the specific and incomprehensible quality of its presence, which the witnesses of Point Pleasant experienced as a watching that felt like being known, there is something that might, if you hold it at exactly the right angle and in exactly the right light, look like the most terrible form of care. The kind of care that can do nothing to change what is coming, but is present anyway. That sees anyway. That bears witness because someone or something should. I have been to Point Pleasant. I have stood at the memorial with the 46 names. I have driven Route 62 in November dusk. I have stood outside the bunkers in the TNT area in the specific quiet of a piece of land that has been holding something for a very long time. And I have asked the question that Roger Scarberry was asked in his last interview. What did it want? I have my answer, which is the same answer he gave. Not wanting, not the right category. Something older than wanting, more fundamental than purpose, more ancient than intent. It came because something should come. It watched because something should watch. It left because it was finished, because the thing it came to see had been seen, had been witnessed, had been noted in the record that nothing writes but everything keeps. And I am left with the question that I cannot answer, and that 46 people who went into the Ohio River in December 1967 cannot answer, and that Roger Scarberry took with him when he died in 2012, and that Mary Hyre took with her in 1970, and that Marcellus Wamsley took with him in 1991, and that Clara Pennington took with her in 1998. The question is not, what was the Mothman? The question is, what is it watching now? The question is, what is it standing next to tonight in some city somewhere at the approach to some structure that is going to pass its next inspection, that has passed every inspection, that carries its hidden fracture forward every day toward the day that is already fixed in whatever register of time it occupies? What is it watching? And why, this is the question I cannot silence, that wakes me at 3 a.m. and stands in my room like something standing at a fence line, watching the house. Why is the only comfort available in this entire account the possibility that when it comes, when the thing comes that has already been coming, something will be there. Something will see. Something at least will know. Tonight, on some bridge you have crossed 100 times without looking at it, the physics of a material failure are proceeding at their own pace, and somewhere in the dark near the water, something with red eyes is already there, not to stop it, not to warn you, but because it has always known that someone should be present when things that are trusted finally give way, and because you will not look at the bridge, and because you trust it, and because trust and time and the specific indifference of mental fatigue have always been enough. Story 2, Fatal Familial Insomnia, the family that cannot sleep ever. She recognized the symptoms on a Tuesday morning over breakfast. Her husband of 22 years was eating toast. She was watching him. She had been watching him for 3 weeks, the way a person watches something they are hopping not to see. He reached for his coffee. He missed it by 2 inches. He reached again and got it, and he looked up at her and smiled, and she smiled back. She excused herself and went to the bathroom and sat on the edge of the tub. She already knew. To understand how we arrived here, we need to go back. There is a family in Venice, a real family, with real children and grandchildren alive right now, who have known since 1765 that their blood carries a defect that will, for some of them, end sleep permanently before it ends everything else. This is not a metaphor. It is not a literary construct. It is a documented biological fact, recorded in medical literature, verified by genetic sequencing, studied by researchers in 7 countries who have arrived at the same conclusion by independent routes. Within the DNA of this family, and approximately 40 other families worldwide who share the same mutation, There exists a single corrupted instruction, a single wrong letter in the vast library of the human genome. The gene designation is PRNP. The mutation is D178N. It is dominant, which means that each child born to an affected parent inherits a 50% probability of carrying it. And those who carry it will, with the precise inevitability of a machine executing the only code it knows: stop sleeping. Not gradually, in the way that age or anxiety or grief or illness can erode sleep across years. Completely, permanently. The sleep that has visited every human being who has ever lived, that has arrived each night like a tide, regular and necessary and assumed, will simply cease. The mechanism is this: misfolded proteins called prions accumulate in the thalamus, the small paired structure at the center of the brain that serves, among its functions, as the regulator of the sleep-wake cycle. As the thalamus is destroyed, and it is destroyed with a methodical thoroughness that admits no partial cases, no recoveries, no plateaus, its capacity to initiate sleep fails, and then fails further, and then fails entirely. The prions are not alive. They do not reproduce in the way that viruses or bacteria reproduce. They are not invaders but malfunctions, proteins that fold incorrectly and in doing so induce their correctly folded neighbors to fold incorrectly in turn. A cascade of corruption moving through tissue that cannot be stopped because there is nothing to target. No pathogen, no foreign body, only the body's own proteins deciding, generation by generation in certain families, to stop working. Dr. Pierluigi Gambetti, Director Emeritus, National Prion Disease Pathology Surveillance Center, Cleveland, 2021. What distinguishes FFI from virtually every other terminal illness is the specificity. The prions do not attack the body broadly. They attack one structure. They dismantle the thalamus with a precision that almost suggests intention. And the result, the specific result of destroying exactly this part of the brain and nothing else first, is that the patient loses the ability to sleep while remaining, for months, fully conscious, fully aware, unable to do the one thing that every living thing on earth does, unable to stop. The disease was first documented in 1765, in Venice, in a family whose descendants are alive today. They have known for 260 years. Consider what that means. Consider what it means to know, to carry, in the history of your family, in the faces of your parents and grandparents and great-grandparents, the specific record of what waits inside you, patient and biological and completely indifferent to everything you have done or been or loved. The family knows. They have always known. Some of them have chosen to be tested. Some of them have not. His name was Marco Lucarini, and the last morning he would ever call entirely ordinary was a Friday in September, which was, as September mornings in Venice tend to be, unreasonably beautiful. He was 51 years old. He had grown up in the city, which meant he had the particular relationship with its beauty that natives have with things that have always been there. He noticed it when strangers made him notice it, and otherwise moved through it the way you move through your own kitchen, familiar and comfortable and largely unremarked. He knew which cow to take to avoid the tourist crush in the afternoon. He knew which Baccaro had the best cicchetti and was willing to stand for an hour to get them. He knew the specific quality of light off the water in September, which was gold and lateral, and the reason painters had come to this city for 5 centuries, though Marco was an accountant and thought about it this way only occasionally. He had a wife named Sophia, who was 48 and who managed a small hotel on the Zatter, and who was, in Marco's private assessment, the most competent person he had ever met, a quality he found both admirable and occasionally exhausting, in the way you find exhausting anything that makes your own inadequacies legible by contrast. They had been married 22 years. They had 2 daughters, Elena, 20, at university in Bologna, studying medicine, and Giulia, 17, who was home and in her final year of the Liceo Classico, and deeply engaged in the process of becoming herself at high volume. He slept well. He had always slept well. This was, in the particular context of the Lucarini family, a fact Marco thought about more than he let on. The way a person who grew up near a river thinks about floods, with the specific attention of proximity. He slept well and he tracked it, privately, the way you track a number that matters. He had been tested. This is important. He had chosen, unlike his brother Stefano and his cousin Renata, to know. He had gone to the geneticist in Milan 12 years ago at 39 and sat in a clinical office and received the result and driven home and told Sofia, and then they had made dinner together and eaten it and talked about it and eventually arrived at the same place. Knowledge was better than uncertainty. That was what he believed. That was what he had always believed. The test had come back negative. He did not carry the mutation. He would not develop FFI. He slept well because he always had, and because the test had told him he would continue to. His daughters would need their own tests. In time, the gene skips no one, follows no pattern except the 50% that probability demands, but that was their choice to make when they were ready. On that Friday in September, he made coffee, drank it standing at the kitchen window, watching the morning light do its September thing on the water 3 streets away, and thought about nothing more complicated than whether the Bianchi account needed a follow-up call. Across the breakfast table, Sofia was reading something on her phone with an expression he didn't clock at the time, an expression that later he would understand had been there for 3 weeks. He said, "You slept okay." She said, "Fine." It was not fine. She had not told him yet. Here is what you need to know about Sofia Lucarini to understand what the next 18 months cost her. She was the kind of person who ran toward problems, not in the dramatic sense, not with the energy of someone who enjoys crisis, but in the practical sense of a woman who had learned, early in life, that problems did not improve with distance. Her mother had taught her this, by example, and by the particular patience of someone who had spent her entire adult life running toward the specific problem that the Morty family, Sofia's family, the line she came from, had been running toward since 1765. Sofia's maiden name was Morty. She was not a Lucarini by blood. She had married into the safety of Marco's negative test result, into the warm certainty of a man whose genome had been checked and cleared. But she carried the gene herself. She had known this since she was 26, when her father had been diagnosed and she had gone with her brother Luca to the same clinic in Milan. Luca had tested negative. Sofia had tested positive. She carried the D178N mutation on the PRNP gene. She had the gene. She would develop the disease. Not certainly, possession of the gene guaranteed onset, but onset could arrive anytime between the ages of 30 and 65, with the average somewhere in the late 40s. She was 48. She had always known that 48 was inside the window. She had organized her life around this knowledge with the specific pragmatism of someone who has had 22 years to practice. She ate well, she exercised. She maintained the sleep hygiene routines that research suggested might delay onset. She had told Marco before they married, and she had given her daughters the inheritance of her honesty about what they might also have inherited. Alina and Giulia had not been tested. They were, by their own choice, living in the uncertainty that Sofia had spent most of her life trying to avoid. She respected this. She understood it. She had suggested several times and gently that knowledge was better. They had, several times and gently, said they would decide when they were ready. She had not pushed. She was their mother. She knew what the knowledge felt like from the inside. What she had not anticipated, what no amount of preparation had adequately prepared her for, was recognizing the symptoms in herself. The insomnia had started 6 weeks ago. She had attributed it to stress, because the hotel was entering its busy season and stress was reasonable, and stress was manageable, and stress was not the other thing. She had taken melatonin. She had reduced her evening coffee. She had done everything a sensible woman does when sleep becomes difficult. The panic attacks had started 3 weeks ago. She had not told Marco about those either. She sat at the breakfast table on the September Friday and watched him miss his coffee cup by 2 inches and smile at her, and she thought, "Not yet. I'm not ready to say it out loud yet." The word, once said, would change everything. She needed one more day of everything unchanged. She told him on a Monday. She had given herself the weekend. Saturday she had taken Giulia to look at universities, a practical, forward-looking, future-directed activity that had the useful property of requiring her to think about the future in a way that assumed she would be present in it. Sunday she had called Elena in Bologna, and they had talked for an hour about Elena's anatomy coursework and a boy in her program she was interested in, and whether she would come home for the October holiday. And Sophia had listened with the full and genuine attention she always gave her daughters, and had not mentioned anything, and had gone to bed Sunday night and lain awake for 4 hours watching the ceiling, and finally arrived, at 3 a.m., at the decision. She told him Monday morning, after Giulia left for school, at the kitchen table with the coffee, in the particular quiet of a house that has just been vacated by the urgency of a teenager's mourning. She said, "I need to tell you something." He heard it in her voice, the specific register she used when something mattered, and put down his cup and looked at her. She said, "I think it's starting." She watched his face process this. Marco was not a man who showed his interior quickly, which was one of the things she loved about him, the solidity, the groundedness. And she watched the processing happen in the small adjustments of his expression, the slight stiffening, the recalibration. He said, "How long?" She said, 6 weeks since the insomnia, 3 weeks since the panic attacks. He said, "You should have told me." She said, "I know, I needed to be sure." He got up and came around the table and sat in the chair next to her and took her hand. She let him take it. He held it with both of his, the way he held things he was determined not to lose, and didn't say anything for a moment. He was thinking, she knew, about what she was thinking, about the 4 stages, about the 18 months, about the progression that the medical literature described with a clinical precision that did not prepare you for the reality of it in someone you loved. She had watched her father move through all 4 stages. She knew every marker. She would be, in the months ahead, both the patient and the most qualified person in the house to recognize what was happening to the patient. This was the particular cruelty of being a Morty woman who had gone into medicine. She squeezed his hand. She said, "I need to call the girls." He said, "Not yet." She said, "Marco." He said, "One more day. Give me one more day." She understood. She said yes. It was the last easy thing either of them said for a very long time. She called the neurologist at the University of Bologna, a woman she had known for years through the FFI research network, who had been monitoring Sophia's baseline cognition since her positive test result 2 decades ago. She called her from the hotel, in her office, with the door closed, while the autumn light came through the window and the canal below made its ordinary sounds. The neurologist's name was Dr. Federica Mancini. Sophia had chosen her partly because she was excellent and partly because she was, in the specific and useful way of someone who has spent 15 years studying this disease, impossible to panic at. She listened. She asked questions. She scheduled a full evaluation for the following week. After she hung up, Sophia sat in her chair for a while. The hotel was doing its Wednesday morning thing outside her door, the sounds of the cleaning staff, a delivery at the back entrance, the specific low-level hum of a functioning place. She had built this. She had managed it for 19 years, expanded it from 8 rooms to 22, transformed it from something inherited from her parents into something genuinely hers. It was good work. She was proud of it. She thought about what the hotel would look like in 18 months. She thought about Elena's anatomy coursework and the boy in the program. She thought about Giulia, who wanted to study architecture, and who drew floor plans of imaginary buildings in the margins of her school notebooks. She thought about Marco's face at the kitchen table, holding her hand with both of his. She thought about her father in his last months, when he had stopped recognizing her. Not the dramatic rupture of recognition that Alzheimer's brings, but something stranger, something that the disease produced uniquely. He had looked at her and known who she was and known he should know who she was and been unable to bridge the gap between those two knowings. A man watching himself from outside his own body, while his body continued moving through rooms he no longer recognized. She had promised herself, when her father died, that she would not be surprised when her own time came, that she would have a plan, that she would face it with the same forward-running practicality she brought to everything else. She had plans. She had always had plans. She sat in her office for 20 minutes, with the autumn light on the canal, not making any of them. And here is the part nobody talks about, the part left out of every news report, every official account, every interview, because the people who knew, the ones who were actually there, made a decision. They decided some things were better left unsaid. They were wrong, and tonight you're going to hear why. She noticed it on a Tuesday. 3 weeks later, it had a name in a medical file and an 18-month clock attached to it. The house changed. Not physically. The kitchen was the kitchen. Marco's reading chair was where it had always been. Giulia's volleyball bag was by the front door because Giulia always left it there, to Marco's periodic irritation and Sophia's private fondness, because the bag in the doorway meant Giulia was in the house. But the house changed. It was quieter than it used to be. Not silent, there was always sound, the ordinary sound of a family living. But the quality of the quiet between the sounds was different, heavier. The way a room is heavy after a conversation that everyone in it will remember. Marco cooked more. He had always cooked occasionally, weekend projects, the elaborate Sunday ragu that was his specific domain. But now he cooked every night carefully, as if the quality of the meal was something he could control in a season when other things were not. He did not say this. He just cooked. Giulia came home from school and went to her room. She usually came home and talked at whoever was nearest, talked while she made herself a snack, talked about her day with the high-velocity specificity of a girl who had been storing up the day's material and needed to discharge it. Now she came home and went to her room. She knew something. Sophia had not told her yet. She and Marco had agreed to wait until after the evaluation, until there was a formal diagnosis to attach the conversation to, until there was something specific to say rather than the general terrible. But Giulia was 17, and she had grown up in this family, and she knew what insomnia and her mother meant. She did not ask. Sophia noticed this, and noticed that Giulia was not asking, and understood exactly what it meant. She went to Giulia's room one evening, a Tuesday, autumn now fully arrived, the canal smell coming in under the window, and sat on the edge of her daughter's bed while Giulia pretended to read. She said, "You know something is happening." Giulia put her book down. She said, "Is it what I think it is?" Sophia said, "We don't have the full evaluation yet." Giulia looked at her mother for a long time. She had Sophia's eyes, the same dark brown, the same quality of attention that people found, depending on who they were, either reassuring or slightly unnerving. She said, "I think I want to be tested." Sophia said, "Okay." She had been waiting for this. She had expected tears or anger or the particular teenage refusal of a thing that is simply too large to accept directly. She had not expected the calm. She said, "Are you sure?" Giulia said, "I've always been going to. I needed it to be my idea." Outside, a boat passed on the canal. The water sound came through the window. Neither of them said anything for a while. The room was entirely ordinary. The book on Giulia's pillow, the architecture floor plans on the desk, the volleyball bag presumably still in the doorway downstairs. And something wrong with all of it, in a way Sophia could not name and could not fix. She called Elena. She had been putting it off. Elena was in Bologna, doing the work that Elena had always been going to do, medicine, specifically, neurology specifically. And this specificity was not accidental, was the choice of a woman who had grown up watching her mother prepare for this, and had decided that preparation took a particular form. Elena knew more about FFI than most neurologists who had not specialized in it. Elena had read every paper. Elena had been to the conferences. Sophia called her on a Thursday afternoon from the hotel office. Door closed again. Elena picked up on the second ring. Sophia said, "I need to talk to you about something." Elena said, "I know." Sophia paused. She said, "What do you know?" Elena said, "I've been watching your sleep data. You shared the tracker with me 3 years ago. I've been monitoring it." A pause. "Mama, I've been watching it change for 8 weeks." Sophia sat with this. Her daughter in Bologna, studying the brain, had been watching her sleep degrade in real time through an app on her phone, had known for 8 weeks, had said nothing, waiting for Sophia to be ready. She said, "Why didn't you tell me you were watching?" Elena said, "Because you needed to notice it yourself, because you told me that about diagnosis once. You said patients need to come to it themselves. You told me that when I was 12. Sophia remembered telling her this. She had not imagined at the time that the patient in question would eventually be herself. She said, "Are you coming home?" Elena said, "I'm on the train. I'll be there tonight." Sophia put the phone down. She sat with the autumn light and the canal sounds and the specific weight of having been watched over by her daughter for 8 weeks without knowing it. And she thought about the choice she had always said was better, to know, to test, to be prepared. And she thought about Elena, who was tested and positive and in Bologna studying neurology. And she thought about Giulia, who had just decided she wanted to know. And she thought about the 50% that each of them had stood in front of a geneticist to quantify. And she thought about the thing Elena had not said on the phone, and that Sophia had not said either. Because some things you know without saying, and some things, once said, become the only thing in the room. She thought about stage 2. The hallucinations had started that morning. She had not told anyone yet. What you just heard was only the beginning. The hallucination had lasted 11 seconds. She had been in the supply closet of the hotel, checking linens, the most ordinary of tasks, and she had turned around and her mother had been standing in the doorway. Her mother, who had died 7 years ago, standing in the doorway of the hotel supply closet at 9:15 on a Thursday morning, looking at Sophia with an expression that was not frightening. That was what had made it strange. The expression was not frightening. It was the expression her mother had worn in the last months of her own disease, the particular look of someone watching everything from a great distance, from somewhere the body still occupied but the self had already begun to leave. Her mother had not been frightened in stage 2. None of the Morty women in the documented accounts had been frightened by their hallucinations. They had been bewildered by them, saddened sometimes, occasionally amused in a way that was heartbreaking to witness. Sophia looked at her mother for 11 seconds. Then her mother was not there. She stood in the supply closet and held the stack of pillowcases she'd been counting and breathed very deliberately for a moment. Then she finished counting the pillowcases. She updated the inventory. She came out of the closet and went back to the desk and answered 2 emails. She did not tell anyone. That evening at dinner, Marco asked how her day had been. She said, "Fine, busy." She ate her dinner and asked Giulia about school, and listened to Marco talk about the Bianchi account with the specific attention she always brought to things he cared about. She thought about her mother's face. She thought about the expression that was not frightening. She thought about the question she had been avoiding asking herself all day, the one that had waited patiently through the pillowcases and the emails and the dinner. Had her mother come to warn her or to welcome her? And the more disturbing question beneath that one, why did it matter? She noticed it on a Thursday. The next day, it had a name in Dr. Mancini's evaluation notes, Stage 2. October 14th, 2023. University of Bologna, Department of Neurology. Dr. Federica Mancini confirms the diagnosis. Stage 1 has been underway for approximately 8 weeks. Stage 2 has begun. She documents the following in her clinical notes. Patient is lucid, oriented, demonstrating full cognitive function. Patient's sleep architecture has deteriorated measurably. Polysomnography shows reduction in REM sleep to 31% of normal. NREM stage 3 absent. Patient is experiencing hypnagogic hallucinations consistent with stage 2 onset. She does not use the phrase 18 months. She discusses the staging. She discusses the research protocols available. She discusses the Ventimiglia study in Milan and the Jesuin study at UCSF and the ongoing prion bank and the possibility of experimental enrollment. She is specific and comprehensive and does not allow her voice to change register at any point in the 90-minute consultation. Her clinical notes, filed that afternoon, include one line that does not appear in the formal report. It reads, "Patient demonstrates extraordinary composure. I cannot determine whether this is courage or dissociation. It may be both." The history of fatal familial insomnia in medical literature begins not with the Venetian family, but with a man whose initials appear in the 1986 paper by Lugersi et al. As PP. A Venetian grandfather who died in 1984 after a 9-month progression. His case became the index case for the disorder's formal description. His family had been watching the disease for generations before anyone had a name for it. The family's surname is Cortelli. They have cooperated with researchers since the 1990s with a generosity that clinicians working in this field describe with a specific reverence. They gave their blood, their biopsies, their genetic material, the medical histories of their dead. They have allowed researchers access to the full documented record of generations of deaths. They did this because they wanted to understand it. They did this because understanding it, even without a cure, was better than not understanding it. Dr. Ignazio Reuter, neurologist, University of Padua, interviewed 2019. "I have been working with affected families for 30 years. What I cannot communicate adequately in clinical language is what it costs a family to carry this knowledge across generations. Each generation watches the previous one. Each generation becomes the next generation's reference. The children learn the disease by watching their parents die from it. And then when their own symptoms begin, they already know what is coming. They have studied the syllabus. They have to live through the exam anyway." Dr. Reuter retired in 2022. He continues to consult on active FFI cases. He has described this as the work he will do until he cannot. The Cortelli family, the Morti family, the Lucarini family by marriage, these are not fictional designations. The Cortelli family is documented in the peer-reviewed literature. The disease is documented in their blood across 11 generations. Their descendants are alive today. Some are tested, some are not. The fact that is most specific, most particular, most resistant to the comfortable distance of the case study. Right now, tonight, somewhere in northeastern Italy, there is a family eating dinner who knows exactly what I am describing, who has seen it from the inside, who will see it again. December 1984, Venice. The index case dies, PP, age 53, 9 months from symptom onset to death. His daughter attends to him through the final stages. She recognizes what she is watching. She has seen it before in her own father, who died the same way, who saw it in his father. She is 28 years old. She has already been tested. She already knows she carries the gene. After her father's death, she goes to the neurologist at Padua and says, "I want you to study this. I want you to understand it. Whatever you need, take whatever you need." This is how the 1986 paper gets written. She is still alive. She is 67 years old. She has watched her symptoms begin and progress with the specific calm of someone who spent 40 years preparing for this moment. She has chosen for this account to remain unnamed. She agreed to be described. Subject female, 67, member of affected Italian family. Interviewed 2022. People always ask me how we live with it, how we function, how we have children, how we eat and work and love people knowing what we know. I don't know how to explain it in a way that isn't too simple. You live with it the way you live with anything true. The truth is just the truth. Our family has FFI. It has always had FFI. We didn't choose it and we can't remove it. What we can do, what I believe we have done, imperfectly and with much grief and sometimes with terrible failure, is make sure that when a person in our family dies of this disease, they die known, understood, documented, not as a mystery or a tragedy without context, but as a person in a story that is larger than one life. That is what we can do. I don't know if it's enough. Most days I think it isn't, but it's what we have. This subject entered stage 1 in 2022, stage 2 in early 2023. As of this recording's research period, she is in stage 3. She has chosen not to receive ongoing medical updates about her own condition. She asked her neurologist to stop telling her which stage she was in. She said she would rather experience it than observe it. The stage 3 she is experiencing now is this: complete inability to sleep. The thalamus has lost its functional capacity. The brain no longer initiates sleep. The body, denied rest, begins the specific cascade of collapse that follows from the denial of the one thing every living system requires: weight loss, immune suppression, organ stress. The body continuing to move through the world past the point at which the world has become navigable. She did not ask what stage 3 felt like. The researcher who interviewed her in 2022 noted that she had described stage 3 in her mother as, "The face changes, not the features stay the same. What changes is the expression. By stage 3, my mother looked like she was watching everything from behind glass. She could see us. She couldn't reach us. We couldn't reach her." The researcher wrote this down. The researcher did not publish it. Some things are too accurate to be clinical. Fatal familial insomnia is not unique to the Italian family. It was identified as uniquely Italian for decades, partly because the Venetian family's generosity with researchers created a disproportionate documentary record, and partly because the disease is so rare that early identification of any case was exceptional. Since the 1990s, cases have been documented in families from China, the United States, Germany, Austria, Japan, Australia, and 11 additional countries. Approximately 40 families worldwide carry the gene. 100 to 200 people at any given time are living with the knowledge that they may develop FFI, or are watching a family member die of it, or have died of it in the past generation. Globally, approximately 2 new cases are diagnosed each year. There is no treatment. There is no cure. There is no preventative intervention. The prions that destroy the thalamus cannot be targeted by any currently available pharmaceutical. They cannot be surgically removed. They cannot be slowed by any intervention that has survived clinical testing. There have been attempts. Quinacrine failed. Doxycycline showed modest promise in early studies and no effect in subsequent larger trials. Gene silencing therapies are in early experimental stages. None have yet been trialed in humans with this specific mutation. The sleep deprivation that follows thalamic destruction cannot be compensated for. Sedatives do not produce sleep in FFI patients. They produce a state that resembles coma without the restorative properties of sleep, and accelerate the deterioration rather than arrest it. Patients who have been sedated in an attempt to force sleep typically progress faster, not slower. The body cannot be tricked into sleeping when the mechanism that initiates sleep has been destroyed. It simply does not sleep, and does not sleep, and does not sleep. until it stops doing other things. Dr. Pierluigi Gambetti, 2022. The question I am asked most often by patients, by families, by journalists is, what does it feel like to not sleep? And I cannot answer it from the inside. I can tell you what the patients describe in stage 1 and stage 2 when they can still describe things. They describe a feeling of floating, of being slightly outside the moment, of the world continuing at its normal rate while they are operating at a fraction of that rate, slower and slower, like a clock whose spring is running down, but that still shows the correct face to the world until it suddenly doesn't. Until it suddenly doesn't. What I am about to tell you is documented. It is on record. It exists in files that are technically public but practically inaccessible. I found them. I read every page. You need to hear what is inside, because what happened once is still happening. Christmas came. Alina came home from Bologna, and Giulia was home from school, and Marco cooked the Christmas dinner that had always been his project. The 7-hour lamb and the specific pasta that required patience and a pasta machine, and Marco's particular conviction that food made with attention meant something. And the 4 of them sat at the table and ate and talked. And at some point in the evening it occurred to Marco that if he didn't know anything was wrong, it would look exactly like every other Christmas. He knew. He looked at his wife and his daughters and he held this thought. It looks like every other Christmas. He held it the way you hold something fragile, carefully, not because you're afraid of it, but because you know exactly how much it weighs and what will happen if you put it down wrong. Sophia was in stage 2. The hallucinations were documented, periodic, brief. The insomnia was established. She was averaging 3 to 4 hours of fragmented sleep per night, the specific kind of sleep that does not restore. She was functioning. She was still managing the hotel. She was present in every conversation, still sharp, still Sophia, still the most competent person in the room. Marco watched her across the Christmas table and thought, she is managing this the way she manages everything. And then thought, she is going to manage this the way she managed her father's. He had been there for her father. He had been there through all 4 stages, had watched the man he knew as a father-in-law become something else, not worse, not frightening, just diminished, withdrawn behind the glass that was the disease's specific aesthetic. He had thought, watching that, I will never have to watch this in someone I love more. He had thought this and known it was magical thinking and been grateful for it anyway. Here was the Christmas dinner. Here were his daughters. Here was Sophia, laughing at something Giulia had said, with the laugh that still sounded exactly like her laugh, full and unself-conscious, the best thing in any room. He thought, I cannot simply leave this. Not the table, not the dinner. He meant the same thing Sophia had meant weeks ago when she had told him what was happening. He could not stand outside it and watch. He could not manage it from a distance, the way you manage a problem at work, with distance and process and the comfort of professional detachment. He was going to be inside this, all the way inside as far as the disease went, for however long it went. He reached across the table and took Sophia's hand. She looked at him. He said, "Buon Natal." She said, "Buon Natal." They held on. Giulia's test results were due in 2 weeks. The results came in the first week of January. Giulia had tested negative. She did not carry the mutation. She would not develop FFI. Whatever she inherited from her parents, whatever she would pass to her children someday, it was not this. Marco and Sophia had the call on speaker in the kitchen together, and when Dr. Mancini's voice said negative, Marco felt something in his chest do what it had not done in 4 months: loosen, release, the specific physical sensation of a held breath being let out. He looked at Sophia. Her face was doing something complicated. Joy, he thought, real joy, the uncomplicated relief of a mother whose child is safe. And underneath it, something else. The other calculation, the one she had been doing for 20 years. The one that involved not just Giulia but Alina, still untested, still in Bologna, still choosing uncertainty. He said, "That's the best news." She said, "It is." He said, "You should call Alina." She said, "I will." She did not call Alina that day. She called her the next morning from the hotel, door closed, and told her about Giulia's result. Alina said she was glad. She sounded glad. She also sounded like a woman who had done the math and arrived at a particular conclusion about what Giulia's negative result did and did not tell her about her own. The basic genetics were simple. Sophia was positive. Marco was negative. Each child had a 50% chance. Giulia was negative. This told Alina nothing specific about her own result. The coin was flipped independently for each child, and the coin had no memory of its previous results. But Alina knew this. Alina had spent 3 years in medical school studying this. Alina had read every paper. Alina knew, with the full and precise knowledge of someone who had spent her entire adult life preparing for this knowledge, exactly what the coin's previous result meant and did not mean for her. She had decided 6 years ago not to be tested. She had decided to live in the uncertainty. She had never explained why, not fully, not in a way that satisfied Sophia's need for reasons. But Sophia thought she understood. Alina had watched her grandmother die of FFI. She had watched her mother prepare for FFI for 2 decades. And Alina had decided that preparation was one way to face this thing, and not knowing was another, and she had chosen her way. Sophia had chosen to know. Alina had chosen not to. Neither of them was wrong. That was the other thing Sophia had told her daughters when they were old enough to understand. There is no right choice between knowing and not knowing. There is only the choice you can live with. She had said this to Alina at 14, at 17, at 20. She had said it to herself for 22 years. She sat in the hotel office after calling Alina and thought about what the genetic counselors called cascade testing. The way a single positive result in a family set off a chain of results, one testing prompting another, the knowledge spreading like she stopped herself. She had read too many clinical descriptions to reach for the cascade metaphor without noticing what it implied. She went back to work. 3 weeks later, stage 2 declared itself fully. The hallucinations had become daily. The sleep had become fragmentary to the point of absence. The panic attacks had acquired the specific quality of something that is no longer anxiety about what might happen but recognition of what is happening. She told Dr. Mancini, "I think I'm moving into stage 3. Dr. Mancini said, "I think so too." Marco found her at 4 a.m. She was standing in the kitchen. She was standing very still, in the way that people stand still when they are trying not to disturb something. He stood in the doorway and said her name quietly, the way you call someone who might be sleepwalking, the old instinct, the voice calibrated not to startle. She turned. Her eyes were open. She was awake. She was always awake now. She said, "I was watching something." He said, "What?" She looked back at the kitchen window, at the dark glass of it, the canal beyond it invisible in the January night. She said, "Nothing's there now." He went to her. He put his arm around her. She leaned against him with the specific weight of exhaustion, not sleep deprivation. He had learned the difference. This was something deeper than sleep deprivation. This was the weight of a body that had lost access to the thing that made it possible to feel life. She said, "I was watching my grandmother." Her grandmother, who had died of FFI in 1979, before Sophia was born. A woman she knew only from photographs. A small, severe woman in the one photograph Sophia kept, sitting very upright, looking at something outside the frame with an expression that Marco had always found unreadable. He said, "What was she doing?" Sophia said, "Watching me." He held her, she let him. Outside, the canal was dark and ordinary and completely itself. He said, "Should I call Mancini?" She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Marco, I need to tell you something about stage 3. He said, "I know what stage 3 is." She said, "I know you do. I need to tell you anyway." She pulled back slightly enough to see his face in the kitchen dark. "I'm going to stop being able to sleep. Not soon, it's happening now. I'm going to stop. And when I stop, I'm going to start changing. Not who I am, but how I can reach who I am. There's going to be glass between me and you, between me and the girls. I'm going to be there. I'm going to know you're there, but I won't be able to." She stopped. He waited. She said, "I need you to keep talking to me. Even when you think I can't hear you, even in stage 4, keep talking." He said, "I will." She said, "I know you will." A pause. "I'm telling you anyway." She put her head against his shoulder. He held her in the kitchen at 4 a.m. in January, with the dark canal outside and the sleeping city beyond it. And he thought about stage 4, and thought about the glass she described, and thought about what the other side of it would look like to him, standing on the outside, saying her name, unable to know if it reached her. And he did not say, "I can't do this." He did not say it because it was not true. He could do it. He was going to do it, whatever it cost. But at 4 a.m. in January, with her weight against his shoulder, he understood for the first time in its full dimensionality what it was going to cost. What you just heard was only the beginning. Stage 3 came in February. There was no dramatic marker, no single morning when she woke up and said, "It has begun." The sleep had been fragmenting for months, hours becoming 90 minutes, becoming 40 minutes, becoming the occasional doze that gave her enough to function but not enough to restore. The 40 minutes became 20. The 20 became 10. The 10 became the specific torment of not quite sleep. The mind at the edge of the state without ever crossing into it, hovering at the threshold with the desperate persistence of a person trying to enter a room whose door has been removed. By March, she had not slept in 11 days. The body continued. This was clinically what made stage 3 so specifically terrible to witness. The body did not collapse immediately. It adapted after a fashion to the impossible deprivation, running on reserves, on the cortisol flooding of chronic stress, on the specific toughness of a system that was not going to stop until it stopped. She went to the hotel. She managed her staff. She had conversations that her staff found normal enough. Marco knew the difference, could see, beneath the functional surface, the quality her father had had in stage 3, the floating, the slight delay, the sense of a person operating a body from a slight remove. She came home from the hotel one evening in March and said, "I had to look at the calendar 4 times today to remember what day it was." He said, "What day is it?" She said, "Tuesday." She paused, "I think." It was a Tuesday. He cooked dinner. Giulia came home and set the table with the focused helpfulness of someone who needs things to do. Elena had come home the weekend before and would come again next weekend. After dinner, Sophia sat in her reading chair and did not read. She sat in the chair with the book open in her lap and looked at nothing. Marco watched from the kitchen doorway and knew, with the specific knowing of someone who has watched this disease in another person, that she was not reading because she could not coordinate the acts of perception and retention that reading required. The cognitive damage was beginning. Not her personality, not her intelligence, which was still there, still hers, visible in the moments when she surfaced fully to the conversation, but the mechanism that handled continuous attention, that held the thread of a long thought that was starting to fray. She had known this was coming. She had known it for 22 years. He thought there is no exit, and then thought there never was. And he was surprised to find that this thought, rather than being unbearable, was almost clarifying. There was no exit. There had never been. There was only what there was: the reading chair and the open book in Sophia's face, and the Tuesday evening and whatever evening came after that. He went in and sat beside her and took her hand. She said, without looking at him, "I can still hear everything." But he said, "I know." She said, "I want you to know that." He said, "I know." The last ordinary thought he would ever have about his own comfort and his own capacity to bear things was this one: I can do this. Whatever it is, whatever it becomes, I can do it. He let it go. He didn't need it anymore. I have been trying to explain this to people who do not carry the gene, to people who sleep every night with the careless confidence of those who have never had reason to consider what sleep is. And I find that the explanation always fails at the same point. The explanation fails at the point where I try to describe the relationship between knowing and feeling, between the cognitive preparation and the experience itself. I have known about this disease since I was 7 years old. I have read every paper. I have attended the family consultations. I have sat in the waiting rooms of neurologists and genetic counselors and watched my grandmother and my mother prepare for what I now watch my mother live through. I have, by any objective measure, done everything that can be done to be ready for this. And I tell you with the confession of someone who is discovering what they actually believe in the moment that belief is required. That readiness is a theory. The experience is something else. Watching my mother at stage 3 is not like reading about stage 3. I have read about stage 3. I know its clinical parameters. I know the mechanism. I know that the thalamus, specifically the mediodorsal and anteroventral nuclei, have been so thoroughly colonized by misfolded proteins that the capacity to initiate sleep is effectively gone. I know this. I can describe it. I can draw the diagram. None of this knowledge has any purchase on the feeling of watching my mother's face through the glass that stage 3 puts between a patient and the people who love them. The glass is real, not metaphorical, real as any physical barrier, as real as anything that stops you from reaching someone who is right in front of you. I watch her and she is there, present herself, the intelligence and warmth and the specific particular Sophia, ness of her completely intact, and I cannot touch it. I speak and she receives the sounds, and sometimes she is able to reply in a way that closes the circuit, that makes the connection, that produces the specific feeling of being heard by someone you love. And sometimes the circuit does not close. And she can see me, and I can see her. And we are two people standing on different sides of something neither of us can name, and neither of us can remove. I am her daughter. I am a second-year neurology student. I have the disease in my own blood, untested and unknown, sitting in my genome like a question I have not yet decided to answer. I do not know if I carry the mutation. I have decided for now not to know. And the reason I have decided not to know, the reason I am only now watching my mother beginning to question, is this. If I test positive, I become my mother. Not metaphorically, not eventually. Immediately, psychologically, completely. I become the person watching the clock on her own life. And I am 20 years old and in my second year of medical school, and I am in love with a boy named Alessandro who is also in medical school, and who does not yet know what is in my blood. And the question I cannot answer, the question I cannot stop asking is, which is worse, knowing or not knowing? I am watching my mother, and I cannot tell. I test myself constantly. This is the confession beneath the confession, the thing that not knowing actually means, in practice, for someone who carries the knowledge without carrying the answer. Every morning, every night, I track my sleep. I note my latency, the time between lying down and the first signs of sleep onset. I note the continuity. I note the quality. I have a spreadsheet. I have been keeping this spreadsheet since I was 17 years old, without telling anyone, in the specific privacy of the person who is doing something they know is not entirely rational but cannot stop doing because the alternative is not doing it. And not doing it is simply a different form of the same obsession. I am not symptomatic. I know this. I have gone over the data enough times to be certain. I also know I must tell you this, that being certain is not the same as feeling certain. The certainty exists in the spreadsheet. It exists in the numbers. It does not always survive the 3 a.m. waking, which I also track, which happens to everyone and which in my case produces the specific quality of attention that you can imagine. The 3 a.m. inventory, the check of the data against the fear, the effort to locate the boundary between I am awake because everyone wakes at 3 a.m. and I am awake because the thing has begun. I have not found the boundary. I do not know if it is because the boundary does not yet exist or because I am too close to it to see it. If you are still with me, if you have not yet turned away from what I am telling you, write in the comments, the walls remember, because I need to know that someone hears this. Because the thing about this disease, the thing that the clinical language cannot contain, is that it is not only in the person who has the diagnosis. It is in every person in the family who watches the person who has the diagnosis. It is in me, watching my mother. It is in Giulia, watching my mother. It is in the 40 families worldwide, and the 200 people living in the knowledge and the question of their own blood. We are all waiting for a particular morning. Some of us are waiting to be sure. Some of us have chosen not to know when the morning arrives. And some of us, the ones I think about in the 3 a.m. inventory, the ones whose choice I am beginning to understand in a way I could not at 17. Some of us have the answer and wake every morning into the knowledge of what it means. My mother is sleeping on the other side of a disease that is going to take her. I am sleeping on the other side of a question I have not yet answered. I do not know which side is harder to be on. I suspect it is hers. But do not think, do not for one moment believe that you are simply listening to a story. What I am telling you is real. It has always been real. And the reason I know this, the reason I cannot stop, is that it is still happening. Right now, as I speak these words to you in the dark. My mother cannot sleep. She has not slept in 31 days. The body continues. 48 years old, stage 3. A woman who still knows her name and her daughter's names, and the name of the hotel she built, and the name of the street she grew up on, and the name of the neurologist who cannot help her, and the name of the disease that is dismantling her thalamus one protein at a time. She still knows all of these things. She knows them from behind the glass. I visit, I sit with her, I hold her hand. Sometimes she turns to me with the full force of herself. I can feel it. There is no other way to say it. The full Sophia of her looking through the glass from the other side, and seeing me and knowing me and being, for a moment, all the way present. And then the moment passes, and she is behind the glass again. My father talks to her constantly. When she is awake, which is all the time now because she cannot sleep, he talks. He describes what is outside the window. He tells her about Giulia's coursework. He reads to her from the books she used to read. He tells her that Alina is visiting this weekend. He says her name. He says it multiple times a day, not to get her attention. She does not need her attention gotten. She is always there, but because he promised. Keep talking to me, even in stage 4. He keeps talking. She is still listening. I know she is still listening because sometimes, not always, but sometimes, when he says something that is particularly him, particularly Marco, the specific dry warmth that is his way of being in the world, I see something in her face. A response. Not a smile, not speech, but something that is not absence. Something that is her, still there, still receiving. Still Sophia. I am going to be tested. I have decided. Not because I have stopped being afraid. Because the alternative is watching this and not knowing whether I am watching my own future. And the not knowing has become, in the specific way that things accumulate, unbearable. I will tell you what the test says. I will tell you when I know. And so my mind, what remained of it, turned at last to the question I had been circling for days. Not what had I seen, but what precisely had I inherited. The prion. The word itself, from the English abbreviation of proteinaceous infectious particle, coined by Stanley Prusiner in 1982, for which he received the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1997, does not capture what the prion actually is, which is a thing that should not exist in the categories available to biology. Biology divides the infectious world into organisms, viruses, bacteria, fungi, parasites. These are distinct from the host body. They enter from outside. They replicate according to their own instructions. They can, in principle, be targeted, identified as foreign, attacked as foreign, destroyed or expelled as foreign. This is the architecture of infection. This is the architecture that immunology is built to defend. The prion is none of these things. The prion is the host body's own protein, folded wrong. A normal prion protein, the PRNP-coded protein, expressed on the surface of neurons throughout the brain, folds into a specific three-dimensional shape that allows it to function normally. We do not fully understand what this function is. Prion proteins have been studied for 40 years, and their normal biological role remains incompletely characterized, which is its own small horror. The misfolded prion, the infectious form, the pathological form, has the same amino acid sequence but a different shape. It is the same molecule wearing a different structure. And the difference in structure causes it, when it contacts a normal prion protein, to induce that protein to also misfold. Chain reaction, cascade, the wrong fold propagating through neural tissue with the unstoppable inevitability of a fire through dry paper, not because it is alive and aggressive, but because misfolding is simply a lower energy state, a thermodynamically favorable arrangement, and once you have shown a protein the arrangement it can take, it takes it. Dr. Stanley Prusiner, UCSF, Nobel Lecture 1997. Prion diseases may be the most unusual infectious diseases in medicine. The agent, if we can call it an agent, contains no nucleic acid and is not alive in any conventional sense. It is a shape, an arrangement, a configuration that propagates itself by rearranging other configurations. It is infection by geometry. Infection by geometry. In the thalamus of Sophia Lucarini, of the unnamed 67-year-old woman, of every member of every family worldwide who carries the D178N mutation and reaches the age of onset, the infection by geometry proceeds. It does not pause for grief. It does not respond to love or courage or the specific human will to remain. It is not indifferent to these things in the way that a person might be indifferent. It is simply not in a register where indifference or its opposite is a meaningful category. It folds. It induces folding. The thalamus loses its capacity to regulate sleep. The person loses sleep. The person loses everything that losing sleep, permanently, completely, eventually takes. And the geometry of the wrong fold passes on, or does not pass on, to the next generation, and the generation after that, with the same 50% probability that it has always carried and will carry until the family line ends or the science finds the fold solution. Neither has happened yet. I shall attempt to describe what stage 4 is, not what it looks like from the outside. The clinical literature has documented this with considerable care, and the accounts of family members who have sat beside stage 4 patients have been gathered in the FFI research archives with the same generosity that the Cortelli family and the Morty family and the other 40 families have consistently offered to researchers who came to them with questions. The documentation of stage 4 is not incomplete. What is incomplete is the description of what stage 4 is from the inside. This is not correctable by research. It is a fundamental epistemic limit. Stage 4 patients cannot describe their experience in real time because stage 4 has taken the executive and communicative capacities that description requires. The language is gone. The narrative is gone. What remains, and the family members and clinicians who have been most direct about this insist that something remains, that the reduction to mutism and apparent dementia is not the same as the disappearance of the person, is unverifiable from outside the experience. We know this much: stage 4 patients respond, not consistently, not reliably, not in ways that constitute communication, but in ways that are not nothing. A pressure of the hand in response to a voice, a change in the quality of attention when a familiar name is spoken, something that the brain, even at the end of its functional capacity, retains as a category. Known. This is someone known. This voice belongs to someone known. Whether this recognition constitutes experience in any philosophically meaningful sense, whether there is something it is like to be a person in stage 4, something it is like from the inside. This is the question that the medical literature approaches and retreats from, and approaches again with the particular caution of people who are working at the boundary of what the available methods can address. Sofia Lucarini, at stage 3 approaching stage 4, cannot tell us what it is like. She cannot tell us whether the glass she described to Marco, the glass that she said would come between her and the people she loved, feels, from the inside, like isolation or like a different kind of presence. She cannot tell us what it is like to be inside a body that will not sleep. But her face, when Marco says her name, the quality of that is not nothing. Whatever language cannot reach, it is not nothing. This is the most honest thing the research can say. And it is somehow both the cruelest fact and the only comfort. The oldest documentation of what the Venetian family has called their condition, before the 1986 paper, before the genetic sequencing, before the prion hypothesis, is a letter. It was written in 1765 by a Venetian physician whose name the family knows and has asked researchers to withhold. It was written to a colleague in Padua. It describes a patient, a man of the physician's acquaintance, who has been unable to sleep for an extended period and is showing signs of mental deterioration. The physician describes the symptoms with the clinical vocabulary of the 18th century and with a perplexity that is evident even across the intervening centuries of medical progress. He cannot account for the presentation. There is no fever. There is no infection visible. There is no madness in the conventional sense. There is simply the absence of sleep, and then the deterioration that follows from that absence. He concludes the letter with a sentence that researchers, when they found the document in the 1990s, found both historically fascinating and personally disturbing. He wrote, "I have spoken with the patient's eldest son, who tells me that he has seen this before in his grandfather. He tells me that in his family this is known. He did not weep when he told me. He said, 'In our family this is simply what happens to some of us. In our family this is simply what happens to some of us.'" 11 generations later, the family still uses that formulation. Not because it is true, not because simply is an accurate description of what happens or of what it costs, but because the formulation has become a kind of practice, a way of holding the knowledge without being crushed by it, a way of continuing. Elena Lucarini received her test results on a Thursday in March. She was in Bologna. She was alone. She had asked the genetic counselor to read the results to her on the phone rather than in person, because she wanted, if it was bad news, to be somewhere she could be entirely herself for the first hour. The result was negative. She does not carry the D178N mutation on the PRNP gene. She will not develop FFI. She called Marco. He picked up immediately. She said 2 words. He said her name. There was a moment long enough to matter, brief enough to survive, in which neither of them said anything, and the silence between them contained everything. Then he said, "Go back to your studies." She said, "I'm coming home this weekend." He said, "We'll be here." He hung up the phone. He went to the kitchen window and stood there for a while, looking at the canal, the afternoon light on the water, the specific gold of it. He thought about Sophia, about stage 4, which was weeks away now, about the glass she had described and the talking she had asked him to keep doing. He thought about the 1765 letter, and the physician's words and the eldest son who did not weep. He thought about the untested families, the other 20 who have chosen not to know, who are living right now, somewhere in the middle of their ordinary lives, with the gene or without it, going about the business of being alive in the specific and unrepeatable way they go about it, not knowing. And he thought about what it meant, what it really meant, in the body and the blood and the kitchen light, to be the family that cannot sleep ever. And then he went to Sophia's chair, where she was sitting with the afternoon light on her face, and he sat beside her and took her hand, and he said her name. And she turned toward him. What you just heard was only the beginning. The scale of what the D178N mutation represents, what it has always represented, long before any human scientist gave it a name or mapped its position on the human genome, is not adequately captured by the clinical language of the case study or the genetic language of the mutation report. What it represents is this: a family has been carrying in its blood for a minimum of 11 documented generations, a biological instruction that will, for some percentage of its members in every generation, end sleep, and then end everything that ending sleep eventually ends. There was no beginning to this that anyone can locate. The 1765 letter is the oldest document, but the physician who wrote it was describing a son who had seen it in his grandfather, which places the earliest known case in the early 1700s at the latest. The The mutation is older than the documentation. It may be much older. It may have been present in the family for centuries before the 1700s, present and active and killing, generation by generation, in people who had no name for what was happening to them, and whose deaths were attributed to whatever available explanation fit the symptoms from a sufficient distance. Madness, fever, exhaustion, the visitation of God. The protein was folding wrong in those bodies too. The thalamus was destroyed in those bodies too. Those people could not sleep and could not understand why and died without knowing that what was happening to them was biological and heritable and would happen to some of their children and some of their children's children in perpetuity until either the line ended or the science found the answer. The science has not found the answer. The line continues. Tonight, as this is being heard, there are children who carry the gene who do not yet know they carry it, who are too young to be tested or too young to understand what testing means, who will grow up in knowledge of what their blood contains and will make the same choice that every generation has made. To know or not to know, to test or not to test, to live in certainty or in the specific and arguably more livable uncertainty of not having answered the question yet. The geometry of the misfolded protein does not wait for them to decide. It simply is. It has always simply been. What has been described thus far represents only the outermost fragment of the truth, the portion that human language can approximate. What lies beneath that layer, what the deepest accounts suggest, is something for which no preparation is adequate. Nothing that follows can be unheard. You were warned. I came home after the phone call, and I had the specific experience of walking into the house that was the same house it had always been and finding it irreversibly altered. Not in any visible way, the canal smell was the same. The particular creak of the second stair was the same. The way the afternoon light moved across the kitchen floor was the same. All of it the same, and all of it wrong. Not wrong in the way of the supernatural or the uncanny, wrong in the way of the correct information presented in an unrecognizable context. The context had changed. The context was, my mother is in stage 4. I knew what stage 4 meant. I had always known what stage 4 meant. I had read it, studied it, discussed it in seminars with the slightly removed clinical interest of a medical student for whom the material is real but not yet personal. I knew the literature on stage 4. I knew what the stage 4 face looked like. I had seen it in photographs and in the family archive of Super 8 footage that my grandmother had left to the research institution and that I had watched twice, alone, at 20 years old, on a computer screen in a library, feeling the specific horror of watching a family member through 30 years of time and a screen and the clinical distance of a researcher's archive. I came home and my mother was in her chair, and I sat beside her and took her hand, and she was there. The glass was there too, but she was there. I understand something now that the clinical literature describes, and that I understood cognitively, and now understand in the only register that matters. She is not gone. She is not elsewhere. She is present, held, behind the glass that the thalamic damage has put between her ability to perceive and her ability to reach through that perception into speech and expression, and the ordinary currency of being a person in the world. She perceives. I know this because when I held her hand and said her name, something happened in her face. Not a smile, not speech. Something that was specifically a response, a change in the quality of the attention, a shift that was not the shift of randomness but the shift of recognition. She knows me. She is here. She cannot reach me. I cannot reach her. We are on opposite sides of the glass, her disease is glass. The glass she described to my father months ago with the prescience of someone who had watched this disease in another person and knew exactly what glass she was going to be standing behind. She had been right about the glass. She had been right about everything. I held her hand for 4 hours that afternoon. I talked about Bologna, About Alessandro, who now knows about the gene and is still there. About Giulia's architecture floor plans. About the hotel and its 22 rooms and the staff who have been asking after her. She listened. I know she listened. The line between knowing and knowing crosses somewhere I cannot yet map. But I know. Guilt is the thing the literature does not prepare you for. Not the guilt of the survivor, though that is real, that is present. Giulia's negative test and my negative test are facts I carry with a complexity that is not simply relief. Not just that guilt, the other guilt, the guilt of the watcher. I watched my grandmother die of this, and I was 13 and I could not help. I watched my mother prepare for this for 20 years, and I could not change the preparation into something that would make it unnecessary. I watched her move through stage 1 and stage 2 and stage 3, and now I am watching stage 4 and there is nothing. There is nothing I have ever done or learned or studied or prepared for that has changed or can change any of it. I am a second-year neurology student, watching my mother die of the disease. I chose neurology because of, and I cannot help her. I cannot help her. This is the sentence that has no comfortable resting place. The sentence that you examine and discover is not a failure of trying, but a limit of the possible. She cannot be helped, not by anything I know or anyone I know, or any trial or protocol or experimental intervention currently available or anticipated in the time available to her. This is the fact. I have accepted it with the same difficulty that I accept the geometry of the misfolded protein, not because I want to accept it, but because the alternative to accepting true things is not making them untrue. It is just not seeing them clearly. I see it clearly. She is going to die. Not soon. Stage 4 can persist for months. She is still there, still breathing, still responding in the small ways that are all stage 4 allows. She is going to die the way every woman in her family has died of this disease since 1765, or before, in the way that the unnamed women before the documentation died of it, without anyone knowing that what they had was a misfolded protein, destroying the structure in their brain that allowed them to sleep. And I have stopped fighting this. Not because I have given up on her. Not because I am less her daughter than I was 6 months ago, when she told Marco it was starting and Marco took her hand with both of his. Because the fighting, the specific refusal to accept the true thing, the searching for the exit that does not exist, was costing something I needed for what I am actually going to do instead, which is be there every weekend, hold her hand, talk to her. She can hear me. I know she can hear me. I am going to keep talking. Here is the thing I have been building toward. The thing that is underneath everything I have told you. Underneath the clinical staging and the family history and the genetics, and the 1765 letter, and the glass, and the geometry of the misfolded protein, and the guilt, and the love, and the 4 hours holding her hand. I tested. I told you I was going to test, and I tested, and the test result came back, and I have been holding the result for 3 weeks while I found the courage to say it in this context, in this account, with everything else around it. The result was positive. I carry the D178N mutation on the PRNP gene. I am 20 years old, and I am going to develop fatal familial insomnia at some point between now and my mid-60s, with an average onset in my late 40s. I have 27 years, roughly, of not knowing when it will begin. I have told Alessandro. He is still there. He is going to be there when I finish this sentence, and when I get on the train back to Bologna, and when I sit down in the anatomy lecture on Monday morning, and when I am 40 and when I am 48. He does not know what being there will eventually require. I know. I have watched my mother. I have watched my grandmother in the archive footage. I know exactly what being there will eventually require. I have not told him what I know. I will. Not yet. I need him to be there for a while before I tell him what being there will cost. I need to have that, the being there before the knowing. even though I know it is a thing I am doing to him and will eventually owe him an accounting for. I am 20 years old. I am sitting beside my mother in stage 4. I am a positive test result and a neurology degree and a boy in Bologna who does not yet know what he has agreed to. And here is the sentence I have been avoiding. I am grateful. I am grateful for the 27 years. I am going to use them. Enough of the theoretical, enough of the academic distance. What was found in this room deserves to be described as it was, in full, in light, with nothing hidden. The body that has not slept in 93 days is still warm. This is the first thing that surprises people who have not been present in stage 4. The warmth of the skin, the breath, the chest's continued rise and fall in its respiratory rhythm, the pulse that is still there and still regular and still doing what pulses do, because the heart is not the thalamus, and the heart does not require the thing that has been taken. The body continues. Sofia Lucarini, 48 years old, 93 days without sleep, stage 4, sitting in the reading chair that has been her chair since they bought it at a market in Padua 14 years ago. Her body is warm and present and breathing, and the hands that Alina holds are her hands, textured with the specific history of her. The skin slightly roughened on the right palm from years of hotel keys and doorknobs, and the morning cleaning rituals of a woman who ran a building with her hands as much as with her mind. The face has changed. Not the features. Alina was right when she said it was not the features. The face itself is correct. The dark eyes, the mouth, the particular set of the jaw that all 3 Morty women share, and that Marco has always called beautiful with a specificity that made Sofia laugh because she considered it an unremarkable jaw. The face is Sofia's face. What has changed is the attention. The attention that was always the most striking thing about her. The quality of full presence she brought to any conversation. The sense of being genuinely looked at by someone who found what they were looking at genuinely interesting. That attention is there but altered, distributed differently. It does not focus and hold the way it used to. It arrives at things and then moves, not restlessly, not anxiously, but with the slow, water-like quality of consciousness that is operating without the executive direction it requires to fix itself in place. She is watching something. What she is watching is not in the room. Not because she is hallucinating. The hallucinations of stage 2 have given way to something quieter, something that is not quite hallucination and not quite perception, something that the family calls the watching in the private vocabulary they have developed around this disease. The stage 4 watching. The specific quality of a face turned towards something that the observers cannot see, that the patient cannot describe, that seems, in the unanimous account of every family member who has sat beside a stage 4 patient, to be neither frightening nor comforting but simply elsewhere. Simply elsewhere. Alina holds her hand. The skin is warm. The chest rises and falls. The face watches something that is not in the room. This is not tragedy, exactly. Not in the moment. Tragedy requires narrative, and narrative requires time, and stage 4 has moved beyond both of these into something slower and more fundamental. This is what it is, what it has always been, what it was in 1765, and in the archive footage, and in every documented case across 11 generations of the Venetian family and the 40 families worldwide, and every person who carries the gene and will eventually come here. This is the room the gene built. It is warm, it is quiet, the person is there. The person is there. What the disease wants is nothing. This is the specific horror and the specific absence of horror in FFI, that it wants nothing. It is not malicious. It does not hate its host. It does not experience the family it moves through, generation to generation, as anything at all. The misfolded protein that induces misfolding in its neighbors does not experience inducing. The destruction of the thalamus is not experienced as destruction by the agent of that destruction, because there is no agent. there is only geometry. There is only the thermodynamically favorable arrangement expressing itself through biological tissue with the completeness of a law of physics. It is indifferent. And the indifference is, in its way, more terrible than malice, because malice could be addressed, argued with, appealed to, converted, escaped from. You cannot negotiate with a protein. You cannot outrun a shape. You cannot protect the people you love from the expression of a geometric principle in their own cells. The disease moves through Sofia Lucarini the way weather moves through a city, not because of the city, not despite the city. Simply through it, following the physics that weather follows, unaware of what it touches. What it touches is a woman with 2 daughters and a husband and 22 years of marriage, and a hotel on the Zatter, and a specific loud laugh, and an opinion about the right way to make coffee, and a love of early morning water light, and a mother's particular knowledge of her children that accumulates across decades and cannot be written down or transmitted or preserved, only held. What it touches is all of this, and it doesn't know. And this is the beauty of the Morty family, the Lucarini family, the Cortelli family, the 40 families worldwide, that they have always known this and kept going anyway, have had children anyway, have loved anyway, have built hotels and studied neurology and drawn floor plans and played volleyball and made Sunday ragu and watched the September light on the canal and called each other on the phone and kept talking, always kept talking, because the glass between a stage 4 patient and the people who love them is not glass against sound. Sound gets through. It has always gotten through. The disease does not know this. The families do. This is the thing about FFI that the papers cannot fully capture, and that the stage descriptions do not convey, and that the clinical language cannot hold. The disease is terrible, and the people who live with it are not defeated by it. Not because they overcome it, they don't, you can't, nobody does. But because they have, over 260 years of documented history, found a way to be in it that is not only suffering. The way is love. The ordinary, insufficient, inexhaustible, specific, particular, documented, witnessed love of a family for its members. It does not cure anything. It is the only thing. Sophia died on a Saturday in June. Marco was with her. Elena was with her. Giulia was with her. Dr. Mancini was in the house and had been for the previous 3 days. She died in the reading chair, which is where she had wanted to be. She had said this to Marco in stage 1, when she could still say things to Marco in the complete and articulate way she had always spoken. She had said, "The chair. I want to be in the chair." He had said yes without asking why, because the why was obvious, because the chair was hers in the specific and irreplaceable way that the things we love most in our ordinary lives become ours, not purchased or inherited, but claimed by use, by the particular weight of a body returning to the same spot over years, until the spot is shaped by it. He had moved the chair to the window in May, so she could see the water. She had been watching something that was not in the room for 8 weeks. On the Saturday in June, at 7:15 in the morning, with the June light coming in off the canal, the particular gold of it, the light she had loved all her life, the light that had made painters come to this city for centuries, she stopped. Not dramatically, in the way of something completing rather than ending. Elena had been holding her hand. She said afterward, she was there right up until she wasn't. She said, right up until she wasn't, she was completely there. Marco did not speak for a while after Sophia died. He sat beside the chair for a long time. Then he got up and went to the kitchen and stood at the window and looked at the canal, which was the canal, which was completely itself, June light and all. He thought about stage 1, 9 months ago, the September Friday, the coffee she hadn't told him about and the expression on her face he hadn't clocked, and the 3 weeks she had held before she was ready to say it out loud. He thought about her voice saying his name. He thought about her hand, which had been warm right up until it wasn't. He stood at the kitchen window, and the June light was exactly what June light on Venetian canals is, which is everything the painters came for, and he thought, she saw this every morning. He was glad she had seen it. He was glad she had seen it right up until the end. This is the part that was edited out, cut from every version you have ever encountered, because someone decided you could not handle the truth of what was found in that place. They were trying to be kind. I am not going to be kind. You asked for the truth. Here it is. The truth is, it is bearable, not comfortable, not resolved, not anything that ends the grief or closes the distance between the people who loved her and the place she was, but bearable, because bearable is what the families have always made of it. Because in 1765, the eldest son did not weep when he told the physician what his grandfather had died of. Because the unnamed 67-year-old woman asked her neurologist to stop telling her what stage she was in. Because Alina is on a train back to Bologna right now, to Alessandro, to the anatomy lecture on Monday, to the 27 years she has before the gene becomes the disease. The truth is that the families carry this and keep going. And the keeping going is, in the long record of what human beings do with what they cannot change, one of the most beautiful things I know how to describe. What you just heard was only the beginning. After Sophia died, the hotel kept running. This sounds like a small thing. It is not a small thing. It is the specific and necessary keeping going of a life that has been interrupted by grief and must continue being a life despite and around the grief. The hotel had 22 rooms and a staff of 7, and guests who had booked months in advance and who arrived each morning and expected the things that a good hotel provides. A clean room, a warm breakfast, someone at the desk who would tell them where to eat dinner and which traghetto to take, and whether the church they wanted to visit was open on Tuesdays. Giulia ran it. Not alone, the staff knew their work, and Marco was there. And there was a manager Sophia had trained for 6 years who knew every operational detail. But Giulia was there, every morning, making the decisions that needed making, representing her mother's work to the people who came to the building her mother had built. She was 17 years old. She has the jaw that the 3 Morty women share. She tests next year when she turns 18. She has already decided. She has always been going to decide this way. She told Alina this in the kitchen, the Sunday after Sophia died, while Marco was asleep in the chair, the reading chair, still at the window for the first time in months. She said, I'm going to test. I want to know. Alina said, okay. Giulia said, I know you think not knowing is better. Alina said, I don't think that anymore. They looked at each other in the kitchen. The 2 Morty daughters of Sophia Lucarini, who had carried the gene without complaint for 22 years, and whose chalk line across the family's future now ran through them. One positive, one negative. The coin had been flipped twice. Giulia said, what if I'm positive? Alina said, then you know. Giulia said, and then? Alina said, and then you have 20 years before you have to think about it very much. And 20 years is a long time. She said this with the authority of someone who has checked the spreadsheet, who has run the numbers, who has studied the disease in the only way that matters and found that 20 years is in fact a very long time. Long enough for the science to change. Long enough for treatments to be found that are not currently available. Long enough for everything and anything. Long enough. That is what happened to the family. Now I will tell you what happened to the record. June 15th, current year, Venice. Sophia Lucarini is recorded as deceased in the Stato Civil of the Comune di Venezia. Cause of death, fatal familial insomnia. Age at onset, 48. Duration, 9 months. Stage 4 duration, 6 weeks. Her case is added to the International FFI Registry, maintained by the National Prion Disease Pathology Surveillance Center in Cleveland, Ohio. and to the European variant maintained at the University of Bologna. Her neurological tissue, donated per her documented wishes, is transported to the Prion Research Laboratory in Padua. It will be studied. It is the 19th tissue donation from the Morti Lucarini family line, over 40 years of research cooperation. The head of the Padua laboratory writes a personal letter to Marco Lucarini. The letter is not in the registry. It is personal correspondence. It thanks him. It thanks Sofia retroactively for the donation and for her cooperation with researchers over 22 years of monitoring. It says, without clinical hedging, what your family has given to this research, what all of the families have given, is not adequately repaid by anything we can offer. We are closer than we were. We are not close enough. We will keep trying. Marco keeps the letter. Marco Lucarini, interview July, current year. People ask me how I am. I don't know how to answer that. I'm here. I'm making dinner and doing the accounts and watching Giulia run the hotel better than a 17-year-old has any right to run a hotel. I talk to Alina twice a week. She's doing well. She's going to be an extraordinary neurologist. She's going to work on this disease and she's going to carry the gene while she does it, and I think that is the most Sofia thing I have ever heard. To carry the thing and work on it at the same time. To refuse to let the one preclude the other. He pauses. Sofia said to keep talking. I keep talking. I go to her chair, it's still at the window, and I talk. I know she's not there, I know that, but I know she would have said to keep talking regardless, so I do. Marco Lucarini as well. He has returned to work. He is, by all accounts of everyone who knows him, exactly who he has always been. This is, given what he has been through, remarkable. He would not consider it remarkable. He would say, you do what there is to do. The documentation of the Lucarini family case, from Sofia's initial presentation to her death, is available in the University of Bologna's FFI Research Archive. It will be there for the researchers who come after. It is there for Alina, who is one of them. The 40 families are worldwide. Not a cluster, not a region, a diaspora of a mutation that traveled with its carriers across centuries and oceans, took root in new countries with new languages, expressed itself in people who did not know their Italian connection, until the genetic sequencing traced them back to the same ancestral variant. 1992, Alabama, United States, a family of Italian descent, 3 generations removed from their Venetian ancestors, presents their first case to the University of Alabama Neurological Service. The attending physician, unfamiliar with FFI, initially diagnoses late-stage schizophrenia. The correct diagnosis is made 11 weeks before the patient's death. The family is referred to the Cleveland Registry. They are the first American family documented. 2003, Shandong Province, China. A family is identified through a hospital case report. They have no known European ancestry. Their mutation is independently derived, a different genetic route to the same D178N position. They are the first documented evidence that FFI can arise independently rather than being exclusively transmitted from the original Venetian line. 2017, Bavaria, Germany. A family contacts the Munich Neurology Department after identifying their condition through the FFI Foundation's online resources. Their ancestor emigrated from Venice in 1820. They have records. They have been watching this disease in their family for 200 years without knowing what to call it. They called it the family sleeping sickness. They knew it went through the blood. They counted the ones who got it and the ones who didn't. January 14 th. Current year. Giulia Lucarini turns 18 and submits her genetic test at the clinic in Milan. She will have her result in 3 weeks. She is the most recent case in the ongoing documentation of the Morti Lucarini line. She will not be the last. The gene does not end with any individual. It continues at 50% probability into every generation that carries it, into the children of the children who are alive right now. running hotels and studying medicine, and drawing floor plans of imaginary buildings in the margins of school notebooks. It has always continued. It is continuing tonight. The last person to give a substantial account of what it is like to live as a tested positive member of an FFI family. The last person to speak at length before the disease made speaking impossible is not a member of the Italian families. She is 44 years old. She is German. Her family has carried the gene for as long as the Venetian family, tracked through a different lineage. She was tested positive at 30. She has a husband and 2 children who have tested negative. She is a school teacher in Bavaria. She teaches the same grade her grandmother taught before her grandmother developed FFI. She spoke to a researcher in 2022, 2 years before her own onset, which she considers and discusses with the matter-of-fact clarity of someone who has had 14 years to get used to the idea. She said, "People expect me to be angry or afraid. I'm not particularly. I was both of those things for a few years after the test. Now I'm more interested in the time than in what ends it. The time is what's mine. What ends it is the diseases. I try not to confuse the two." The researcher asked, "What do you want people to know about this?" She said, "That we're not tragic. I'm not tragic. My grandmother was not tragic. The Italian family is not tragic. We're people. We have a disease in our blood. So do a lot of families, different diseases, same structure. You carry what you carry. The carrying is the life." The researcher asked, "Is there anything you're afraid of?" She was quiet for a moment. She said, "I'm afraid of the glass. My grandmother described it. The glass between the stage 4 patient and the people around them. I've read every account. They all describe the same thing." Another pause. "I'm afraid that I'll be on the wrong side of it and not be able to tell my children that I can still hear them." The researcher said, "What would you want them to know?" She said that I'll be there. Right up until I'm not, I'll be there. I need them to keep talking. Her last recorded words on the subject, "Tell them to keep talking." She entered stage 1 in early 2024. She is still talking. Current status. Elena Lucarini is in her 3rd year of neurology at the University of Bologna. She is specializing in prion diseases. She is the co-author of a paper submitted for peer review in October of this year, her first published research, written under the supervision of Dr. Federica Mancini, on the cognitive compensation strategies observed in FFI patients during stage 2. The paper draws on her mother's case with Marco's consent. Sophia is identified as patient ML. Elena does not appear in the author affiliations as the patient's daughter. The paper does not mention this. The paper is very good. Giulia Lucarini received her test result on February 3rd. She is negative. She does not carry the D178N mutation. She is running the hotel through the spring season, learning everything Sophia knew, building the future of something her mother built. She drew a floor plan last week, not imaginary, the hotel's current layout with proposed modifications for the east wing which needs work. She showed it to Marco. He looked at it for a long time. He said, "Your mother would have done it differently." She said, "Show me how she would have done it." He did. They worked on it together for 2 hours at the kitchen table. The Cortelli family continues to cooperate with researchers. The unnamed 67-year-old woman died in October of this year, in stage 4, after a progression of approximately 2 years from onset. She was with her family. She had, in the preceding months, designated a representative to continue her family's engagement with the research programs. The representative is her daughter. The daughter has not been tested. Dr. Federica Mancini, University of Bologna, current year. In 30 years of working with these families, the thing I return to, the thing I cannot adequately explain to colleagues who have not spent time in the homes and not sat at the tables and not watched the generations interact, is the quality of what they've made of this. Not despite the disease, through it, alongside it. The knowledge is terrible. What they've built with the knowledge is, I don't have a clinical term for it. I have the word extraordinary. I know that's not scientific. I'm going to say it anyway. The document that should not exist but does is a handwritten letter in the University of Bologna archive, donated by the Cortelli family along with their medical records. It is the letter from 1765, the original, the physician's letter to his colleague in Padua. The ink is brown and faded. The Italian is 18th century. The final sentence in translation. In our family, this is simply what happens to some of us. The letter is there, in the archive. Anyone can request to see it. It has been seen by researchers, by family members, by students. It has been read by Elena Lucarini, who stood in front of it in the archive room in Bologna on a Tuesday afternoon and read the final sentence, and stood there for a while, not saying anything. She did not weep. She said, "All right then." She went back to her studies. The reading chair is at the window. Marco has not moved it. He comes in the morning sometimes and sits beside it. He does not sit in it. He sits in the chair beside it, the one that has always been there, the one he pulled up to be next to her in the months she was in the chair. He sits beside it. He looks at the canal. The June light has become September light, the same gold, the same angle, the reason painters come here. The canal does its canal things. A boat passes, a pigeon. The particular morning sounds of a city that has been a city for a long time and intends to continue. Giulia leaves for school. She passes the doorway of the sitting room and looks in and sees Marco in his chair beside the reading chair, and she does not say anything. She leaves. She comes back in the afternoon. She says, "How are you?" He says, "Fine." She sits with him for a while. They look at the canal together. The afternoon light is different from the morning light, lower, more orange, the specific autumn quality of it. Different from September, but not so different that someone who knew September light well would fail to recognize what autumn was trying to do. She says, "I talked to Elena." He says, "Good." She says, "Alessandro might propose." He says, "MMM." But she said, "Elena says she's going to say yes." He says nothing for a moment. Then he says, "Good." One more moment of silence. The particular silence of two people who know what good means in this context. What it means for Elena, who carries the gene, to say yes to a person who will eventually be there for what the gene eventually does. Giulia says, "She's going to be okay." He says, "I know." She says, "Mama would be glad." He does not say anything for a while. Then he says quietly to the reading chair, "You'd be glad, Sophia." The chair is empty. The light is on it. The canal is outside. The chair holds the shape of nothing and everything. Consider what it means to carry something you did not choose. Not as philosophy, not as the abstract human condition of the inheritance we did not ask for, the histories and bodies and tendencies bequeathed to us by people we never met. Consider it as biology, as a single nucleotide in position 178 of the PRNP gene, on chromosome 20, in the cells of approximately 200 people alive on the planet tonight. A single letter different from the letter in the same position in the cells of the 7 billion people who do not carry this particular variant. One letter. The prion that forms from the protein coded by this gene folds into a shape that induces folding in its neighbors. The neighbors induce their neighbors. The cascade moves through the thalamus with the patience of a physical law, which is exactly what it is, and removes, specifically and completely, the capacity for sleep. The universe does not know this is happening. The universe does not know that in Venice, in Bologna, in Bavaria, in Alabama, in Shandong province, in 40 families, and in the 200 people who know they carry the gene, and in the untested people who have not yet decided whether to know, in all of them, a single letter is determining something. The universe did not place this letter as a judgment or a punishment or a test. The universe did not place it at all. It arose, as mutations arise, through the noise of biological copying, through the imprecision that is fundamental to any system that reproduces itself across time. The mutation has been in the human gene pool for a minimum of 260 years. It may be much older. It will be in the gene pool until it isn't, and the mechanism by which it leaves will be either the end of the family lines that carry it, or the development of a genetic or pharmacological intervention that silences it or corrects it. Neither of these has happened yet. The letter is still there. In cells dividing tonight, in the bodies of people who know and people who don't know, and people who have decided not to know, in the children of those people who will one day make their own decision. The universe does not note this. The families do. The families have always noted this, and kept going, and noted it again, and kept going, across 11 documented generations of the Venetian family and 11 generations of every other family worldwide that carries the same letter in the same position. They keep going, not because the universe instructs them to. Because there are hotels to run and floor plans to draw and boys in Bologna who don't yet know what they've agreed to, and anatomy lectures on Monday and reading chairs at windows and September light on canals, and the specific irrefutable fact of love, which does not cure anything and which is, as it has always been, the only answer available. I have a spreadsheet. I have been keeping it since I was 17, every morning, every night. Sleep latency, continuity, quality, the specific metrics that a positive test result makes into the most private and most monitored numbers in your life. I check it every morning with the specific anxiety of someone who knows exactly what they're looking for, and also knows that what they're looking for will come whether or not they look. This morning, normal. The numbers are normal. I know they will not always be normal. I know that one morning I will look at the numbers and they will have changed, and I will look at the change for a long time before I say anything to anyone, the way my mother looked at her own numbers for 6 weeks before she told Marco. And then I will say something. I will tell Alessandro, who will be there. I will call Giulia, who will be running the hotel or practicing architecture or both. I will call Marco, who will be at the window with the canal light. I will say, I think it's starting. And they will say everything that is possible to say. And then we will do what we do. I know what we will do. I have watched this for as long as I can remember. I know every marker. I have studied the syllabus. I will live through the exam. I am 20 years old and I have 27 years, roughly, to be ordinary in the best and truest sense of ordinary. To eat the Venetian food and watch the September light and love Alessandro badly and well, and make the mistakes that 20-year-olds make and do the work I came here to do, and be alive in the specific and unrepeatable way I am alive. I am going to use every day of it. Not bravely, not in the performed way of someone who needs you to know they are not afraid, just in the way you use a thing you know the value of, carefully, attentively, with the specific awareness of someone who has been given the gift of knowing what they have, even if what they have also includes this. The gift is the knowing. The disease is the disease. They are not the same thing. I check the spreadsheet every morning and it is normal, and I close the app and I get up and I go to the anatomy lecture and I sit next to Alessandro and I take notes on the brain that is going to kill me eventually, and I think, today is today, and today is mine. Some mornings you wake and the numbers are normal and the light is right and the person beside you is there and you think, I carry this and it will come, and I have today, which is all that any of us has ever had, gene or no gene, thalamus intact or slowly becoming otherwise. And today I am going to live as though I know exactly how much today is worth. Because I do. Story 3, The Forbidden Smile, the last man who witnessed HIM. He was standing beneath the streetlight at 2, 17 a.m. when I turned the corner. Still facing me, smiling not happily, not at anything I could see, just smiling with every part of his face committed to the expression except his eyes, which were doing something else entirely. I ran. He followed. Not fast, not slow. At the exact pace that meant I would never quite get away. To understand how we arrived here, we need to go back. I did not believe in urban legends until the night one followed me home. This is the statement I have made in therapist offices, in late-night conversations, in the specific confessional register of a person who has decided that the alternative to speaking is worse. And I have made it so many times that it has lost whatever personal weight it once carried and become instead a kind of formula, a doorway phrase that opens into the account that I cannot stop giving. The account that has not changed in the 8 years since the night on Clement Street, because the things I remember are the things I remember, and they are not susceptible to the erosive revision that most memories submit to over time. They are fixed, precise, photographic in their clarity, which is the first and most persistent reason that my therapist found them difficult to work with. Photographic memory of a traumatic event is not the norm, and its precision suggests either something that actually happened with extraordinary force or something that did not happen at all, but that the mind has constructed with extraordinary thoroughness. Either explanation disturbs me equally. The smiling man, the entity, the phenomenon, the legend, the hallucination, whatever precise category assigns itself most comfortably to what followed me on a Tuesday night in October, has been reported by individuals in 47 countries. This is not a number I arrived at through personal research. This is a number that arrived at me after I described my experience on an anonymous forum in 2016 from the people who wrote back. They kept writing. For 3 months they kept writing. Some of their accounts were clearly derivative, the contaminated quality of testimony that has been exposed to prior testimony, shaped by it, borrowing details that were not in the original report. I discarded these. What remained after the discarding was something that I have spent 8 years trying to understand without arriving at any framework that is both complete and comfortable. There are people in 47 countries who saw him. The details they agree on are as follows. The height, which is excessive, 6'4" at minimum, by most accounts, some reporting taller, as if the precise measurement is itself unstable. The clothing, which is dark and ordinary and somehow wrong in both qualities simultaneously. The movement, which has been described by every witness in terms that reach for dance without quite arriving there. Something fluid and rhythmic in the way the body occupies space. Something that suggests the normal walking gait is a performance being imperfectly replicated rather than an instinct being expressed. And the smile, which does not change, which has not changed in any account, in response to any stimulus the witness provided: fear, aggression, questions, silence, distance, proximity. The smile precedes the encounter and persists through it, and is presumably still there after the witness has departed because nothing in any account describes it ending. It simply is. As certain things simply are things that were present before the witness arrived and will persist after the witness has gone. Things that do not require witnesses to exist. Things that existed, one suspects, before anything capable of being a witness came to be in the places where they appear. The smile was there before I turned the corner. I know this now, though I could not have known it then. It was there before the streetlight flickered. It has always been there. My name is Joel Brennan, and the night in question was a Tuesday in October, which I know with certainty because Tuesdays were the nights I worked the late shift at Gallagher's on Geary Street, which was a bar, which is important because bars are the kind of place that produces witnesses the world finds automatically unreliable. I was 26. I had been tending bar at Gallagher's for 14 months, which was long enough to know the regulars and short enough that I still found them interesting rather than exhausting. I was not drunk when I left work at 2 a.m. That's not how bartending works. That's a civilian misunderstanding. The thing that happens when you've been standing behind the bar for 6 hours is that you are tired and your feet hurt, and the last thing you want is a drink, which is possibly why so many bartenders are quietly sober in their personal lives. I was stone cold sober and tired, and my feet hurt, and I had walked the route home from Gallagher's enough times that I did it without thinking, which means I was walking on autopilot through the Richmond district with my hands in my jacket pockets and my mind on nothing in particular. I was, in the language of King, the most ordinary man in the most ordinary moment, which is always when it happens. I was thinking about whether the leftover pad thai in my refrigerator was still good. This is what I was thinking about. Not monsters, not urban legends, not the 2009 Reddit post by user Blue Tiled Walls that is widely considered the origin point of the smiling man legend, which I had read and found unsettling, and then, with the efficiency of someone who has limited bandwidth for unsettling things, mostly forgotten, I was thinking about pad thai. I turned the corner from Geary onto Clement Street. The streetlight at the mid-block position flickered. I noticed this because flickering streetlights are the kind of thing you notice without meaning to, the change in light hitting the peripheral vision, triggering the ancient animal response to sudden environmental shifts. I looked at it. It flickered again. He was standing beneath it. My first thought, the thought before the other thoughts, the one that arrived in the first half second before the brain had processed what the eyes were sending, was, that man is very tall. My second thought, arriving about a second and a half later, was, something is wrong with his face. My third thought, which was not really a thought but more of a whole-body decision, was to keep walking. Because you keep walking in San Francisco at 2 a.m. You don't stop. You don't make eye contact. You keep walking and you look at your phone and you are fine. I kept walking. He was facing me. He had been facing me before I turned the corner. I understood this later, when I replayed the first moment of seeing him, the way he was oriented toward the direction I came from, as if he had been waiting for me to appear from exactly that direction. His face was smiling. Not like someone smiling at a joke, not like someone smiling in greeting. Like someone whose face had arrived at this arrangement and could not now find any reason to leave it. I kept walking. The smile didn't change when I got closer. Let me tell you about the version of me that existed before Clement Street, because this is the part that matters, the before, the ordinary, the person who didn't believe in things like this. I was the kind of person who had explanations. This is a specific type, recognizable to anyone who has spent time with them, which is to say to anyone who has spent time with themselves, because most people who grew up in the 1990s in American cities came out the other side with a functional skepticism that served as a first response toolkit for anything that didn't fit the known categories. Weird noise in the house, pipes, sense of being watched, anxiety, shadow at the edge of vision, tired eyes. I was good at this. I had a file for everything, and everything went into the file, and the file closed, and that was that. I had a good friend named Prakash who would tell you I was the most aggressively rational person he knew, which he meant as a critique. Prakash was the kind of person who kept a tarot deck on his kitchen table, and who found my need to explain everything a personal affront, as if my skepticism was a judgment on his openness, rather than just a habit. We argued about it, affectionately, in the way that people who have been friends since college argue about the things they've never agreed on, and have stopped expecting to. I texted Prakash from my phone as I walked down Clement, the night of the encounter before I turned the corner. This matters because the timestamp on that text is 2:14 a.m., which means I have external verification of my location and my state of mind 3 minutes before I saw the smiling man. The text said, "Still good on Saturday." because we were supposed to get dim sum on Saturday at the place on Clement he liked. Normal text, normal plans, normal Tuesday at 2:14 a.m. He didn't reply until morning. I didn't get to think about dim sum. Here is what I remember about the 30 seconds between turning the corner and passing the streetlight. The temperature dropped, not dramatically, not the cinematic plunge of temperature that every horror movie deploys when the monster arrives. A few degrees, enough to notice, enough for me to register the change in the air around the tall man standing beneath the light. And the smell. This is the detail I have most often left out of accounts, because it is the detail that sounds least credible, and because I cannot explain it with any reference point from the known world. It smelled like, and I have tried many comparisons over 8 years, and none of them are quite right, but the closest is it smelled like a concert hall just after the orchestra finishes. When the music has stopped but the space still carries it, the specific acoustic residue of organized sound. That is not a smell. I know it is not a smell, and yet that is the closest I can get. He didn't move when I passed. He turned. That was the second wrong detail. He didn't pivot his body and then turn his head. His head turned first, the full 90 degrees needed to keep facing me as I moved past, and then his body followed in a way that put the mechanics in the wrong order. Bodies don't do that. The head doesn't lead to that degree. I kept walking. He started walking. I have a theory about what the human mind does when it encounters something it cannot file. I've read the neuroscience. This is what you do. When something happens to you that you cannot explain, you read everything that might explain it, and eventually you find the neuroscience. The brain has a preference for the familiar explanation over the accurate one. Given a choice between, this person behind me is walking at an unusual pace and in an unusual way, and there is something wrong with the person behind me in a way my brain doesn't have a category for. The brain will default to the first option for as long as it possibly can. I defaulted. For a full city block, I defaulted. I told myself, tall man, weird walk, late at night, San Francisco, this is fine. There are many tall men with unusual walks in San Francisco at 2 a.m. The world is full of them. I have served dozens of them at Gallagher's. This man is simply walking home, or walking to wherever he is going, and it is a coincidence that he turned when I turned and is walking in the same direction I am walking, because Clement Street is a street and streets go places, and people go to the same places via streets all the time. The second block started, and he was still behind me, still at the exact distance, not gaining, not falling back. The exact same distance, as if the gap between us were a fixed thing, a physical property of the encounter rather than a function of our respective speeds. I turned my head, just slightly. The peripheral look, the one you do when you want to check without checking, when you want the information without committing to the act of turning around. He was smiling, the same smile, not directed at me, not exactly. Not the smile of someone who wants you to know they're smiling. The smile of someone whose face has a default arrangement that happens to include this. I walked faster. The distance between us stayed the same. I have since measured it. I went back to Clement Street in daylight, a week after the encounter, because I am the kind of person who measures things, and I paced the distance I remembered from the first turn to the point where I broke into a run. A city block and a half. I was walking faster than my normal pace for a city block and a half, and the distance stayed the same, which means whatever was behind me was also walking faster than my normal pace, while maintaining exactly the same speed I was maintaining. Matching. The word I didn't let myself think that night. The word that bypassed the filing system entirely and went somewhere else. Matching. He was matching my pace, adjusting, correcting, not following me the way a person follows another person when they happen to be going the same direction, following me the way a person follows another person when that person is the destination. I told myself, coincidence. The rationalization failed. I ran. Not immediately. Not at the moment the rationalization failed. There was a gap between those two events, the failure and the running, that lasted another half block, during which I was doing the thing that comes between knowing something and acting on it. The specific paralytic quality of information that the body has received and processed and understood, and is now waiting for the mind to authorize a response to. The mind authorized the response on the corner of Clement and 6th Avenue. When I looked back fully, stopped pretending not to look, turned all the way around, made full eye contact, and saw his face clearly in the light of the corner street lamp. He was tall enough that his face was in the upper portion of the light's field. 6'4" minimum, as I said, though I have since thought that the number might be conservative, that something about the quality of the encounter made precise measurement difficult in the moment and unreliable in retrospect. He was wearing a dark jacket, dark pants, nothing remarkable. His hands were at his sides. His posture was straight in a way that most people's posture isn't. The upright, precise alignment of something that has thought about how bodies stand rather than simply stood. And his face. His eyes were open and aimed at me with the specific quality of a gaze that is not searching and not aggressive and not curious, settled. Settled on me the way a spotlight settles. Already there, already fixed. And the smile. In better light, for the first time, I could see that the smile was complete, is the word I keep using, though I know complete has nothing to do with it. The smile used his whole face, not in the way that genuine happiness does, but in the way that total commitment does. Every part of the face was arranged in service of the expression. The cheeks, the eyes, the brow, every part of it. And yet the eyes were doing something the rest of the face was not. Or rather, the eyes were not participating in the expression even while they were arranged inside it. The smile said welcome. The eyes said something that has no word. I ran. He walked. At the exact same speed. And here is the part nobody talks about. The part left out of every news report, every official account, every interview. Because the people who knew, the ones who were actually there, made a decision. They decided some things were better left unsaid. They were wrong, and tonight you're going to hear why. He told himself it was nothing. He told himself this until the distance between him and the nothing stayed exactly the same no matter how fast he moved. Then he stopped telling himself anything. He got home. He knows he got home because he was in his apartment. The apartment on 7th Avenue with the blue-painted door that he had never gotten around to repainting. The door he had always meant to repaint. The door that he now found himself touching with both hands before he opened it, checking its weight, checking its realness, checking something. He went inside. He locked the door. He stood in the hallway of the apartment for a while, with the lights off, breathing. The apartment was his apartment. The things in it were his things, the coat rack with his coats, the worn patch on the hallway carpet that he had been meaning to cover with a rug, the smell of the place, which was coffee and old paperback books and slightly damp laundry that needed to be moved from the washer to the dryer. His things, his smell, his apartment. He turned the lights on. He went to the window. The street below was empty. He looked at it for a while. He went to the kitchen. He stood at the kitchen counter and drank a glass of water. He thought about the pad thai in the refrigerator and opened the door and looked at it and closed the door without taking it out. He sat at the kitchen table. The kitchen was quiet. He had a downstairs neighbor, Mrs. Alvarez, who played her television loudly enough at certain hours that you could hear it through the floor. He had sometimes found this irritating. He had complained about it in the mild and apologetic way that you complain to neighbors you like, twice in 14 months. At 2:30 in the morning, the television was off. The floor was quiet. He listened to the floor being quiet. He thought about the man's face. He thought about the distance that had stayed the same. He got up and checked the door. It was locked. He checked it again. He went to bed. He did not sleep. He lay in the dark of his bedroom and stared at the ceiling and listened to the apartment being quiet around him, and thought about the walk home, and thought about the corner of Clement and 6th, and thought about the way the face looked in the corner light, and thought about the eyes that had been doing something the smile was not doing. At 4:30 a.m. he got up and checked the door again. It was still locked. His hands, when he touched the deadbolt, were shaking slightly. He did not note this at the time. He noted it later, replaying the night. He had been shaking. He went back to bed. He did not sleep until 6 a.m., and the sleep that came was not good sleep. When he woke, he was not sure, for about 10 seconds, which side of something he was on. He told Prakash, not on Saturday, over dim sum, the way he had imagined telling it, with the comfort of daylight and dumplings, and the particular ease of talking about frightening things when you are somewhere warm and well lit. He told him Thursday, on the phone, because Thursday was the soonest he could make himself say it in words and words out loud to another person. Prakash listened. He did not laugh. He asked a question, did you get a look at his hands? Joel did not know why this was the first question. He said, what? Prakash said, his hands. Did you see his hands? A lot of the accounts describe the hands. Joel said, accounts of what? Prakash said, the smiling man. The name. Joel had forgotten, or had put away, had filed it. Under the thing I read once and then chose not to think about. The 2009 Reddit post. The post by Blue Tiled Walls that described a 3 a.m. encounter with a tall figure in a residential neighborhood, smiling in the same specific, uncommitted to joy way, dancing in the street with the loose, fluid wrongness of movement that Joel had not yet, in telling Prakash, described. He had not described the movement. Prakash had asked about the hands. He said, you've read about this. Prakash said, I've read a lot about this. There was a silence between them, the specific silence of a person who has always believed in things like this, speaking to a person who has just arrived at the border of believing in things like this, and each of them recognizing in the silence the distance that remains between them. Then Prakash said something that Joel Brennan has thought about every day for 8 years. He said, Joel, did he blink? Joel thought about the face in the corner streetlight, the eyes open, the smile arranged, the gaze settled. He had been making eye contact with this face for what might have been 3 seconds, or might have been 30, and he did not remember a blink. He did not remember a single blink. He said no. The phone was quiet. Prakash said, very quietly, then you need to listen to what I'm going to tell you, because there's a reason the people who have seen him don't talk about what came after. What you just heard was only the beginning. There were the dreams. He had not mentioned the dreams to Prakash because at the time of the phone call Thursday, 2 days after the encounter, he had only had 1. By the following week he had had 4. By the end of October he had had 11. The dreams were not frightening. This is the thing about them that was, in the end, more disturbing than if they had been. They were not frightening. He would wake from them feeling not shaken but rested, in the specific way you feel rested after a dream that your body found absorbing, a sleep that held you, that felt complete, that you were almost sorry to leave. The dreams were of a street. It was not Clement Street. It was a street he did not recognize from waking life, narrower, older feeling, lit by the kind of lighting that suggests a time before the current lighting infrastructure. And the man was on it, standing at the mid-block position, beneath a light, facing toward Joel in the way he had always been facing, with the orientation that assumed Joel's presence from whatever direction he arrived. Smiling. In the dreams, Joel walked toward him instead of away. This disturbed him, waking the dream version of himself choosing the opposite of what the waking version had done. choosing approach rather than flight, moving toward the face rather than away from it. And in the dreams, as he got closer, the smile did not change. But the eyes in the dreams, when he got close enough to be in the full field of the gaze, the eyes were doing something that the waking encounter had not given him the proximity to see. He could never, waking, remember what the eyes were doing. Just that they were doing something, and that it was not the smile. He mentioned the street to his therapist. He described the dreams without describing the encounter, which he was not yet ready to describe to his therapist, who was a careful woman named Dr. Sandra Mead at the UCSF Outpatient Mental Health Clinic, and who wrote something down when he described the recurring street. She asked, "In the dream, do you feel afraid?" He thought about it. He said no. She wrote something down. He said, "Is that wrong?" She said, "Tell me about the figure in the dream." He told her. He left out that it didn't blink. She noticed it on a Thursday. 3 days later, it had a name in a Reddit thread that had March 2009, Seattle, Washington. A Reddit post appears in the early hours of March 7th, 2009. Username, Blue Tiled Walls. The post title, "Has anyone else seen the smiling man?" It describes a 3 a.m. encounter near the poster's apartment in a residential neighborhood of Seattle with a tall figure moving in the center of the road. The figure is described as dancing, not conventionally, but with a loose, boneless fluidity that the poster describes as like someone doing an impression of dancing who had only ever heard dancing described. The smile is described in the first paragraph. The absence of blinking is mentioned only in the final line, almost as an afterthought. The post receives 847 upvotes in the first 48 hours. It receives 1,204 comments. Of the 1,204 comments, 97 claim to be accounts of similar encounters. Moderators remove 34 of these for being obvious jokes. 63 remain. Researchers, informal, the kind that emerge organically from internet communities with an interest in the unexplained, begin collating the remaining accounts within a week. The pattern is immediate and difficult to dismiss. Kevin Marsh, security guard, Portland, Oregon, interview 2012. I was doing perimeter check on the parking structure on Burnside at about 1:30 a.m. He was standing by the stairwell door on the 4th level. I almost walked right into him coming around the corner. I was that close before I saw him. He was taller than the door behind him. He was facing me. And he was, you know how when someone is smiling at you, there's something behind it. Amusement or warmth or something. This was like all the expression without any of the something, like a face doing an impression of smiling. I asked him if I could help him. He didn't answer. He didn't stop smiling, and he didn't blink. I was looking at his face, I was looking for it, and he did not blink once in the 40 seconds I stood there. I went for my radio, and when I looked back up, he was gone. I checked the whole structure. He wasn't there. He had not taken the stairs or the elevator. I'd have heard the elevator, and the stairs are concrete and loud. He just wasn't there. Kevin Marsh filed an incident report with his employer. His employer noted possible intruder, not apprehended. He left the security industry in 2013. He did not say why. The collated accounts by December 2009, number 163. The key consistencies: height, minimum 6 feet 4. Movement described as fluid, rhythmic, inappropriate for context. Smile that does not change in response to any stimulus. Eyes open throughout encounter, blinking not observed by any witness. No witness reports being touched. No witness reports being verbally addressed. Every witness reports being followed for a period before the encounter ended, either by the witness departing at speed or by the figure simply being absent when the witness next checked. Not one witness reports seeing the figure leave. It is simply gone, as if the encounter has a specific duration and concludes when that duration is complete. November 2011, Liverpool, England. a woman named Claire Ashford, 31. A nurse returning from a night shift at the Royal Liverpool University Hospital reports an encounter with a tall, smiling figure on Myrtle Street at approximately 4 a.m. Her account, given to Liverpool Merseyside Police as a report of suspicious behavior, is the first to include a detail that subsequent researchers flag as significant. She reports that the figure spoke. Not words she could identify. A sound, she says, that she describes in 3 separate statements with 3 different words, humming in the first statement, tunning in the second, and in the third, after she has clearly been dissatisfied with both of her first attempts, she says, like something that isn't quite singing and isn't quite breathing, like someone making a sound the way a fridge makes a sound, not intentional, just continuously present. The Merseyside police officer who took the report flagged it as a potential intoxication case. Claire Ashford was, by her employer's records and the on-duty nurse's testimony, sober at the end of her shift and therefore sober at 4 a.m. She reported the encounter to 3 separate researchers via email in 2012. Each researcher asked the same follow-up question: did he blink? Each time she said, "I don't think so, no, I would have noticed." She moved from Liverpool to Glasgow in 2013. She gave one final interview in 2014 to a researcher named Michael Okafor, who was compiling the first academic-adjacent paper on the Smiling Man accounts. Claire Ashford, registered nurse, Liverpool, interviewed 2014. "The thing I can't get out of my head isn't the smile. I've made my peace with the smile, more or less. It's the sound. Because in the moment the sound was almost, I don't want to say this because it sounds wrong, it was almost comforting. Like a tone you'd use to settle something. The way you might hum to a frightened animal to calm it. And I was frightened. I was genuinely frightened. And the sound was doing something to that fright that I didn't want it to do. I didn't want to be less frightened. I needed to be frightened. Being frightened was the thing that was going to get me home." Claire Ashford stopped responding to researcher inquiries after the 2014 interview. Her last known communication on the subject was a single-line email sent in February 2015. "I don't think it's finished with me." The Okafor paper, submitted for peer review in 2015 to 2 academic journals, and rejected by both on the grounds of insufficient verifiable methodology, contains one table that researchers in the informal community still reference. It cross-references 112 accounts for the presence or absence of the following: sound produced by entity, response by entity to witness speech, physical contact with witness, and in the final column, any report of the entity being seen to blink. The blink column, 112 accounts, 0 confirmations. The smile has antecedents. Every major mythology and every culture that has left a documented record contains some version of it. The being that wears human form but wears it incorrectly, that approximates the human expression without inhabiting it, that is recognizable as wrong before it can be articulated why. The no-theater tradition of Japan includes the shikami mask, a face frozen in an expression of mixed anguish and terrible mirth, the smile and the horror occupying the same arrangement of features, the ambiguity of the expression being the point. The mask is ancient. It predates the documented form of no theater by centuries. The oldest extant examples are from the Kamakura period, 12th century, and they are in continuous use because they work. The Cheshire Cat of Victorian literature is usually read as whimsy. It is less usually read as what it is: the smile that persists beyond the departure of the entity it belongs to, that remains in space after the thing that wore it has gone, that exists as a thing in itself rather than as a property of a face. The Leshy of Slavic mythology, a forest spirit that mimics human travelers, matching their pace and direction until the moment it is noticed, at which point it simply is not there. Not having left, simply not there. The pattern is older than the internet. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, Comparative Folklore, Tokyo University, 2018. what I find significant about the global distribution of the smiling man phenomenon, and I use phenomenon deliberately, acknowledging that I cannot make claims about its ontological status, is that it appears in cultures with no documented contact with each other at the time of the earliest accounts. The fixed smile as a marker of the uncanny predates the literary tradition. It may predate the written record. It is in the bones of how human beings have always represented the thing that looks like us but isn't. The question that interests me is not what the smiling man is. The question is what it tells us about what we know in our oldest instincts that we cannot explain. The accounts from the 47 countries continue to accumulate. As of the most recent comprehensive collation, the count stands at 1,847 documented reports. Not all are credible. Researchers with the strongest methodological standards have reviewed and accepted 312 as meeting their criteria for inclusion. 312 accounts in 47 countries, spanning, when historical accounts are included, approximately 200 years of documented record. The earliest account that researchers have verified with reasonable confidence is from an 1839 letter in the archives of a Gloucestershire family, describing an encounter on a rural road at night, in language that predates the internet by 170 years, and that describes, with the accuracy of someone who has no script for what they are reporting, a tall man on the road with a smile that did not change and eyes that did not close. 1. What I am about to tell you is documented. It is on record. It exists in files that are technically public but practically inaccessible. I found them. I read every page. You need to hear what is inside, because what happened once is still happening. Joel stopped sleeping well in November. He had been sleeping badly since October, since the night on Clement Street, but November was different. October's bad sleep was the bad sleep of a frightened person, which is a recognizable and manageable category. You're frightened, your nervous system is running hot. Sleep is difficult but explicable, and the solution is time and the gradual fatting of fright as the fright-producing event recedes in time. November's bad sleep was not that. November's bad sleep was the bad sleep of a person being prevented. This is the distinction he would eventually make to Dr. Mead, after enough sessions to have the vocabulary for it. October was him failing to sleep because he was frightened. November was something else keeping him from getting there. The feeling, which started around the third week of October and was established by the first week of November, was of proximity. Not in the apartment, not on 7th Avenue, not in any specific external location. The proximity was interior. The sense of something close, the way a word is close when it's on the tip of your tongue, present just below the surface of retrieval, insistently just there. Prakash had started sending him things. Not just Reddit threads, those were the beginning, the accessible surface of the material. Deeper things, academic papers or near-academic papers, the kind produced by researchers working at the border of the credible, folklore archives, historical accounts, the Akafar paper, a collection of hand-translated accounts from a Slavic language forum that had been archiving reports since 2003, predating the blue-tiled walls post by 6 years. Joel read all of it. He told himself he was reading it to explain what had happened to him, to file it, to get it into the right category and close the drawer. He knew, reading it, that this was not what was happening. What was happening was that he was not alone with it anymore. That was the true purpose of the reading, not explanation but company. The specific comfort of discovering that the thing you saw has been seen before, that you are part of a record, that the record, whatever it contains, is a record. He did not find this as comforting as he expected. He found in the record that almost none of the 312 credible accounts describe a clean ending. They describe an encounter, and then they describe what came after. The after is not in any summary. The after is in the details that witnesses mention and researchers note, and nobody has yet put into a table, because the after is not consistent in its specifics, but is consistent in its quality. The after is the feeling of proximity. The after is November. December was better. He moved the furniture around. This sounds insane and probably was slightly insane, but it was what he did. He rearranged the living room furniture on the first Saturday in December, dragging the couch to the other wall and relocating the bookshelves and repositioning the reading chair, so that the room was the same room but differently organized. And this did something, as absurd as it sounds. It changed the texture of the place. The apartment became slightly less the apartment he had walked into in October, the apartment of the before, and slightly more something he had remade in December. He slept better. The proximity feeling receded. He called Elena, his sister in Chicago, and had a long conversation about things that had nothing to do with October or Clement Street or the Smiling Man. She had just gotten engaged. He was genuinely happy about this. They talked for an hour and a half about the engagement and her fiancé's family and the preliminary venue conversations, and by the end of the call he felt, for the first time in 6 weeks, like a person who lived in ordinary time. He went to the dim sum place on Clement with Prakash, and ate an unreasonable amount of food, and they talked about the accounts and the Akafar paper and the historical record, and he was able to do this in daylight, over dumplings, with the ease of someone who has achieved sufficient distance from the frightening thing to discuss it instead of merely survive it. He was fine. He told himself, I am fine. He walked home from dim sum down Clement Street. He did not think about this. He just walked home the way he always walked home, the way you walk home when you live in a neighborhood and all the routes go through it. He was on the mid-block of Clement, on a December Saturday afternoon, in full daylight, passing the same mid-block position where the streetlight had flickered on the Tuesday in October, when he saw the man across the street. Tall, dark jacket, standing on the sidewalk, facing toward Joel with the orientation that assumed his approach, smiling in the full daylight, with every part of his face in service of the expression except the eyes. He was there for 4 seconds. Joel stopped walking. He stopped and he looked fully, completely in the daylight of a Saturday, December afternoon on Clement Street with other people on the sidewalk and cars on the road and a woman with a stroller and a man walking a Labrador. And the man was there, smiling, looking back. No blink, no blink, no blink. 4 seconds. And then Joel blinked. And the man was not there. Not gone, not walked away, not turned a corner, not moved into the foot traffic and become indistinguishable from it. Between Joel's blink and the moment after his blink, the man was simply not there. The piece of sidewalk he had occupied was occupied by air, the same air it had always had, with nothing to suggest that anything taller than the air had recently been standing in it. Joel stood on the sidewalk. The woman with the stroller passed him. The man with the Labrador passed him. Ordinary Saturday afternoon, continuing. He called Prakash from the sidewalk. He said, I just saw him again. Prakash said, on Clement. Joel said, yes. A pause, then Prakash said, Joel, were there other people around? Joel said, yes. It was the middle of the afternoon, there were people everywhere. Prakash said, did anyone else see him? Joel looked around. The sidewalk crowd moving. No one stopped. No one looking at the place across the street where the man had been. The specific non-reaction of people who have not seen the thing you have seen. He said no. Prakash was quiet for a moment. He said, I need to tell you something about the accounts. The long-term accounts, the people who see him more than once. Joel said, what about them? Prakash said, None of them, Joel, not one of them, can say for certain afterward whether the encounters were real or whether they happened inside their heads. Not because they're crazy, because the encounters they become indistinguishable. The inside and the outside, over time. He said, "Are you saying this isn't real?" Prakash said, "I'm saying that might not be the right question. What you just heard was only the beginning." January came, and he moved out of the Clement Street apartment. He did not move far. He moved to a place on Irving Street in the inner Sunset, a studio on the second floor with a bay window and a landlord named Mr. Chow who was kind and quiet and had a cat named Biscuit that sometimes sat on the stairs. Different neighborhood, different street, different route to the BART, different everything. He did not see the smiling man in January. He did not see him in February. He thought about him constantly. This is the distinction he wanted to make when he described this period. Later, the distinction between seeing and thinking. He had stopped seeing the figure. He had not stopped thinking about him. The thinking was not like ordinary intrusive thought, the anxious revisitation that anxiety disorders produce, the unwanted but explicable return of a feared memory. This was different. This was attentive. The way you think about something that deserves thought. The way you return to a problem that has not been solved and will not be solved by leaving it alone. He understood by March that this was the mechanism, not the appearances. The appearances were startling and terrifying and definitive in the way of external events. They happened, they ended, they were localized in specific times and places. What was permanent, what did not end with the encounter, was the thinking, the face in the ambient cognition of the day, the smile in the quarter second before sleep, the eyes not frightening, not anything with a name in the peripheral register of waking thought. He understood by March that he had not left Clement Street. Not his body. His body was in the Irving Street studio with the bay window and Biscuit on the stairs. But the part of him that had turned the corner and seen the light flicker and looked at the face, that part had not moved. That part was still on Clement Street, still in the 4 seconds of the encounter, trying to understand what the eyes were doing. He told Dr. Mead, "I think the encounter changed something I don't have the right language for." She asked, "Changed how?" He said, "Like I was adjusted, like something was changed in how I receive the world, or how the world receives me, and I didn't consent to it and I can't undo it." She wrote something down. He said, "That sounds delusional." She said, "It sounds like trauma." He said, "What's the difference?" She did not answer immediately. The silence was longer than he expected. Was it real? I ask this now with the specific desperation of a man who has been asking it for, how long has it been? 8 years. 8 years of asking, and the asking has not produced an answer so much as it has produced a refinement of the question, a narrowing, an arrival at a version of the question that is more precise if no more answerable. Not, did the encounter on Clement Street happen? But, what is the status of the thing that happened? I saw him. I have never for one moment doubted that I saw him. The moment of sight is the most fixed thing in my memory, clearer than the other things, sharper, as if the brain photographed it with a higher resolution than it uses for ordinary experience. I saw him. That is beyond my capacity to question. But the December sighting, the 4 seconds across the street in the daylight, that one I have never been able to hold with the same certainty. The certainty exists in memory, but the memory has a quality that the Clement Street memory does not have. The quality of something slightly too convenient, slightly too perfectly placed in the narrative of what I was experiencing. As if the December sighting was not something I saw, but something I needed to have seen. And the difference between needing something to be true and its being true is, I have circled this distinction for 8 years. I have not arrived at the other side of it. Here is what I know. After December, after the move to Irving Street, the appearances stopped being external, or appeared to stop being external, or became external less frequently and internal more frequently, the internal ones having acquired enough sensory specificity that the distinction between the two stopped being reliable. The face was always present, not terrifying, not aggressive, present in the way that a sound is present, a sound you know is there, that you have incorporated into the background register of your waking life, that you notice only when it stops. When does it stop? It has not stopped. I say this with the full knowledge of what it sounds like. I say it because it is the truth, and I have spent 8 years approaching the truth of this from every angle available to me, and I have never found the angle that makes it false. The face is present. The smile is there, at the edge of things. At the moment before sleep and the moment after waking and the unguarded moments of the afternoon when concentration lapses and the background of consciousness comes briefly forward. It does not communicate. It does not threaten. It is simply present in the way the encounter on Clement Street made it present, as if the encounter was not an event but an installation. He installed something. Or, and this is the question I cannot stop asking, revealed something that was already there. I must tell you what changed. Yes, I must. I have avoided it in every previous account. I have gone to the edge of it and retreated. I have described the periphery and left the center untouched because the center is the thing I cannot say without risking the specific loss that comes from saying the thing you have been most carefully not saying. The center is this. I began to recognize things. Not him, not the figure, not the appearances, which were already recognized in the way that the known and dreaded thing is recognized when it arrives. Different things. Things I had not recognized before October 2015, before Clement Street, before the face in the streetlight and the distance that stayed the same. Cracks in things. Not metaphorical cracks, physical ones. In walls, in pavement, in the surfaces of buildings, and the edges of windows and the joints of sidewalk panels. I began to see them with an attention I had not previously had for them. The way cracks run, the direction of them, the way they branch, the specific language that breaking things use when they are breaking slowly and saying so to anyone who knows how to read the same. I noticed them. I found them interesting. I found them beautiful is the word, and I know what it costs me to use it. This is not a symptom I have described to Dr. Mead. This is not a symptom I have described to Prakash. I describe it to you now, to you, whoever you are in the dark with your headphones and your careful listening, because the reason I am still giving this account, the reason I cannot stop giving it, is that I need to know if others have had this. If you are still with me, if you have not yet turned away from what I am telling you, write in the comments. The walls remember. Tell me if you have found yourself looking at the cracks, if you have found them since your encounter beautiful rather than simply damaged. Tell me if something was installed in you that changed how damage looks. Tell me I am not alone in seeing through the thing's eyes. Because that is what I fear I am doing. That is what I fear the encounter on Clement Street was for. Not to follow me home, to give me his eyes. But do not think, do not for one moment believe that you are simply listening to a story, What I am telling you is real. It has always been real. And the reason I know this, the reason I cannot stop, is that it is still happening. Right now, as I speak these words to you in the dark. The cracks. I look at the cracks, and I know things about them I should not know. I know how they will propagate. I know in which direction the next branching will occur. I know when I look at a crack in a plaster wall or a fissure in a concrete walkway, the specific shape of what it will look like in 6 months, in a year, in 5 years. Not because I have studied material science, not because I have any training in structural assessment, because the information is simply there, where it was not before. Clement Street. I cannot separate the knowledge from the night. The night gave me something. Something I did not want. Something I cannot return. I look at the cracks in the wall of my apartment, the Irving Street apartment where I have now lived for 7 years, where the plaster has its own history of small failures, and I see through them. Not literally, but through them. The crack as a map of the force that produced it. The force as evidence of the structure beyond. The structure's future readable in the present failure if you know how to read it. He knew how to read it. Standing on Clement Street, standing outside the parking garage in Portland, standing on Myrtle Street in Liverpool at 4 a.m., humming the hum that was almost comforting. He looks at everything the way I now look at cracks. He sees the failure coming. He is there for the seeing. He wanted no. He does not want. He does not have wants. He is not something that wants things. He is something that attends. And I have been given, installed with, whatever it is that lets him attend. I am attending now. The walls are speaking. I am trying not to listen. And so my mind, what remained of it, turned at last to the question I had been circling. Not what had he been, but what precisely he had left behind when he walked away at the pace that matched my running. The smiling man is not a new thing. He is not a product of the internet age, not a phenomenon born from the blue-tiled walls post of 2009 and the account aggregation that followed it. He is, or what he represents is, considerably older than the internet, older than the word phenomenon, older than the practice of calling things by names and placing them in categories, which is the entire project of human rationality and which represents, in the context of what the smiling man appears to be, a project of frankly insufficient ambition. There are things that exist alongside human experience without being part of it. Alongside, not above it, not beneath it, parallel. In the same spaces, occupying the same streets and corners and mid-block positions beneath streetlights, moving through the geography of the human world without being of the human world, without having any relationship to the human world that humans can recognize as relationship. They are there the way shadows are there when there is light, not because they are caused by the human activity, not because they respond to it, but because they occupy the same space, and the same space produces them. Dr. Martin Kellerman, Depth Psychology and Anomalous Experience, University of Zurich, 2020. What the consistent accounts of the smiling man suggest to me, from a depth psychology perspective, is not an encounter with an external entity, but an encounter with an external embodiment of a specific internal state, the state of being observed without being understood, the experience of the gaze without interpretation. We project meaning onto faces constantly and automatically. The face that resists this projection, that offers the expression without the meaning behind the expression, triggers a specific and very ancient terror. The question I cannot answer, the question that keeps me engaged with this material, is whether that terror was always there in us, waiting for the right face to activate it, or whether the face produces the terror in the way that a key produces an opening. The key produces an opening. The metaphor is apt in ways that Kellerman may not have intended. The key produces an opening, and what passes through the opening is not the key, and the opening does not close when the key is removed, and the opening is in the person who was encountered rather than in any external structure, and the person thereafter moves through the world with the specific quality of a person through whom something has moved, a person who has been made into a threshold and does not know how to close themselves again. The 1839 letter from the Gloucestershire Archive describes the encounter and then describes, in the 3 letters that follow it, a period of months during which the letter writer noticed things differently. Cracks, specifically. Fractures in stone. The way walls fail. He describes this with the confused observation of someone for whom the noticing is new and for whom no framework exists to make it meaningful. He writes, in the 3rd letter following, I find I can now read the life of a wall in its failures, as one might read the character of a person in their sorrows. He wrote this in 1839. Joel Brennan said something almost identical to Dr. Mead in a session in 2018, using different words but the same architecture of meaning. 179 years apart. Neither of them knew about the other. I shall try to describe what the smiling man is. I shall try, knowing that the attempt will fail in the specific and instructive way that all such attempts fail, by producing a description that is simultaneously too much and not enough, that names the outline but not the interior, that gives the shape of the thing without giving its nature, because the nature is the part that language cannot reach. He is tall in the accounts, because height is legible to human perceptual systems as a marker of something outside the ordinary range, something that does not belong to the middle ground of human variation, something that requires acknowledgement. He smiles in the accounts, because the smile is the most recognizable and most frequently misread of human expressions, the expression that signals welcome and openness and harmlessness, and that, worn wrongly, worn without the animating intention behind it, reveals precisely how much of human social life is performance, and precisely how little performance resembles whatever it is performing. He does not blink in the accounts because, and here I must be very careful, because this is the place where description most clearly fails, because blinking is the body's acknowledgement of the necessity of refreshing its connection to the visual world, and whatever occupies those eyes does not need to refresh that connection, because it is not using the eyes to see in the way that the eyes were built to see, because it is not receiving information through them, so much as transmitting through them, something that does not have a word. The humming that Claire Ashford described, like a fridge, she said, not intentional, just continuously present, is perhaps the closest any witness has come to describing the experience of being in the presence of something that exists in a register that human sensory systems were not designed to process. Something that leaks into the audible range not because it intends sound, but because existence at its level produces a byproduct that the human ear resolves into sound the way the eye resolves a certain frequency of light into blue. What it is doing, in its presence and its following and its smile that does not change, is witnessing. What it witnesses is what it sees, the cracks, the fractures, the places where the material world is failing in ways visible to something that reads failure the way a musician reads a score, not the score as it is now, but the score as it will conclude, The resolution of the failure already knowable from the direction and speed of the present fracture. It is witnessing the fractures in us, not the bridges, not the infrastructure. Us, the human material, the places where the human structure is failing in ways that are already determined, already resolved, already headed toward their conclusion at the rate and in the direction of the present crack. It watches the fracture. It attends the conclusion. What the conclusion is, what it knows about us that we cannot know about ourselves, is the thing that language cannot hold. There is one account in the archive that researchers do not discuss. Not because it has been discredited, not because it is clearly fabricated, because it is, by the methodological standards of even the most credulous researchers in this material, too credible to be comfortable. It comes from a woman who was, at the time she submitted it, a professor of cognitive neuroscience at a major European university. She has asked, through the researcher who collected it, that her institution not be named. The account was submitted in 2017. Her encounter had occurred in 2003. She was walking home from her laboratory late, as academics working on deadline walk home late, in a northern European city whose specific identity she has also asked to be withheld. She encountered the smiling man in a pedestrian underpass. She had the encounter. She ran. She got home, the standard shape of it. What distinguishes her account is the aftermath. In the 14 years between her 2003 encounter and her 2017 account submission, she reports, her research changed. She had been studying the neural correlates of social cognition, the brain systems involved in reading other people, in interpreting faces, in the automatic and largely unconscious social processing that allows humans to function in community with each other. Standard cognitive neuroscience. After 2003, she found herself increasingly interested in the failure cases. The cases where social cognition breaks down, where the face-reading system misfires or overfires or produces the uncanny valley experience, the response of wrongness to the almost human face. She spent 14 years studying the neural basis of the uncanny valley. Her most cited paper is on the specific brain regions that activate when a human being encounters a face that is not quite right. She submitted this to the researcher, along with her encounter account. She wrote, "I do not know if the encounter changed my research or if something in my neural architecture that the encounter activated made me more interested in what I found. I do not know if I am studying the smiling man or if the smiling man is studying himself through me. I am a cognitive neuroscientist, and this is the question I cannot answer, which makes it the most important question of my career." The most important question of her career. A question she cannot answer. And the final line of her submission, which the researcher who shared it with me described as the most disturbing thing in the entire archive, more disturbing than any account of an encounter. She wrote, "I look at my published photographs, the photographs taken at conferences, at events, in my laboratory, and I notice that in the photographs taken after 2003, my smile does not look the same as my smile before." What you just heard was only the beginning. The cognitive neuroscientist's photographs. I found her published work. This is not difficult. She is distinguished enough that her papers are widely available. I found the photographs. Conference presentations, department pages, academic event photography spanning the period 2001 to 2016, before 2003 and after. I looked at them for a long time. I cannot tell you that the smile changed. I cannot make that claim with certainty. The human face is not perfectly consistent across photographs. Lighting, angle, the moment the shutter chose, all of these produce variation. I cannot say definitively that there is a difference. I can say that I looked at those photographs for a long time, and that looking at them produced a feeling I have had before. The feeling I had on Clement Street. The feeling of a face whose smile uses every part of the face except the eyes. The feeling of being looked at by something that was not looking the way looking is done by things that mean no harm by it. The neuroscientist's photographs may be entirely normal. I may be seeing things that are not there. I have been told by two therapists and by Prakash and by my own rational mind on many occasions that seeing things that are not there is the explanation that requires the least investment in the impossible. I keep looking at the photographs. I keep having the feeling. What has been described thus far represents only the outermost fragment of the truth, the portion that human language can approximate. What lies beneath that layer, what the deepest accounts suggest, is something for which no preparation is adequate. Nothing that follows can be unheard. You were warned. I went back to Clement Street. When was this? The fourth year, the fifth. The year does not matter. What matters is that I went, which I had not done since the December sighting, which I had avoided with the deliberate avoidance of a person who does not trust what will happen to them in the vicinity of the place. I went at night. I went on a Tuesday. I registered this only after, standing on the corner of Geary and Clement, watching the lights of the intersection, and knowing that I had chosen Tuesday without meaning to choose Tuesday, and wondering what the choosing meant. I walked down Clement. Mid-block, the streetlight, not flickering, not now, burning steady orange in the November dark. I stood beneath it. I stood beneath it and looked at the pavement and looked at the doorways and looked at the buildings and looked at the cracks. There are cracks everywhere in an urban streetscape if you know how to look, and I know how to look now. I saw them. I read them. The information that the encounter on Clement Street installed in me processed them with the quiet efficiency of a system that has been running for years and no longer needs conscious attention to operate. I knew which crack would propagate and how. I knew which building facade had a structural issue in the joint above the third floor window. I knew all of this the way I know my own name, automatically, without effort, as the baseline condition of my existence rather than as something I have worked to know. Standing under the streetlight, I thought, I have become something. Not something monstrous, not something frightening from the inside. Something that reads the world differently than I read it before October 2015. Something that looks at the surfaces of things and sees through them to the failing structures beneath. I thought he didn't follow me home. I am now following me home. I stood under the light for 20 minutes. Nothing came. Nothing came because nothing needed to come, because what was installed was already operating and did not require his presence to continue operating, and will not require it for as long as I live, which may be the entirety of the plan, if plan is a category that applies to him. The guilt arrives in the fourth year and stays. Not guilt for having walked home on Clement Street I could not have known. Not guilt for having turned the corner and seen the light and looked at the face, because not looking was never available to me. Looking is what happened, and it was not a choice. The guilt is more specific than that and more terrible. The guilt is for the reading. I read cracks. I have been reading them for years, and I read them not neutrally, not in the flat factual way of the structural engineer doing an assessment. I read them with interest, with attention, with the specific quality of absorption that I previously associated only with things I genuinely found beautiful. Literature, music, good conversation at 2 a.m. with someone I loved. I find the cracks beautiful. I find the language of failing surfaces beautiful. This is not a choice. I have tried to make it not so. I have tried, in the same way you try not to hear a melody that has taken up residence in your head, to look at cracks without the absorption, without the reading, without the specific quality of attention that feels, from the inside, like recognition. I cannot. The absorption is installed. And the guilt is this: I do not think the reading is neutral. I think something receives it. I think somewhere, in the register where he exists, in the place where the smile and the non-blinking eyes are always present, the level of reality that Clement Street opened a door into, something receives the information I process when I read the cracks. I am a censor. I have been made into a censor for whatever he attends to. And the worst thing, the deepest thing, the thing at the center of the guilt, is that I am good at it. I am 8 years in, extraordinarily good at reading failure. I am better than I want to be. Better than anyone has a right to be who came to this ability, the way I came to it. And something out there, unblinking, is benefiting from my expertise. Here is the thing I have been building toward. I have told the Clement Street account many times. I have told it to therapists and to Prakash, and to the researchers who found me through the account's forum, and to my sister Alina, once, late at night after her wedding when it was just the two of us at the table after everyone else had gone to bed. I have told it in different versions, shorter, longer, with different details foregrounded depending on who was listening and what they could hear. I have never told the part I am about to tell. Not because I did not remember it, not because I doubted it, because it is the part that would change the account from something that happened to me into something that I am implicated in, and I have not been ready for that implication. I am ready now. On Clement Street, on the night of October 13, 2015, when the smiling man was behind me and I was running, at the corner of Clement and 6th Avenue, when I fully turned and made full eye contact with the face for those 4 seconds, at the end of those 4 seconds, before I ran, before the look away, I smiled back. Not intentionally, not as a choice. My face arranged itself in response to his face in the mirror image of his expression. The human face does this automatically. It is called facial mimicry. It is documented. It is the body's social technology for signaling recognition. My face recognized his expression and returned it. For 1 second, I was also smiling. In the same way. Without joy, without warmth, with every part of my face committed to the expression except my eyes, which were doing something the expression was not doing. He made a sound. Low, rhythmic, not frightening. I ran. I have been trying to decide for 8 years whether that second was when the installation happened, or whether it happened when I smiled back and understood, for 1 second, what the smile was for. Enough of the theoretical, enough of the distance. What happened in that second deserves to be described as it was, in full, in light, with nothing hidden. In that second, the smile was this. It was a smile that did not require joy to function. That is the thing about it, the thing that his face was demonstrating and that my face in mirror image was briefly enacting. The smile is not an expression of a feeling. It is a technology. The arrangement of facial muscles in the configuration that says I am open, I am harmless, approach, is a technology that evolved to carry that meaning. And it carries that meaning regardless of whether the feeling is present or not. The way a road carries traffic regardless of who built it or why. His smile carried the meaning without the feeling. For 1 second, mine did too. And in that second, in the specific second of the mirror image, I understood something about my own face that I had not previously had access to. That the muscles that make the smile are neutral. That they have always been neutral. That the joy I feel when I genuinely smile is not the cause of the smile. It is one possible reason for the deployment of a technology that is itself indifferent to its reasons. The smile exists before the feeling. The feeling is the story we tell about the smile. He was showing me this. Not as a lesson, he does not teach, does not have intentions in the instructional sense, but as a demonstration, the way a phenomenon demonstrates itself simply by occurring. The way a wave demonstrates the ocean's nature simply by being a wave. I felt it in my face. The neutral technology. The configuration without the feeling. And underneath it, in the second of the mirror, something else, something that was not terror and not comfort, but was the specific and awful quality of recognition. The recognition of something you had forgotten you already knew. As if the smile on my face was a face I had worn before. As if the second of mirror was a second of memory. As if whatever he is, whatever the smiling man occupies when he stands beneath a streetlight on Clement Street, or a Portland parking garage, or a Liverpool underpass, whatever it is that occupies those spaces had once occupied me briefly, in a way I do not remember and cannot access, but that my face, in the mirror image of his, recalled. For 1 second, before I ran, something was permanently visible after that. Here is what he wants. Or rather, here is what he does, which is the closest I can get to wanting a thing that does not want in ways we recognize. He moves through the human world the way light moves through water, along, not across, following the structural grain of the medium rather than imposing a direction on it. He goes where the fractures are. He arrives in the spaces where the human material is cracking, not the individual person, though he arrives near individuals, but the person as a point in the larger structure, the person as a load-bearing element in the social architecture, the person who is, without knowing it, the stressed link. He watches the link. He does not prevent the failure. He attends it. And sometimes in the accounts, in the long-term accounts, in the accounts of people who see him more than once, and who develop in the aftermath, the ability to read failure that I have developed, sometimes he recruits. Not by asking, not by demanding, by installing in the moment of the mirror image smile, whatever it is that lets him do what he does, the capacity to read the structure beneath the surface, the language of failure in the grain of things, the ability to know which crack is headed where. He recruits sensors, and the sensors go on living in the human world, walking through it with the ordinary surface of human lives, bartending, studying neuroscience, writing reports, having dim sum with friends, while underneath in the register of the installation, reading and processing and sending, in whatever direction the sending goes, the information about the fractures. This is not a metaphor. This is the mechanism. This is what the encounter on Clement Street was for. He does not hate the people he encounters. He does not wish them harm. He is interested in them the way a craftsman is interested in materials that can be worked with, interested in what they can be made to do. And the making is so gentle, so specific, so precisely targeted at the capacity that is already there, the human ability to read faces, to recognize patterns, to see through surfaces to structures, that it barely feels like making. It feels like becoming. It feels like arriving at something you were always moving toward. This is the most disturbing thing he does. He makes you feel like it was always going to be you. I have been writing this account for 8 years. Not continuously, not sitting at a desk for 8 years producing this. I mean that the account has been in me for 8 years, accumulating, accreting detail and understanding the way sediment accretes in a river, building up the layers until there is something solid enough to stand on, solid enough to be called ground. This is the ground. Here is what stands on it. I am 34 years old. I live in the Irving Street apartment, which I have not left, though I have thought about leaving many times, because leaving has not solved anything so far, and because the installation operates regardless of my address. I work now as a building inspector. Not because I did not plan to. I had not thought about buildings professionally in any meaningful way before October 2015. But after the installation, after the reading began, the transition was organic. The work found me the way work finds people who are suited to it. I am very good at it. I know, walking into a building, what is wrong with it. Not always, not perfectly, but more often than is explicable by training and experience alone. I know which structural element is carrying more load than it should, which joint is taking stress in a direction the designers did not account for, which surface crack is cosmetic, and which is the visible tip of something deeper. My supervisor calls me gifted. She doesn't know what the gift is. Last week I walked into a residential building in the outer Richmond for a routine inspection, and I knew in the lobby, before I had checked a single system, that there was a problem in the foundation of the northeast corner. I wrote it in my preliminary notes. The structural engineer who came after me confirmed it. I called Prakesh after. I said, it's getting more specific. He didn't say anything for a moment. He said, Joel, do you think it's watching through you? I said, I think I am the watching. This is the part that was edited out, cut from every version you have ever encountered, because someone decided you could not handle the truth of what was found in that place. They were trying to be kind. I am not going to be kind. You asked for the truth. Here it is. What you just heard was only the beginning. The question I am asked most often by researchers, by Prakesh, by Dr. Mead, by whoever is reading this and has gotten this far and has not yet decided to stop, is, are you afraid? The honest answer, the one that took 8 years to arrive at, no. Not anymore. Not because the fear left cleanly. Fear does not leave cleanly. It recedes in the way tides recede, leaving marks on the beach, the specific geography of where it was. I can see the marks. I know I was afraid. I know the apartment on 7th Avenue and the locked door and the shaking hands and the weeks of broken sleep. I am not afraid now. And the reason I am not afraid now is the most disturbing thing I will tell you. I am not afraid because the installation is complete. The installation is complete and it is comfortable. The way a second language becomes comfortable after the labor of acquisition, after the initial alienation of thinking in a different grammar. The reading of failure is now as native to me as English. I do not have to work for it. It is simply the way the world arrives. And in that ease, in the comfort of having a perception that was once foreign and is now native, there is something that I have spent a long time looking at from the side, because looking at it directly costs something. The comfort is pleasant. The reading is beautiful. And I do not know, in the specific way that I do not know whether the December sighting was real or constructed, whether the comfort and the beauty are mine, or whether they belong to whatever I am now an instrument of. This is the world after the worst. Everything is as it was, except that I can see through it. And I do not know anymore if seeing through it is a loss or a gift. That is what happened to the body. Now I will tell you what happened to the record. October 2023, San Francisco, California. Joel Brennan, 34, building inspector, files his 847th structural report with the San Francisco Department of Building Inspection. His accuracy rate, as assessed by follow-up structural engineering review, is 94.3%. The departmental average is 71%. His supervisor has nominated him for a commendation twice in 3 years. He has declined both times. He does not explain why. The 1,847 documented accounts of smiling man encounters continue to be collected and collated by the informal research community. 12 new accounts were submitted in the past 30 days. 7 of them describe, in the aftermath section of the account, a changed relationship to the surfaces of things, a new attentiveness, a new legibility in what had previously been illegible. Not all of them describe this as disturbing. Priya Mehta, architect, London, UK, submitted account 2022. I want to be clear about something that the account framework doesn't seem to have space for. I'm not traumatized by my encounter. I saw him in 2019 near the Southwark Bridge at about 2 in the morning. He was standing at the near end, facing away from the bridge and toward me. I don't know how long he was there before I turned the corner. I ran. I got home. And in the months afterward, I noticed that my relationship to the buildings I was designing changed. I became more interested in how structures fail, not morbidly, productively. My most recent project is an adaptive reuse of a building with significant structural issues, and the way I approached it, the way I read what the building was telling me about its problems, my colleagues have called intuitive. I call it the bridge. I call what he gave me the bridge. Priya Mehta submitted her account voluntarily. She has agreed to participate in follow-up research. She is the first witness to frame what researchers previously called the installation as a benefit rather than a violation. She is not the only one. She is the most recent. The fact that authorities have never explained. In the San Francisco Department of Building Inspection records, the 23 cases over the past 4 years in which Joel Brennan's preliminary assessment identified a structural issue, subsequently confirmed by licensed engineers, include 4 cases in which the structural issue was in a location that his initial walkthrough, by standard inspection protocol, should not have reached. He inspected the wrong sections. The wrong sections contained the problems. His supervisor has asked him, twice, how he knew to check those areas. He says something in the facade. She does not push. She values accuracy over methodology. The pattern is not limited to structural intuition. Researcher collation of the 312 methodologically accepted accounts, examined for the presence of post-encounter perceptual changes, finds the following. Of 312 accounts with sufficient post-encounter detail for analysis, 89 report changed perception of surfaces and structures, specifically an increased ability to read material stress and failure. 44 report changed perception of social dynamics, an increased ability to identify interpersonal fractures, conflicts, and relationship failures before they manifest visibly. 31 report changed perception of medical states, laypeople describing an unusual intuitive accuracy about the health of people around them, which in 7 documented cases extended to identifying illnesses before diagnosis. 17 report changed perception of environmental conditions, specifically an accuracy about weather events and geological activity that is not attributable to standard environmental awareness. Total, 180, one of 312 accepted accounts, contain some report of changed perception in the aftermath. That is 58%. More than half. They were all changed. In different ways, but in the same direction, toward reading what is underneath surfaces, toward seeing the failure before it becomes visible, toward being useful is the word that several accounts use in a context that suggests the usefulness is not to themselves. February 2024, Naples, Italy. A 28-year-old woman named Giulia Ferrara, an engineering student, reports an encounter near the Piazza Bellini. She describes the standard elements: height, smile, non-blinking, pace matching. She describes running. She describes reaching home. She describes in her account submitted 3 months later that she has begun to notice things about the buildings in her city that she finds difficult to explain in terms of her coursework. Not what I've been taught, she writes. Something else. Something that was put there. Her account, submitted in May 2024, is the most recent in the collated record. Her final line, I don't know if I should be frightened. I don't know if he left me better or worse. She submitted this account 1 week ago. The last known witness to give a substantial account before becoming unreachable is a man named David Park. He was 41 years old at the time of his encounter, which occurred in Seoul, South Korea, in 2020, during the pandemic period, when the streets at certain hours were empty enough that the figure's presence on an otherwise vacant block was immediately notable. He saw the smiling man at the entrance to the Mapo Bridge. He gave his account in 2021 to the collating researcher. He said, "I knew what he was before I saw his face clearly. I had read the accounts. When something that tall is moving that way in your direction at 3 a.m. in a city that's supposed to be empty, you know before you know." I stopped. He stopped. He was about 20 meters away. I looked at his face. He paused. And the thing that hit me, the thing I hadn't been prepared for by any of the accounts I'd read, was that the smile wasn't for me. This sounds wrong. I know how it sounds. I don't mean it in a comforting way. I mean it in the way that a landmark is not for you. It was there before you arrived, and it will be there after you leave, and your arrival and your leaving are not what determine its meaning. The smile was like that. I was just the one it was currently visible to. He was asked about the non-blinking. He said, yes, never, not once in the 4 minutes I stood there. He was asked about the aftermath. He said, I work in crisis intervention, suicide prevention specifically. After 2020, I became more accurate. I see things in people that I should not be able to see yet, before they reach the crisis point, before the failure is visible on the surface. I know how many people I've reached in time because of what I can see now that I couldn't before. I know the number. He was asked what the number was. He said, enough that I don't want to give it back. His last recorded statement on the subject. Whatever he put in me, I use it every day. He has not been reachable since January 2024. Current status. The smiling man accounts continue to accumulate. The research community, informal, methodologically inconsistent, operating at the margins of what academic institutions will sponsor, continues to attempt to understand something that resists the frameworks applied to it. The biological explanations, specific pattern of mass psychogenic response, do not account for the perceptual changes. The folkloric explanations, culturally transmitted legend generating matching experiential reports, do not account for the pre-internet historical record. The psychological explanations, trauma response producing consistent delusional patterning, do not account for the externally verifiable accuracy of the post-encounter perceptual changes. David Park's intervention rate. Joel Brennan's 94.3% accuracy. Priya Mehta's intuitive structural reading. Giulia Ferrara's something that was put there. Something was put there. In 180, one of 312 verified accounts, something was put there. The nature of what was put there is not agreed upon. The direction it serves is not agreed upon. Whether the installation constitutes harm is not agreed upon. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, 2023 follow-up statement. I have been studying this material for 7 years. What I know now that I did not know in 2018 is that the correct framework is not one of victimhood. The people who encounter the smiling man and undergo the perceptual changes are not victims of an intrusion in the simple sense. They are participants in something whose purpose we cannot identify and whose consequences, when we look at the evidence, are not uniformly negative. Some of them are better at their lives. Some of them are saving lives. I no longer know how to call this only a horror. I no longer know what to call it at all. The document that should not exist but does is a file in the San Francisco Department of Building Inspection database. Case number 2023, bid 7741, a structural assessment of a 6-story residential building in the Richmond district, in which the inspector's preliminary report, filed before the licensed structural engineer arrived, identifies a failure in the northeast foundation corner, with a specificity of description that the engineer who confirmed it said. In their notes, reads like the inspector had already seen the imaging we took. The imaging was taken after the preliminary report. Joel Brennan has not explained how he knew. He cannot explain it. The file is there. The file is real. The apartment on Irving Street is quiet. Joel lives there still. The bay window is still there. Mr. Chow is still the landlord. The cat Biscuit died in 2021 and was replaced by a different cat, also named Biscuit, which is either sentimental or practical depending on how you look at it. The apartment is ordinary. He makes coffee in the morning. He goes to work. He inspects buildings and files reports and reads what the surfaces are telling him, and some of the time he tells his supervisor, and some of the time he does not, when the information has a source he cannot explain. He texts Prakash. They still get dim sum. He calls Alina. She has children now, 2 of them, in Chicago with her husband, who is a good man. Joel visited at Christmas. He is 34 years old. He did not see the smiling man in 2021. He did not see the smiling man in 2022. He did not see the smiling man in 2023. In March of this year, walking home from a building inspection in the outer sunset, he turned a corner and there was a street light, and the light was on. He did not stop walking. He walked past it. He did not look. He does not know if there was something beneath it. He made a decision, somewhere in the years between Clement Street and the outer sunset, not to look. Not because he is afraid, because looking was the beginning of something, and the beginning of something led to where he is, and where he is sufficient. He is useful. He is reading the cracks. He does not know who the reading serves. He walked past the light. His hands this time were not shaking. There are things that move through the human world attending its fractures. Not maliciously, not benevolently, with the specific indifference of processes that are so vast in their scope, so ancient in their existence, so utterly outside the human scale of cause and effect and intention and consequence, that applying the vocabulary of malice or benevolence to them is like applying the vocabulary of weather to a geological age, technically possible, practically meaningless, revealing more about the limitations of the vocabulary than about the nature of what is being described. They attend the fractures. They watch the cracks in the material world and in the material of human beings, the specific and structural failures that are already determined, already progressing, already moving at their own rate toward the conclusion that physics and biology and the social pressures of human existence have set in motion long before any watcher arrived in the vicinity. They watch because watching is what they do. And sometimes in the encounter, in the 4 seconds of eye contact, in the mirror image smile, they recruit. They install in the person they encounter whatever it is they use to read the fractures, and they walk away at the exact pace that ensures the person arrives home, and the person arrives home changed, and the change is permanent, and the changed person goes on living in the human world with the original surface of a human life, going to work, making coffee, having dim sum with friends, loving their family, being 34 years old in an Irving Street apartment with a bay window and a cat named Biscuit. While underneath, in the register of the installation, reading and attending and sending the information to wherever information goes when it is gathered by something that has always existed and will exist long after the 34 years of Joel Brennan's ordinary human life have concluded. This is not a horror story in the sense of the genre. This is a horror story in the sense of the truth. The smiling man is on a street in your city tonight. Not on your street, perhaps, not tonight. He is on a street. He is watching something that you have not yet noticed is failing. And when you turn the corner and the light flickers and you see him standing there, when you stop and make eye contact and the 4 seconds arrive, Whatever you do with those 4 seconds will determine which of the 312 accounts yours becomes. I have been telling this for 8 years. I will tell it for as long as I have voice to tell it, which is, I know this now, in the specific way that the installation permits certain kinds of knowing, not indefinitely. The human material fails. The cracks in the structure that is me are visible to me now in the way all cracks have become visible since Clement Street, and the reading is accurate, and what I read in myself is what I read in buildings and in people, and in the surfaces of everything that I touch as I move through the world. I am failing in the specific direction of all things. I know the rate. I know the remaining time with the accuracy that 8 years of the installation has given me for these calculations. It is not nothing. It is enough for the work. And the question that I cannot stop asking, the question that replaced the question of whether the encounter was real, which replaced the question of whether the smile changed his face, which replaced the question of whether he blinked, each question driving the next like the propagation of a fracture through material that is under load. The question I have arrived at 34 on Irving Street, with the bay window and the coffee and the ordinary irreplaceable days. Did he choose me because I was already cracking? Or did he crack me? The smile is not an expression of what it feels. It is what it has always been beneath the feeling you put in it. Waiting, patient, permanent. And the night you see it without the feeling, the night the face in the streetlight shows you the technology stripped of its story, is the night you understand that you have been smiling at things that were not there, and not smiling at the one thing that always has been.